Good Thursday evening, y'all. How are you doing? Everything, can y'all hear me okay? We had a little glitch, I felt like, in the intro, but I think we're good now. So let me know in the chat if we're good. What's going on, Rachel? I can fill you in. What on the subject tonight? Okay, let me go back up to the top here. Welcome into my mods. Thank y'all for being here. Butterfly's here with us for a little while. Forrest, thank you, sir. Simi, thank you for doing dual purposes tonight. We understand. And Rachel is here as well. Didn't I see Rachel? Yes, there's Rachel. Hey, Dolphin. Dolphin's here. Okay, let's see. Oh, the Cyray interview. We're going to get into it. We're going to read the document first. We're going to read his. Remember, we've been saying we're going to get into these documents. Now's the perfect time. So the interview happened, and I watched most. It was a long interview, so I watched a lot of it, but I didn't see all of it. But it was very interesting to say the least. If y'all have been following the case, everybody knows that Judge Hippler, the second judge in the case after it got switched over to Ada County, he called Cyray a conspiracy theorist, and we all just laughed and laughed, right? When in reality it really wasn't funny, because if they went to trial and all the things, and Kohberger, that was a grounds for appeal almost, right? For the judge to even make that statement about a defense witness expert, but he made it. But Cyray had a lot to say tonight that we haven't heard him say yet, and he got to elaborate on so much more, and give his thoughts and opinions based on the questions he was asked. And the host and the audience didn't appear to like his questions, or his answers, I should say, to their questions. He got major pushback from the audience, which in turn caused some pushback from the host. But these hosts, I don't know these people. I know that they came into the case once they heard Dylan Mortensen's text messages stuff. That's all it took. That was enough. That was enough for so many people, right? So that got the attorneys, I should say, interested with their male attorney friend. So their custody queens is what their caller channel is. So they interviewed Brent Turvey, the other expert hired by the Kohberger defense, and he just turned out to be a real jackass, right? He was a jackass to the people in the pro-burger movement, I'll call it. And he didn't impress me at all, right? With anything he had to say, it sounded very conspiratorial to me versus what, I'm not sure maybe the judge got him confused. So I've known about Cyray's testimony, or would-be testimony, for a very long time. We have an old hearing that was held based on Cyray's testimony, and we got a sneak peek, so to speak, right, in the Idaho 4 case. So we reviewed that. Well, not today. We won't. We could, but it's going to be a long show probably. Phew, buckle up, buttercups. So it was just a really interesting interview, because a very long time ago over on Twitter, there was a Twitter space that happened in the very beginning of this case, when we were all wondering who did it. Is this really the guy? Something's off about this case, but we weren't sure what it was, right? What is it? Was it that they got the wrong guy? Was it the investigation methods used to get the guy? And we really unpacked that in a Twitter space, and me and Sleuthy Goosey really wondered if they were going to set precedents in the Idaho 4 case because of the investigative genetic genealogy, especially in its use in a current investigation, and the legal fallout from that, right? Cyray kind of elaborates on some of that stuff as well. So it was just super interesting. I'm not going to go hard at Pro-Burger Nation. I'm not going to go at these hosts of this show. I appreciate y'all getting Cyray on. And letting the man say what he needed to say. Everybody's got a book, apparently. Now, some are already out there slamming the whole interview. Oh, my God. And we knew it would happen. I don't think anything ever will change the minds of some people, right? And that's not my job. But I've been wanting to unpack this particular document because I said it was important to go and review what the experts would have brought to court, right? Because that mattered in the end. All the BS on the internet never mattered. What mattered in the end was what we were going to hear in that courtroom, what experts were going to say, and if the jury would believe it. Who are they going to believe? And is this circumstantial evidence they have enough outside of that sheath, the grainy car footage, this questionable cell phone data? Well, we're going to take a look and see if we can figure some of it out. Maybe not. I'm going to call this a series, maybe a look into the Idaho 4 investigation, right? Because if you take a look at everything that's been released, you see how the investigation was going. All except we don't see the IGG stuff, right? And you're not going to get a whole lot out of the FBI. It just good luck. Good luck with your TUI requests and all the things you got to go do, but they're going to tell you no in the end, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't fight the FBI. I just gauge them and clock them and watch them from afar. They got things they can do to me that I don't care to know about. So, yeah, and plus we see who runs their whole agency. Come on, man. All right, so we're going to unpack the document first. Let's see, who do we got here? Do we have some people in here besides my mods and my friend Dolphin? Anybody else come in yet? Let's see. Black Hawk, hey, perfect timing. How are you, sir? Hey, didn't I see you in the chat earlier, right? In that interview? I liked you had a good comment or two, I noticed. So welcome in. Thank you for being here. You think it's interesting that Syra used the savior who was going to free Kohberger and now he's followed by the pitchforks. I know. Dolphin's going to join me, guys, because I can't unpack Idaho 4 without Dolphin. Hey, girl.
Hey.
How are you?
Oh, I'm okay, girl. I've had a Coke, a snack, and I'm wide awake. I'm ready to go.
We are ready to go. I have a coffee and a Coke
Mm-hmm.
right here beside me, so I'm ready. I'm ready. So you didn't get to you haven't watched any of the interview yet, have you?
No, no. And as I'm definitely gonna watch it tonight, though.
Well, I meant to ask my mods to do that. I meant to DM them and ask, but I totally forgot. My bad. If y'all can drop the link to the custody queens in the chat, y'all go over and like their video because they just wrapped up a little while ago, and here I am. I'm going to review it, but we're going to review it. We're going to have a lot of commentary, I'm sure. I don't even know if we'll make it through the whole thing tonight. We might be here for a while. Y'all know we went for a long time the other night unpacking that one case. All right, so we have the document, right, that we never did go through it, but it was a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah.
thought we would start there and to read because they all had questions about his newly unredacted report in that big document. So I thought we would start there since we haven't read it yet. We've read stuff in the past that Cy has said and done and other court documents and things of that nature, but not this particular document yet.
You can't hear my background noise, can you?
No, can you hear mine?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. I just have like a fan thing going back here.
I'm sitting
Okay.
next to the air conditioning panel or something. There's some big vent in
Yeah,
this room.
yeah, no, it's good. Hey, everybody's got to stay cool, man. We can't be hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little background noise. What if we're not the Hot Mess Express? What are we? But if it's annoying and y'all hear it, let us know. But I think we're good. All right, let me make this so I can read it and get it up on screen for all of us. All right, there. Now, there was a lot of talk in the past about the cast report, Cyray's interpretation of things, AT&T timing data. That was
Mm-hmm.
records. That was the huge. Everybody wanted to put a lot of stock in that 7-minute discrepancy,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
You know, was it something like so? Wasn't he apparently going to be going the wrong way for like 7 minutes, or the car in a different direction for 7 minutes? Anyway, I don't know. There's new theories out there abounding, I think. Well, once you hear what he's saying, let me do this. Actually, there we go. Okay. All right, so this would have been Cy guys. Now going back, of course, y'all all know the Idaho 4 case. Bryan Kohberger, he's pled guilty. He's in prison. Um, in my opinion, if Bryan Kohberger ever gets an appeal, it's going to be a habeas matter, and it's going to be on ineffective counsel. Because I
Mhm.
agree with the statement that Dolphin, he even said it himself and stood right there and told everybody, I cannot be a effective counsel.
Oh, yeah. I remember when she said
Remember
it.
that day? Mm-hmm. So, and yes, he may have signed all the things away during that little plea agreement that we don't know really all the terms to. Um, there's really only one way left, and that would be it, I think. That would be the only way. Other types of appeals wouldn't work. All right, so Cy may testify for the defense as an expert regarding cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions called detail records, and software that it used to interpret this data. Mr. Ray's opinion testimony will be based on his experience, education, and training as detailed in his curriculum. Well, goodness, we go with that all the time. All right, so the response serves to supplement the information in the report attached to or as Exhibit D11-B, photographs and videos, drive test data, and related reports, or past testimony as previously discovered to the state on January 9, 2025. Below is a summary of Mr. Ray's anticipated testimony, but docs do not repeat all specific findings that are detailed in his report. It is anticipated that Mr. Ray may testify in the following areas: interpretation of drive test data and mapping supplied by the state. Like I've pointed out so many times in the past, I watched Nick Balance testify in Chad Daybell's case all about that drive test data that he used in the Idaho 4 case. Same thing, same technique,
Mhm.
and how he pinpointed some people in the backyard within feet of where a child was found, and their locations and how long it took to drive from A to B. It was he unpacked it beautifully. So I was like, Cy's got his work cut out is going up against that, right, to prove it wrong in any kind of way. Analysis of call detail records, geolocation data review and analysis, opinions regarding the FBI draft cast report, and Taylor in court. I want the draft reports, the real reports, the emails about the reports, the notes taken about the reports,
Oh, yeah. Everything.
and
What
the
you had
final
for lunch while
cast.
you were typing the report. Yeah.
Right, right.
Everything.
How long did it take you to prepare said report? I
Mhm.
need every freaking detail. And we were like, okay, go girl. Um, This disclosure is provided as a summary. Further detail about the scope and breadth of his testimony may be found in his report and his curriculum vitae. Mr. Ray may offer testimony to refute any expert opinion not yet disclosed by the state. Not yet disclosed by the state. Now, remember, in that hearing, didn't Cy Ray say, I have the right to reserve to change my mind later as more
He
evidence
sure
comes?
did.
Yeah. He reserved the right to change his mind later as more evidence prevailed. Okay. Steve said Wi-Fi connections, handshakes. I think that is why Cy means by holding info back. I think, yeah, we've always heard so much about that, right? The state may have handshake footprints on their Wi-Fi and prior dates, proving he's been over there. We were wondering that Dolphin. Remember you kind of brought that up to me briefly. Did they mention any of that? So maybe they just elaborate on that a little bit more in this interview. Like I said, I didn't get to watch all of it yet. We're going to watch it together, guys. Um, this disclosure is provided as summary. Further details. Okay, so let's go down. In his synopsis, he says, make sure I get all the okay. In October of 2023, I was retained by attorneys for Bryan Kohberger as an expert in the field of cell towers, drive tests, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, called detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. Now, a lot of us deep dove Cy Ray a long time ago. He had a YouTube channel with his wife, podcast. We've seen it all, right? Always took
Yep.
him with a grain of salt because he was an expert witness, but whatever. I was contacted by Tom Slavinsky of Cellular Forensic in reference to a technical question he had involving call detail records. Mr. Slavinsky has completed the ZX subject matter expert SME course and is a recognized SME in this field. It is common for me to receive calls from recognized SMEs pertaining to technical questions arising from the analysis of call detail records. Mr. Slavinsky had to provide any case information other did not provide any case information other than there was a non-dissemination order issued by the court on this particular case, and he could not discuss case details. His question pertained to drive test data collected by the FBI CAS team. Slavinsky voiced some concern as to the accuracy of the data and the ability to verify it. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Slavinsky stated he would speak with the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to view the data. Okay, so now October 27, 2023 comes along. These crimes occurred November 2022.
Mhm.
October 27, 2023, I signed a confidentiality agreement to allow me to review the data in the case. It was at this time I discovered the case was regarding State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, and there's the case number. Over the course of November 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. The evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts, mobile device geolocation, police reports, drive tests, FBI CAS reports, timelines, surveillance video, and financial records. Now, he just told you what he had access to. He
Mhm.
elaborates in the interview he may have seen more than what's
Okay.
stated right there. And he got some major pushback for that after that live was done. Like, how do you know if you didn't see it?
Yeah.
We don't know who all saw what in the end.
Of course not. Mhm.
Okay. Somebody leaked some stuff to Dateline. I have no suspects because it could have been a bunch of different people. One of the first areas I was asked to address was to review and assist in the interpretation of the drive test data. I focused on the available drive test data collected by the FBI. Initially, the only data I had access to from the FBI drive test was obtained in the FBI CAS draft report, and what was briefly mentioned in Special Agent Redacted's PowerPoint. The draft reported, was that you, Special Agent? Reported dated July 10th. Special Agent Redacted's report PowerPoint was only a summary of the drive test, and it was dated 2/15/23. The report states drive test data was located between November 16, 2022 and January 6 of 2023. The report states the data was collected by both Special Agent Redacted and another Special Agent named Redacted. The areas focused on are vague, described only as Moscow Pullman, south of those towers. The reports state that data collected by both agents, the areas focused on are vague, described only as Moscow south of the tower, south of those towns. Of those towns, what towns, right? The report does state the raw files were enclosed in Special Agent Redacted's original report. The raw files are critical for any analysis. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed to the state and requested the files be obtained for further review. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed by the state. By the state, not to the state, by the state. They just gave them their inversion, right? Like,
Mhm.
we want the raw material. In reviewing Mr. Kohberger's AT&T call detail records in the FBI CAS draft report, I immediately became concerned as to the accuracy of the drive test mapping. Interesting. Specifically, the shaded areas representing coverage found on slides 112, 116, and 120. Wish we could see all that. In comparing commonly seen handoff data in Kohberger's AT&T records, the coverage areas depicted in case report or in the FBI CAS draft report are severely flawed. Further analysis would require access to the raw data and the test drive data. Remember when Maury was putting everything into the software based off
Yes.
all of that? It's like
Yeah.
Maori screw it up and didn't read the codes right or enter the information correctly, use the software properly. He did something. But at any of the draft reports, they can do it themselves and make sure. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I get it. Lots at stake. Kind of like when you leave home and drive down the street, a whole new set of nearby Wi-Fi connections pop into your phone. Yeah, exactly. Remember that one video you did, sir, leaving Pullman headed to Moscow? Huge fan of that video. I would love access to that video again. Just saying. Firefly knows that was a good video. But Sai doesn't seem to think that Kohberger took that route on the way to Moscow. What do you think about that, Black Hawk, Dolphin? We'll get to that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me a
Okay.
minute on that one.
In further review of the draft report, I also noted several other areas of concern. The mapping of tower connections provided in the draft report was missing significant data from the AT&T call detail records. On average, more than 90% of the available data was not mapped during the time periods represented in the report. This is not a best practice and creates a number of issues as to both to accuracy of both the analysis and the related report. Additionally, I noted several other errors as it relates to connection times. My main concern at this point of my analysis was the appearance that the missing flawed data was exculpatory in nature.
Okay.
Meaning because
So
we did.
yeah, they narrowed in too much, is what he's saying, by not putting everything in there.
Hmm, and by not giving it up, that was exculpatory in nature.
Yeah, could have been.
Given the complexity of the subject matter, I explained that for me to provide an expert opinion on this matter, it would take a significant amount of time. I would need to have access to more data and would need to conduct a drive test. I was all blah, blah, sorry y'all. I was asked to work as an expert on the case and conduct a full analysis of the available data. The following report details that analysis. The narrative. Due to the complexity of this analysis and the volume of data relied on, this narrative will be organized in the following manner. So they go through section 1 through 8, inventory of data relied on, the methodology review for review and analysis, the drive test data, the cast draft report, cast final report, other geolocation data, the probable cause statements. Oh, that thing, missing data. Inventory of the data relied upon for analysis. Given the volume of data reviewed, I created a master folder to preserve all the raw data provided. My work and files created, and I wonder if Heather ever had access to that file from the, like, if he had to give it over to the prosecution. They're like, hey lady, analyze this folder. I wonder what she thinks about Cyrate. Actually, if you listen to Cyrate, we'll get into it. But yeah, this is just him
Hmm.
analyzing cell phone data, guys. He's not saying anything like Kohberger did or didn't do it. He's just analyzing data at this point, right? So we're here for it.
Right.
We're here for it in case we see a flaw. The digital format of this folder will be provided with this report. Bryan Kohberger's AT&T records redacted. There's that 8458 number, and there's the case number. All the AT&T raw files related to the case have been preserved in this Ray Discovery folder. Can we FOIA request it? Idaho's got a big thing on their hands about FOIA requests right now. They're in battle in a lawsuit, and Washington State's over there got a lawsuit happening. They're a little busy right now, a little preoccupied. Case report, state of Idaho, Kohberger, case number. Okay, all this is in there. All right, report standard AT&T call data records covering a time period of June 23rd. So right before he
That's
gets
when he
there,
got that phone.
yeah,
Hmm.
when he got the phone, and right before he got to Washington, through December 23rd. In all, there are over 113,000 cell tower connections reported in this data set. I have mapped, analyzed, and preserved all connections associated with this data. And in this particular report is standard AT&T historical precision location information. I knew I was going to do that and go, where was I at? Oh my God. Location information report covering the time period of June 23rd through December 23rd. And all over 183,000 data points associated with the data set. Okay, were mapped and analyzed. Other AT&T reports were obtained for this account, but not significant to this analysis. It is important to detail AT&T record process when responding to court order records requests. AT&T uses internal case numbers to track such requests. In this case, AT&T's internal case number associated with Kohberger's records is, and he gives the number. I have reviewed approximately 300,000 geolocation connection data points associated with these records at the time of writing this report. 300,000 geolocation connections.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What?
Okay. I'm just thinking about it. All AT&T mappable data was converted to a Google Earth. Oh, nice. Time synced keyhole markup language. Okay, file using LexisNexis tracks program, of course. This device was assigned to the color red for mapping purposes. The sector representation utilization for the analysis are wedge shapes to stay consistent with the FBI cast analysis. The Google Earth KML file can be loaded and reviewed on any computer running Google Earth program. Nice. Can we get it? Maddie Mogan's AT&T records. All of her files are there. All the AT&T raw files related to the AT&T case there for Mogan. So he goes through all of that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Mogan's AT&T records, all AT&T mappable, same thing. So Mogan's records, all AT&T raw files, they have all of that, the standard call detail, the historical precision, all of that for her phone. Kohberger, the KML file preserved for Ray, there are two search warrants that were served on AT&T for Maddie Mogan and Xander Kernodle's AT&T records. They were the only three that had the iPhones, right? Were Maddie and Xana and Kohberger.
No, I think everybody in the house had an iPhone.
But they were the only ones with AT&T,
On
right?
AT&T.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's right.
Same
I had that. What
provider.
am I thinking? They all did have iPhones. I had that backwards. So they're the three that had AT&T, guys. Not. So I had that backwards. So there's been a lot of talk about these three phones, Maddie Mogan and Xander Kernodle's AT&T records. Their first warrant was served on November 17th and covered time periods of August 1 through November 17th, so just a few days after the crime. The records were assigned the AT&T case number. The second warrant was served on AT&T on April 12, 2023, and covered a time period of June 23rd through August 22nd. These records were assigned the AT&T case number, and there it is, a different number there. Given the separate search warrants and time frame, AT&T used two separate case numbers. When combined, there are records available for this account from June 23rd, 2022 through November 14th. The second search warrant affidavit explains the additional records were requested to see if Kohberger had any interactions with the deceased leading up to the 13th. The affidavit was authored by Mowry. Special Agent Redacted completed a report explaining he received the records back from AT&T on April 3rd. Xander Kernodle's AT&T records going to be pretty much the same thing. All of her records there. Let me do this so I can navigate better. There we go. Okay. Kaylee's phone. So he had all the data to analyze all of it, right?
Oh,
She's on 2
Jack Showalters were right after Xana's.
Did I skip it by accident? He had
Page
Showalter.
717. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. There. You're right. Sorry about that, guys. When I changed my screen. So Showalter's phone too, and I got all the detail records off of that same thing, and it's uploaded to the file as well.
I bet his phone was never turned off.
It's important to detail the T-Mobile record process when responding to court order records. T-Mobile uses internal case numbers, so same type of setup there. Everybody's got their thing. Kaylee's phone. So he's got like, okay, never mind. I'll do that later. Ethan's Verizon records. I was unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin in the discovery provided to date. I was able to find some different reports that indicate the CDRs for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards to common calls. I was also able to find some of the RTT timing data for this device as well. As a result, this device was not mapped in my analysis. Ethan and Xana are like the elusive two. You know what I mean? Where were they? When did they get home? Did they have pizza
Yeah.
that night? Where were their phone? What do their phones show? Here, Ethan's has got patchy evidence on it.
Mm.
Wow. Dylan Mortensen, her T-Mobile records. Hot damn. No, I won't be like that. Stop it. All T-Mobile raw files related to this girl. Let's see if they have anything specific. T-Mobile records, all T-Mobile Maple data. The device was assigned to the color XXX for mapping purposes. The sector they say they have that on Bethany's phone. Molly Michaels, the DoorDash driver. Okay, Jack DeCoeur was Kaylee's on again, off again boyfriend at the time. Off again, maybe. Okay, so this is what he has got to review. All right. Second section, he had the methodology for review. In the United States, cell phone providers collect and maintain certain records that can be used to help determine a mobile device's general location at a specific time. This type of data referred to as the geolocation data. So he's going to go through all this. He kind of moves through most of this during the interview, right? The cell site sector data, all of that, the geolocation data will be all that's explained about the handoffs. So here you have some types of cell phone sector data include what is known as handoff data. Handoff data is when more than one cell site sector is used by a device during a single session. For example, a mobile device establishes a 5-minute session with AT&T network while driving on a freeway. During the session, AT&T network maintains a constant connection from the network to the device by handing off the connection from one cell site sector to another while driving on the freeway. When records are received with the handoff data, it is well established best practice to analyze the handoff data, as it will help provide specific details in reference to movement of the device, direction of movement, stagnation, and enhanced location estimations. That makes perfect sense, right? Laptop.
Mhm. Sorry, I was just getting up.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I just looked down and saw your comment. Okay. AT&T historical precision location information, all of that's going to be in here. These ranges will verify 25 meters and over 30,000 meters. There are several documented cases where this data is extremely inaccurate and will produce false data. As an example, there's an instance in this case where a device is reported to be in Seattle and New Orleans at the same time, based on this case or another case. I probably need to go up and start reading that at the beginning. Hold on. Is he talking about a case? All right. AT&T historical precision location information data. This geolocation data is priority to AT&T, a proprietary to AT&T, only being available from AT&T. This data is estimated location of the device, presented in latitude and longitude format with a range. The range is intended to give an accuracy reading of the data. Implying the device should be within X meters of latitude on longitude point. These ranges will vary between 25 meters and over 300 or 30,000 meters. There are several documented cases where this data is extremely inaccurate. So they're saying it can be between 25 and 30,000 meters. That's a range, right? And how much does that matter in the big scheme of things? So they give an example. Okay, In cases where all three types of data described above is available for analysis, all three types of data should be used for analysis. The different data sets can often corroborate each other and provide an enhanced understanding of device behaviors and movements. Based on my review of the state's discovery, it does not appear anyone has done a complete analysis with all the data available. So I don't know how this is a lot for a jury to take in, right? All this information, cell phone location, tower dumps, data dumps, ranges, 30 meters versus 300,000, 12 pings, 23 pings. How much do you want to overwhelm your jury when it got to court? You got to bring in the most basic, comprehensive, yes, but try to get them to understand it, and that's what bring that to me that makes or breaks the experts in the courtroom. Not only explaining the data, right, and pointing out how it's possibly inaccurate or accurate. And he brought up the Karen Reed case, Shaw, in that interview. I was like, ouch, Cyree, you asking for some pushback, sir. Never disagreed about that, actually. In cases where all three types, okay, so I don't know. At this point of concern, I'm completing this report without the benefit of having receiving completed work from the state's expert as it relates to the methodology and opinion. Reports associated with call detail record analysis are overly vague, incomplete, generally contain substantive value. Raw mapping files, okay, this is about enough. Here's the thing, y'all, with this interview, he all but tells you Bryan Kohberger is the guy who committed these horrendous murders without saying it flat out. And that got him a lot of pushback. There may be problems with some of the data. There may be these issues and those issues that absolutely would have made a issue at court, at trial. But in the whole, I think maybe Cy might have changed his mind when he got further information from the state since they were about to go to trial anyway. I'm pretty sure they got all the data they needed by then, you know what I mean? For him to map out how they were wrong and his interpretation of the data, I should say, not how they were wrong, his interpretation of what that raw data tells him versus what it tells the state. Cyree's telling me that data's saying when Kohberger left that apartment, he didn't go down 270 toward Moscow. He went the other way. I always wonder, did he go the other way and turn around and make a U-turn and go back to try to throw them off? Apparently, he took that right and never looked back. I don't know. Speculating. I'm on the fence about it. I need more information because they say they got pings in the PCA that got him pinging down to 70. I was like, oh wait, so that white car that matches up with those apparent pings is just a white car after all? I don't know. I'm unable to locate any period of time between the June 23rd and November 13th of 2022 where Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. He's unable to locate any period of time between June of 2022 and November. So from the time he got there, right before he got there, until the murders, he sees no where Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific location. He sees none of that. No, you don't see anything about it. No pings near 100 meters away, maybe. Unable to locate any period of time between June and November where Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as the deceased. Huh, interesting. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Kohberger frequenting locations frequented by the deceased. He had those forensic data wiping tools that Heather Bernhardt from Celebrate talks about. I wonder what his opinion on that actually is, right? I wonder what Cy's opinion on these forensic data wiping tools honestly are. I wish they'd asked him that question. I would have. He said he's done with the case. He's not doing any more interviews. He's just done with this whole shit show. I got one more question, man. What about these forensic data wiping tools? What do we got here? It is in my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided as of writing this report does not provide any evidence of association between Kohberger and the decedent's or the decedent's residence. So the geolocation data tells him that that does not provide any evidence of association between Kohberger and any of the decedents at the residence. Was that near the residence, I guess, too? Accuracy of geolocation mapping, specifically the drive test data. As discussed in my synopsis, I was asked to review the accuracy of the FBI drive test in their investigation. Again, poor documentation conceals any methodology and was utilized by the FBI in collecting the drive test data or effectively mapping the data. As such, I conclude inaccuracies are clearly present in the FBI CAS final report. An abundance of caution, I also performed an extensive drive test in the areas of Pullman and Moscow. This will be further documented in section 2 below. These kind of statements got him in trouble when he come out and said, yeah, this right here might be true, but but okay. Section 3, he goes over the drive test review. By way of background and training, I have reviewed significant training from Rode and Schwartz on TSMX products. I maintained a business relationship with Rode and Schwartz for over 8 years. During this relationship, my company was the sole provider to Rode and Schwartz TSMX tools. Now, Cyray had his own tools, right? And the judge, when he called him a conspiracy theorist, Cy says, and LexisNexis was his company too. So he had these programs that he was developing to read these cell phone data and interpret data and all the things about these data, right? And he made the comment that, or he talked about how he knew AT&T kept these timing records. Like, well, how do you know? They're saying they don't, or didn't have Kohbergers anyway. They didn't start maintaining them until after a certain date and all this. A lot there. But anyway, Cyray said that once he was analyzing some data for someone, he got some data and was said, here, look at this, tell us what you think. He looks at it and he's like, what am I looking at? This is unusual. It's foreign to me at the moment. He needs to run it through programs and all the things. Then he got a call and said, hey, wait, no, sorry, we need that back. That's secret FBI. We need that back. You're not supposed to have access to that data. He swears that was the timing record data that would prove they had access to the records. Not in this case, but that's one example he used. That's how he knows they had records, because he saw them sneaky peeky, takesy backsy situation with the FBI. Cyray's like, that's conspiracy theorist shit. I mean, not Cy, but the judge. So did the judge not, have all the information yet, y'all? You know what I mean? I don't know. Took evasive measures. FBI CAS utilizes a drive test product from Gladiator Forensics. There was a lot of talk about the Gladiator stuff. It is important to note that while the product is purchased through Gladiator, the internal survey equipment powering software platform to the analysis. Okay. All right, so we're going to get into the interview here in a second. This is all. Is that his map? The Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. That's the GAR. Gladiator is a third-party company that makes software to assist law enforcement in analyzing geolocation data. They also provide software that analyzes drive test data. Their GAR product is the drive test equipment and software offering. While white labeled as a Gladiator product, the physical hardware used by GAR offering is the Rode Schwartz drive test scanner. So he goes into all this stuff, right? The final CAS report, more mappings, and what is this one? Some more slide 13 from the FBI CAS report shows two coverage areas depicted, one for cell site sector and on the left and one for the cell site sector on the right. Provides coverage map to Kohberger's residence. On the slide with the yellow labeled titled BK, there are numerous examples in the AT&T records where Kohberger is known to be at his residence while his AT&T device is using this cell site. By simply mapping Kohberger's records, it is easy to show this coverage area is extremely undersized, as some of the handoffs seen in the records are impossible based on this overlay. Interesting, because he said that car seen at WSU leaving the complex was a wrong white car. It was a white car, but it wasn't Kohberger. I'm like, how do you know? How did he elude us from the time he left his apartment until the time he re-entered society when he returned to Pullman? Turn that phone back on. I want to know why he took that phone. It was the stupidest thing on earth he could have done, when all he had to do was leave it by the bed or on the coffee table or on the kitchen table. Oops, I forgot my phone when I went out for my late night stargazing type of a drive situation. 20 minutes from home, 10 minutes from home, realized I left it, and I was like, oh, you know what? Screw it. I'm just heading on out. I know where I'm going, right? Wah wah wee. Here I come. I do this all the time. I'm just going to sit out there a minute and chill. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Right? It would have been so easy to say that. I wasn't going to be gone long. I went out for my little hike, sat and stargazed because the park was closed, came home. But he took the phone with him. It's so crazy. I can't figure that part out, y'all. Kind of made more sense when there's wiping tools involved, but I think he had a plan. I just don't know what it was. FBI, I think maybe he knew they would all be going at it with their interpretation of the data. If he could throw them off in any kind of way, this guy wasn't stupid, y'all. Kohberger wasn't dumb. You're back. Do I have you? I don't have you muted or
Yeah.
anything. Okay. You
Uh-huh.
know. So I was always wondering if he tried to fool them with his phone in any capacity, knowing this would be an issue at trial if it ever came to that. If one day he ever got caught, I don't know. It was a stupid thing for him to do. We all agree. But I just couldn't help wondering if he did it for a reason. Okay, so they're going on and on about the gladiator stuff. Missing data. Data is collected by physical driving and the survey equipment around in a vehicle. Physically driving and surveying equipment around in the vehicle. So Nick Valance explained that in the Chad Daybell trial, that the device goes in the car. They literally drive the drive that they're trying to test in time. And they go the speed limit and they do all the things and they try to get as much accuracy as they can, and they have to calibrate it and they have to input some data and go. So they do this drive test. That's what it is trying to find out. Where are we getting handoffs from, and how long is this drive taking, right? How's this phone reacting while we're on this drive test? That's what this whole test is for. Driving too fast, the survey equipment can fall behind and not properly collect the data. In reviewing the raw data provided by the FBI, it appears this error occurred at least on one occasion. See, data is collected by physically driving and surveying. Analysis stored the data and collected. This collection process, at the time it takes to properly perform, it requires the users operate to be mindful of the speed that they are traveling and to monitor the equipment performance at the same time. If driving too fast, the survey equipment will fall behind and not properly collect the data required. That's true. Nick Valance said that himself. In reviewing the raw data provided by the FBI, it appears the error occurred on at least one occasion. As a result, there was several miles of data collection that went missed. What does that even mean for the case, right? And his mapping of his movements, if any. Coverage maps were created in both the cast draft report and the final report. That included the area where the missing data mentioned above is relevant. Remember, Anna wanted that drive test stuff bad. And that was a lot of her reasons. She wanted to know, was it calibrated correctly? Was the test performed correctly? And now we're seeing why she went so hard for stuff like that. She literally did try everything she knew, didn't she? Knew to try.
Yeah.
Given the coverage map was created, it was assumed Special Agent Redacted and another Special Agent named Redacted were unaware of the missing data. Both special agents were unaware of that speeding discrepancy and missing data. Two of them? It doesn't record their speed while they're conducting the test? Huh. This is assumed as it is illogical to expect them to rescan the area in the event they were aware of the missing data. Given I can find no evidence of the area being rescanned, I must assume they are unaware of their error. Okay. How long is his report? Jeez. All right, I think we're just going to go listen to him
I
talk.
can't believe I missed what I think 8 pages of it. Well, this
I know
little
he's got
dog
the
was taking
maps
her
and
sweet
stuff in there.
time.
He's got the maps in here too. That I want to.
Hmm.
I need to. Hang on. I want to see something. Well, if I blow that up really big,
Yeah, you do have room. Yep.
hang on. I got my screen. I can't see you go. Oh, whoa. You guys can't see what I'm seeing. Okay, hold on. Let me zoom back out. I need to go in here and get some stuff out of this document. Whoa. The final cast report. He goes over that about omissions and errors that the final cast report is plagued with errors and tainted with omissions. Wow. Uh-oh. I done lost the page. All right, we're gonna come back to that, guys. We got to get started on this interview because it's long, and I want to get our take on it. And I thank y'all for coming in again. Did we ever get the link dropped over there to that channel, guys? The Custody Queens. Thank you. Butterfly, is that the link? Are you still here? All right. Nobody's really chatting, so I don't think. I don't know. Let me go back in here.
Yeah, it was dropped a few times.
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Y'all go over and give them the thumbs up at least and get some acknowledgement for them for the interview. I'd appreciate it. It's really interesting, and I would like to get y'all's thoughts on it, and especially like Dolphin. I'm glad you're here to unpack it with us. All right. Um, let's see here. Get it up. And I will get this ready so we don't have to listen to the lead in and all of that. I'll get right to it. Right to it.
Dang, I can't believe I missed so much of this report.
We
Bittersweet.
haven't. I haven't read it yet. It's not that I've missed it. I just haven't read it yet. You know what I mean?
No, I know. When I left, you were on, I think, 722. When I came back, you were in the 730s. I was like, oh no.
Well, I was skipping around. I never.
Oh,
Well,
you
kind of,
were?
kind of
Oh,
going
okay.
through. Yeah, but Sutton's report. I went through that because Turby had already been out here with an interview, right?
Hmm.
Going at Sutton's report. So we did talk about Sutton's report and everything, but I haven't got back to it yet. Covering other things, which reminds me, guys, today I was not planning to go live today. I forgot about this interview being today, and today I was busy. My grandson's home, and I was chilling out with him off and on throughout the day doing things, but also I'm preparing for two different shows. We went over the other day Sebastian Rogers, that drama stuff that I'm set all that sat down over here. We don't do that, but we also went over the fact that Seth Rogers is now suing Sumner County. Well,
Oh
appears
boy.
on it's federal. Well, I want to see it because I want the investigation looked at. I don't care about Katie and Chris. I care about the parents because they can't find their son, but I do not care about the fight about Katie and Chris. None of that, because I gave pushback to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations early on in this case. Summer Wells is still missing. Sebastian Rogers missing. I could go on and on and on. TBI, I tried to push back and I got pushed back on for pushbacking on the TBI. So I'm like, I'm ready for
Hmm.
this shit to happen. But on Pacer, it doesn't appear the documents are uploaded yet. I've looked. I got another set of eyes also watching out for the documents so we can grab them. And that's what we'll base our future content on when it comes to Sebastian. There's already, a comment out there on the last show, the Chris, this and that. I'm not here to hash out the Chris and Katie and Seth stuff. I'm just not. There's enough people on the internet willing to do that, and they're doing it. So y'all can find that content. But if we get the document, we'll get with it. But I also had some stuff preparing, like to go over the actual investigation in that case and what really happened in the very beginning. Just some stuff for that, and also Lindsay Clancy's trial starts, guys, on the 20th. I told you I was thinking about streaming the trial. We have the search warrant affidavit. It's a 177-page document, right? Then the lawsuits filed by Lindsay and her husband, or her Patrick's lawsuit rather, Lindsay and Patrick's lawsuits against the medical field or her doctors or whatever. Patrick's document was a 20-page document. Lindsay Clancy's lawsuit is a 784-page document. And I'm like, damn. So I'm trying to get that stuff together so we can do a show to lead up to the trial. If y'all don't want to watch the trial, that's fine. I understand it's a sensitive topic, but I think there's just a bigger conversation there to be had, and I want to watch it. So if I'm doing other content, I miss it. So I want to stream it so I can watch it. So there's that. So I was working on all that. So then I got, notification this was on this afternoon. So I was like, let them go live, let them finish it, let it sit there and marinate for a little bit, and then I'm going to go live and cover it. So here we are. All right, let me get the screen up here. All right. Now, the chat was wild. Boy, was that chat wild. Y'all some wild people out there. We ain't got no trolls, so we're doing good. Look, mods, it's a peaceful Idaho 4 stream so far. All right. It might not stay that way. I don't know. I don't know what everybody's. Oh, I know what they're all doing. They're minding. They're over there watching somebody else tear this interview to pieces and tear it right down. We're good. We know where they're at. All right. Okay. They're watching other stuff. So anyway, their reaction at times to things was pretty wild, to say the least. I'll try
I
to be
bet it
nice.
was.
Oh God, I was shocked
I
about
will
the
just say,
meds.
huh?
I was reading Rachel's comment. The meds, Rachel. I haven't dove in deep to all that yet, so we're going to get into it. Okay, we're going to unpack that. So yeah, we got the documents, Rachel. I put them in the Discord, and I got everything ready to go. All right, no,
Mm.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just was gonna say, you know, regarding people's reactions or whatever, I am waiting to see because it was said that they're just waiting for what was it? The Celebrate information, the actual proof that his phone was turned off because, they haven't seen that yet and all that. And I'm just kind of like, okay, and when you see it, what is that going to change for you? That's what I can't wait to find out,
Well,
because it's
tell him
been
you.
mentioned several times in these
Yeah,
hearings. And Ann Taylor was sitting right there and never said, Your Honor, that's not true, blah, 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 or whatever,
at this
she just
point,
sat
Dolphin.
there all meek and mild when
No,
it was stated.
when you see this interview, you're gonna
Mhm,
see, if you watch the chat,
mhm,
nothing is going to ever change their minds.
mm, mm,
Nothing.
mm, mm,
Turvey, leaned into the bullshit. Ray pushed completely back on the bullshit.
mhm,
Uh, Even though Turvey called them fangirls and jacking off to Dylan Mortensen's stuff and all this and laughing about the case and how everybody's treating it, brought tried to bring common sense to the conversation, and they just didn't know how to react to any of it. It was wild. I don't think at this point nothing will change their minds. Not
I
even if they get,
guess not.
yeah, not even if they get the Celebrite report. Going out there, all they got to do is see if Olivia would give it to them, because I'm pretty sure Heather gave her a copy. Or
Mhm.
maybe interview Heather Bernhardt if they were nice. Maybe they could get an interview with Heather Bernhardt. Maybe these chicks ought to try.
Yeah.
You also tried to get Heather Bernhardt and talked about them wiping tools that your boy was using. Anyway, I don't need to be mean. That's not cool. Yeah, Rachel. Yeah, we'll get into it, hun. It is. It's a tragic situation for sure. All right, guys, let's start this. Uh-oh, I have them on silent.
Or allegations in this case.
Okay, these are three attorneys, family law attorneys. They're CFLS out of California. They're family law attorneys. And they heard about this case when the information on Dylan Morton's not the 8-hour gap was released, but the text messages. Somebody had a friend with the show. I heard it here for the first time tonight. One of these girls, I don't know which one it was, had a friend, had a YouTube channel or a show or something. Was the first time she heard about Dylan Morton's text messages, and she's like, "What? That's not cool." Honey, we all did the same thing. We're like, "What? That's not cool." But what did it mean in the long run? Sai's going to address it and tell them absolutely, no matter what you think about Dylan Mortensen, in the end, she was a victim in this case. And, he's going to say what he's going to say.
We're just going through the data, and we have a very experienced expert that we are extremely excited to talk about.
Hey.
Hi, Sai.
Welcome.
I feel like you don't need an introduction, but thank you so
Not
much
always
for
a good
joining
thing.
us.
You're very welcome, and thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. So I know that your CV is quite impressive and lengthy, and I would sit here and recite it, but I'm not going to do near as well or good of a job as you would. So would you mind going through a little bit of your background and experience for us?
Yeah, I'll keep it really.
Okay, so I'm going to mute for a second while he goes through his background. He keeps it short and simple. For those of you who may not be aware, he's going to explain a few things to you, but he keeps it pretty simple. We don't got to sit through this long ordeal. But we're going to let him do that for a second, but I'll be right back, and then because we will have commentary, guys.
Short, though. The crux of it is very simple. I did 20 years in law enforcement. The majority of that time was spent in criminal investigations, primarily in violent persons crimes, so sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, and homicide. I worked in our homicide unit for a number of years. I was a homicide sergeant for a number of years as well. In about 2014, I left law enforcement as I was approaching my 20 years on, and I started a company that did cell phone mapping for criminal investigations. And that was just a realization in my career that there was a big gap in the market, that the software was somewhat lacking in the tools that law enforcement had available to them for this type of investigations. So I started that company, and we ran that company. And just to kind of put a couple things into perspective, which might be important for today's call, between 2014 and 2021, that system that I built for the software, it mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States for law enforcement. So when I say I'm intimately familiar with phone records in the United States, we had to manage every single type of record that was available to law enforcement through a search warrant process of any cell phone carrier in the United States. We also did a handful of this work all over the world, so it wasn't just the United States. In 2021, LexisNexis purchased that company, and I have kind of a 5-year non-compete that I did at that time. And during that non-compete time, the only thing I was doing was testifying in cases such as this case. But between my investigation time, between my time of running the company that did the cell phone tracking, and then the last 5 years since selling that company, I've lost count. I've probably testified about 150 times, maybe a little bit more now, as a subject matter expert on one particular thing or another. But I'm very familiar, obviously, with the cell phone side, but I'm also very familiar with the criminal investigation side, specifically as it relates to homicides. So it's kind of a very condensed Reader's Digest version, if you will.
Okay, great. And you've testified in both state and federal court.
I have. I think I'm at 26 or 27 states altogether. And yes, both state and federal.
Okay. And then for the Idaho case, was this the first case where you were an expert for the defense?
This is the first and only case I've ever testified on behalf of the defense, or that I actually did work on the case on behalf of the defense. There's other times that I've been compelled to do things with the defense, but this was the first time I actually testified as a defense expert. I was retained as a defense expert to testify.
Okay, and you were retained in October of 2023?
Closer to November. I think the first time I got a call, but I didn't know what case it was on because of the gag order. I received a call from another expert who was looking for a peer review of this. But because of the gag order, he couldn't get into details of the specific case. So I agreed to do this case without knowing what case it was. And then it was a couple of weeks later that I received the documentation on the gag order and kind of got up to speed that, oh, it's that case.
Gotcha. Okay, and is that Tom Slovensky?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then so once you signed, I'm assuming, the confidentiality, you jumped on the case, you started to get into the case. What was your scope or retention like in that case?
Yeah, and this is probably, I probably left something out in my background that I should have included that I think you guys will find very relevant, is from about 2010, it started in 2008, but by 2010, it was really rolling. I was teaching investigative methodologies for cell phone mapping geolocation to law enforcement. In 2014, I started the first subject matter expert certification course for state and local law enforcement. It was the first one in the nation to do that. Today, there's about 200 subject matter experts that have been certified within the court as a subject matter expert in geolocation as a result of taking that course. The idea of me receiving a phone call from another expert doing a peer review, it's kind of like a Tuesday. It was not a big deal. And the majority of times when I get those type of calls, I'll look at a case, I'll make a couple corrections, I'll give some advice, and I'm out. I really don't get involved with the case. And I fully did believe when I first was contacted on this case, this would be the same. I had every reason to believe that when I saw the work product, if anything, there's a few minor issues, point those out, and I move on. I have nothing to do with this madness.
What got you sucked
Was there
into
anything? Oh, sorry. Was there anything, Cy, that was telling you morally, ethically, or any other reason to take this case or become an expert? And I think it's important to note that you were not paid for any work that you did on this case, including reimbursements. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and there's something to be said there that, I had to travel to Moscow a number of times. I covered all my own costs. I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money. And the only reason I bring that up is always I hear a lot of things that, I was in this for the money. I've never been paid a dime on this. I refuse to be paid by the defense on this case. And that's not uncommon. Some people might be saying, well, why would he do that? The overwhelming majority of cases that I've taken on, I haven't been paid on. I would say probably close to 60 to 70% of my expert testimony in court is not paid testimony necessarily. So it's actually very common because I have students or other law enforcement officers who've been through my courses who are seeking guidance and assistance for one of their cases. And typically I do not charge for that assistance.
So he didn't get paid to do all this.
Yeah.
So when you reviewed the paperwork, Slavinsky called and said, hey, can you look at this? I think you met with Ann. Was there anything in your gut that was telling you not to take the case or the other way, vice versa?
I would be lying if I didn't say there was a moral dilemma. I've always been a prosecution witness, and that is mainly because I've always been part of the investigative effort to bring forth charges, not necessarily defend a case. So it wasn't necessarily by design or choice. It was more by that's just the role that I've played in the past. Initially, like I said, I didn't feel like I would have a very big role in the case. I would have just some minor, edits and be out of it. When I saw the scope, and probably a better word is the magnitude of what was happening in this case, yes, I did feel a moral obligation. I've spent the better part of my career, and I can easily say the last 15 years, really trying to establish geolocation as a scientifically sound and reliable methodology that can be used in court. We have solved an incredible, and I say we, I'm talking, the law enforcement community in general, has solved a lot of really heinous, critical crimes using geolocation information. So it's important that we show that it's reliable. It can be upheld. In this case, it was very quick summary that I realized I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means. And therefore, yeah, there was a moral obligation of a standard that I felt that I had taught and put out there for law enforcement and spent a lot of time in court showing the scientific, reliability of it was being challenged or was at stake. And that's a ripple effect that, impacts the entire criminal justice system, not just a case in Idaho. And that was the moral obligation, if you will.
Ron, you had a question?
Yeah, you got kind of two levels of the participation in the investigation here. You've got what was done by the local law enforcement, and then you've got what was done by the FBI. What was it that drew you in that led you to say, this is bigger? I need to be part of this. This is a bigger issue or bigger problem than I initially thought.
Boy, that's a loaded question. Yeah, the entire investigation, you'll have to interrupt me a handful of times today to make sure that I'm defining for your audience certain terms that I'm using. I consider this case was ethically corrupt. And what I mean by that is the entire investigation. So where I understand your question of, hey, was it more on the state side or was it more on the federal side where you're seeing the errors? The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight. It was the entire case. A couple bad decisions that were made on the federal level infected the entire investigation. So I don't know that I can separate those two, and I know there's a lot of discussion about, is there a bad actor? Is this intentional or is it accidental? And I want to be really, really clear with something, because I think a lot of people love to put things in my mouth or assume what I'm trying to say with certain things. I do not believe that there's anybody at Moscow Police Department that intentionally misled or misrepresented a case. I think they all were out there doing the best of their ability. Now, if somebody wants to say, well, their abilities kind of suck, there's arguments there that I can't engage in, because yeah, things could have been done better, but I don't think there's intention. And it's very limited. So when I say at the federal level, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying
Moscow PD did the best they could. They didn't do anything but investigate. The federal level. Notice he's going to keep mentioning the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
We knew in the beginning of this case there was going to be some federal level issues, and that was the biggest issue in this case. And people were just like, they could have really attacked all of that stuff, but that wouldn't have proved Kohberger was innocent. So, that's why none of that ever mattered to them.
Federal involvement across the board, but at the federal level, there's a handful of decisions that were made by a small group of people that are terrible decisions, and they were intentional decisions. They knew what was at stake. They knew what was being risked. So, I think that's different than what I'm seeing with local law enforcement, if that answers your question. The other concern that I had very quickly was, a lot of times when we get involved with a case like this, the prosecution can typically be just as surprised as anybody else by some of the actions or activities that took place in an investigation. And typically prosecutors are having to deal with and try to figure out how to explain certain things that happened within the investigation. This is a case where that is not the case. The prosecution team was incredibly involved and co-situated with the investigation pretty much throughout the investigation. So there wasn't this opportunity, if you will, where we have law enforcement acting in a bubble and then delivering this package to the prosecution team, who now is trying to solve, how do we take this thing to court? These decisions are mutual. They were done in a group setting. And my personal opinion is they were really bad decisions. And some of them were made intentionally.
So you understand what he's saying about that? Because that's how usually it works with investigations. Law enforcement does their part and they move forward, give it to the prosecution. Can the prosecution move forward with charges? We know the prosecution was heavily involved in whatever was going into whatever the investigation was doing.
Mm-hmm.
From the beginning, so that he's right about that part.
So we're going to go through this. We're going to go through each area line by line. But I know when I was looking at your sworn affidavit, and I want to actually read your words, but your comment or what you put in the affidavit was so incredibly powerful. You said, such a deliberate attempt to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. I mean, those are extraordinary words. Can you tell us a little bit what led to you making that statement in your affidavit?
Yeah, and this is probably a really good time to start clarifying a lot of information that's out there that there's a lot of assumptions surrounding. So that piece that you're reading right there is specific to the timing data in this particular investigation. And timing, when we talk about timing and now the timing data, timing is everything. My report is now public, so I can discuss some of the things that are in my report. And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit and prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion, there was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T timing data in 2022. Therefore, there is no timing data to turn over. Anybody who reads my police report will see that not only did AT&T produce timing data in 2022, law enforcement, with the assistance of prosecutors, had already obtained AT&T timing data in 2022. Two of the victims had AT&T. One of the early investigative leads had AT&T. They received AT&T timing data on all three of those phones. They also did what's called an AT&T timing dump, where they received just a general area.
So is he saying they have those timing records on Xana and Maddie's phone?
I guess so.
On the two other phones? Is that what he's talking about? Or,
all of the AT&T devices in that area, and that was done in timing as well. So when the prosecution team wrote a motion and filed it with the court that AT&T did not provide timing data in 2022, they were literally sitting on AT&T timing data of over 3,500 devices in discovery.
I don't think
there
that
is a
that's what they
complete disconnect from the prosecution understanding their own evidence,
that,
is what that
that
should.
number he just mentioned is going to be what he's talking about. He brings up geofence data here in a little bit too.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what he's claiming that the state said. I don't recall them saying, "Oh, AT&T didn't provide, that information in 2022 at all." They just said that they didn't have Kohberger's because he turned his phone off.
That is how Ashley was trying to explain it in court, but she was doing such a poor job.
She was baby lawyer.
Yeah, she was doing it, and because they were like, we applied for the records, and AT&T, she's so slow talking, and they had to go back and ask again at one point, and they still didn't have those records. So it was a whole issue. You're right. There was a whole motions about it. There was a whole court hearing about it, and everything. And so I don't know whatever came of it. I don't think there was nothing they're going to be strong about it anyway. And a lot of what he's talking, and a lot of what he's going to point out that he felt was wrong is still circumstantial, that he's going to have to go up against the FBI in court and say, as far as expert testimony goes. So you have to take it's not so much like the stuff he's saying about all this problems. Those are technical problems, actually, and he's going to start pointing out later how there's evidence showing you Kohberger's one that did it. So people need to look at it from both ways. He is pointing out potential problems with potential data. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
So that going up against that is the problem. So, but he, backing up his strong statements in the beginning, but you have to remember, he always did say, I reserve the right to change my mind later.
Right, because plus at the time that he was on the stand and wrote this report and everything, he didn't know that he had turned his phone off.
At that point, they hadn't revealed that yet at that hearing.
No, that came out very late.
Well, there was missing. Well, yeah, because there was missing data. He said even then, maybe that was a block that he was missing. Was that portion where there was no activity or something? I have that thing. I have that hearing preloaded. I just don't remember the date on it.
I just have never seen that far of a deviation. And, there's a couple things that are really important. I'm sure some people are wondering, well, why is the prosecution so involved with this? In the state of Idaho, the type of search warrants that they were seeking at times actually require a prosecutor to sign off on. So it wasn't that the prosecution team was overextending their role into the investigation. There's actually a legal requirement that law enforcement writes and drafts the search warrant for these records, prosecutor reviews it, signs off on it, and then it goes to a judge. So the same prosecutor who signed off on the search warrants to obtain timing data, who signed off on the search warrants requesting Bryan Kohberger's timing data, same prosecutor who had received emails stating the FBI has clearly said timing data exists, is the same prosecutor who wrote a motion a couple years later that timing data doesn't exist. And I've never seen that far of a deviation in roles, if you will.
And that prosecutor would be Jennings?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why when you say there's clear and convincing evidence that not only the FBI was able to obtain the AT&T advance records in 2022, they did so with knowledge of the prosecutors in this case, that's what you're referencing. So when they're saying they weren't able to get it by that time, they were.
Yeah, it's in evidence. To this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist.
Was there ever an explanation given for the disparity in what was said?
Yeah, and timing's real important here. You know, the initial motion is filed that this doesn't exist, and there will be testimony from the FBI and or AT&T to confirm it. I wrote my affidavit. I actually got my affidavit signed off and got everything done. Remember, I'm in Arizona, so I have to send it to Idaho. About that time, the state drops a second motion clarifying, oh, wait, we just discovered timing data does exist. So what I wrote in my initial affidavit is true. It does exist. However, AT&T is now saying it only goes for 7 days, and therefore it's not relevant. And I would still argue it's incredibly relevant. It's ground truth for what a device is doing that we are applying a pattern of life analysis to. Anybody in this field would tell you undoubtedly you want all the data. But there's something interesting with AT&T that never came out because it was never allowed in testimony, and that is sometimes AT&T, for a number of different reasons, must retain data longer than this 7-day limit. There's times when AT&T will tell you, hey, we keep this for 7 days, or we keep this for a year, or we keep this for 7 years. But there's a number of things that happen at AT&T with different projects and different legal reasons that they are required to retain data longer. So if you don't ask, you don't know. And what's important is that both search warrants for Bryan Kohberger's phone clearly articulated they were requesting timing data. There's a fact sheet that's required to go to AT&T, and in the bottom of that fact sheet, there's a comment section, and somebody typed in that comment section, please send us the last 7 days of timing data. So, you know, the idea that, well, it doesn't exist, we didn't ask for it, there's a clear paper.
But if it was during the time his phone was turned off, is that just to confuse the jury? What did the prosecution be like? No, we don't want no part of that.
I mean, even Hitler realized that, you know, the 7 days was a moot point, you know, if his phone was off during the time, you know, on the 13th, you know, when everything happened. So it doesn't matter. It's like people are they were wasting time back and forth, you know, discussing it and arguing about this.
So much time spent on that 7 days, right? It was a lot.
Paper trail that it was asked for repeatedly. And then when you look at, you know, warrant returns are a thing. When you serve a search warrant, it's just not the end of the search warrant. You have to go back to the judge and say, hey, Your Honor, here's what we received. Here's the inventory that was produced as a result of that search warrant. And in that return, it actually states everything they asked for was received. So, you know, as an investigator on a high profile case of this nature, if I had purposely and intentfully requested timing data on 2 different search warrants, sent a cover sheet within an email stating, give me the timing data, and it was never produced, I would make sure to note that in either my report or the return, that items that I am specifically requesting were not produced. And that would prevent, you know, any argument now, but that wasn't done. So that's the timing issue.
Okay. And then another statement in your affidavit, just to clarify, you said, I've worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T GLDC is one way, but not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Is that, what does that mean?
You know, in short, to just make this really simple, and then I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole because we could talk all day about how this happens. There are multiple entities within AT&T that produce records for different reasons. And I am no way insinuating that it's not legal, that it's not compliant, and that it's not proper. With the proper legal authority, there's different methodologies to which you can obtain this data. GLDC is one, but that is what it is. The important thing here is GLDC was also the receiver, if you will, of the other 3 search warrants that did produce AT&T timing data.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement from GLDC until June 15th of 2023. So in 2022, they would have had to obtain it from a different source.
That is correct, within AT&T.
And you referenced Boyd Jackson in your affidavit. Anything that you can elaborate on there?
You know, no, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with. The point there is, I was hoping that somebody at AT&T would realize, hey, this affidavit or this initial motion is so far out of left field, it'll never stand on its own. And it's important, I believe, when an expert like myself is writing an affidavit and saying, hey, here's what's really happening here. There are times that it's important to provide names, right? If I'm going to say this exists, and I can back it up with saying, not only does this exist, but if you contact this person, they will confirm that this exists. That's the purpose of that. So, and to me, this isn't a mystery. This isn't some, weird thing. It's very consistently seen. There's a number of criminal investigations that have dealt with AT&T timing data before 2023. Those of us that have worked in this field for a period of time are very well aware of AT&T timing data. Like I said before, we had mapped 2 billion phone records. At one point, I had actually programmed the ability to take AT&T timing data and map it prior to 2023. And how could I do that if the record didn't exist?
Okay, and then
that's after he saw that FBI takesy backy situation. I always wondered, because he develop this program he's claimed he developed. Did you download that? Did you make a copy, sir, and figure it out?
You know what, though? But see, and I've always wondered, and I don't know if he's ever said this. He says, in another case, he got this information, right? He was able to see it. But he doesn't clarify whether or not the law enforcement who, got that information for him at that time knew who their suspect was and got to AT&T in a timely manner in order to get the information, Like does he ever say, oh, well, this is something that we got like a year after a crime and it was available? You know what I mean? So I
No,
don't know if he's ever really said the exact kind of circumstances.
he's always, my understanding was he was asked to look at something and he was given something, and when he looked at it before he could do anything with it, it was foreign to him. And then when he gets a call saying, oh wait, you weren't supposed to see that, we need it back. Excuse me. We need it back. And that would have been what he's referring to as how he knows they have those records. He saw it, right? And then later he develops a program that can read that data. And he's like, how do I know? Because he has seen it. That's when the judge is like, he's a conspiracy theorist. What do you mean you've seen it? They took it back. So
right. But I think the judge was thinking the same thing that I just asked, is like, without going into it with him in the hearing and everything, is, how long had passed, how much time had passed between, whatever the incident was and when they actually got those records.
Well, yeah, because they only retained for so long, and then there was a whole back and forth about that 7-day record, right? That, and I never knew if it was like really a big deal for the prosecution or really a big deal for the defense. How, was there something amiss with, because it's not going to be perfect data ever. And when experts go, the Karen Reed, if y'all watch that trial, the testimony alone between the cell phone data people was wild. You got two competing opinions, right? And actually the Celebrite guy, Ian, nobody liked him. He was trying to explain they didn't delete something from John O'Keefe's phone. Their company deleted a program they used to use and was using a different program. And Salt Shaker Lady, her company still used the old program. So they were running two different programs to read this set of data. And I was like, I didn't get why that wasn't understood. But he also, turns out, he's friends with Heather and her husband. And nobody liked that guy in the Karen Reed case. And Cy brings up the Karen Reed case at one point, because none of this data is ever perfect. And there's always flaws in it. And in my opinion, it's going to be who can point that out better at trial. Sometimes it will be the defense and sometimes it will be the prosecution. To me, at this point, we all know Kohberger did it. If we're all on the same page, the guy is always, maybe you got something, but you probably don't. That's where I sit him. But he sure lets these people know along the way, yeah, I'm not going to be falling in line up here telling y'all Kohberger's innocent. And that was my biggest takeaway from this interview. But he said some interesting things later about Kohberger's actual movements. He gets into way more detail sooner or later that we're just going to like versus all this stuff we already know about.
The timing advanced data that was received on over 3,800 mobile devices, is it at all believable that there is no timing advanced data on Bryan's device?
You know, I can't say it's not believable. It's incomprehensible to me that they wouldn't have got it, because there's other things that are happening at this time too. So I should probably clarify. Around the time the second search warrant was issued, the 6 months, but then it was also what we call a pin register trap and trace. So it was going forward as well. So not only was it getting 6 months of history, it was getting real-time information going forward. And that's the type of warrant that a prosecutor has to sign off on. I've been involved in thousands of cases where a phone is being tracked in real time, and elements and resources are being used to find and keep eyes on that phone. Anybody in this industry who tells you timing advanced data is available, but they do not want it or they would not seek it out for that type of an operation, it is out of tune to what they're doing with this type of information. It is a common law enforcement practice that I would say arguably the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in the United States use, to include the FBI. So the idea that a live tracking mission is occurring and we're not using the resources that we're asking for and requesting from the carrier without making an issue that we're not receiving that is very abnormal.
So you would agree it's either a gross deviation from standard practice or potentially withheld information that wasn't provided to the defense?
I think that is a very fair statement. And could it be one or two or both? Absolutely. But it is outside the normal operating.
Do you think, in your expert opinion, that any information was intentionally concealed from the defense?
Whew. Yes. And I think my report makes that really clear. Like I
have highlighted quotes from you, Cy.
It's a good read, Cy. It's
very good read. Very good report.
I think I've been very outspoken that there is no doubt information was omitted, and very critical information. And you know, I wanted to probably say this before, but now is as good as time as any. I think to have a real conversation, and this is both with all four of you, or all three of you rather, and your audience, there's a handful of things as a group I think we all have to agree on to even have a real conversation about this case.
And here, this is where he starts talking in real terms to these people, that they're not going to
I'm
really.
waiting for it.
Yeah, it's fixing to come. He's really going to start this. I hope they get going here now, because and they just don't know how to take it. That's the wild part, right? Because they don't want to be rude and be like, dude, you're not telling us what we want to hear. But Chat was sure saying it. So he's like, here's what we need. If we can't have a conversation unless y'all do this, right? So here we go.
And the first thing is, anybody who says, I will never believe that Bryan Kohberger could have committed this crime, that's great. That's your opinion. I respect your opinion. But we can't have a conversation if that's where you're starting this thing. You know, if you're never going to believe that, what are we even doing? You have your opinion, I have mine. We'll go separate ways. So number one, we all have to agree it is plausible. It is possible. The second thing is we all have to understand this investigation could be so faulty, could have so many issues in it that it could actually not support a conviction if it ever went to trial. Like, we have to understand that is a reality of this case. And the third and the most important thing is we have to all agree that both of these things can exist. It's not one or the other, you know, and I'm not talking about innocence and guilt in trial. I'm saying it is very plausible that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And it is also very plausible that this investigation has so many errors in it that it is potentially corrupted from ever actually showing justice through a trial proceeding or through a jury.
But there would be a concern to sort of avoid the legal procedure that would be required, that all of us hold near and dear, to make sure that our liberty is where it needs to be.
And with them talking about that, they're about to get into some other stuff too. The only thing guys, because y'all know I do not think this guy's innocent, but there were going to be issues coming up with this case that nobody was ready for, and we didn't get that trial. And you got to ask yourselves why. that the prosecution wouldn't push for it stronger, harder. The appeals alone on some of the techniques used by the Federal Bureau of Investigations would have been a big deal upon appeal. But they fixed it where they didn't have to worry about that. So to me, it's the legal ramifications, even going forward. Nancy Guthrie case popped off. Next thing we know, they're doing IGG on a glove 2 miles away in an active investigation that isn't even a part of a crime scene. Are we really ready to accept that, guys? That's a violation of your constitutional rights. You're aware of that, I hope. I'm just saying. It's a slippery slope.
And we have all of our constitutional rights to a fair trial. It would be fair to say that that's a paramount concern for anyone in the judicial system.
Yeah, and Sam, I think you just hit something that is probably really important for your audience to understand. I'm going to look at this at two different things, and it's really important that we separate for just a second, and I will put it back together in a second, but let's separate this for a minute. If we don't look at the legal precedents and the legal requirements of how evidence is obtained, analyzed, used, demonstrated, visualized, all those good things, let's just say we're just simply looking at evidence that exists today. 10 out of 10 courts in the United States convict Bryan Kohberger. There is overwhelming evidence that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And anybody who's telling you something different is either cherry picking certain things, committing or creating conspiracies that don't exist, or they haven't seen all the evidence, which is most likely the thing here. Now, when we add the legal issues of
I don't know. He's funny when he said that, and they're just like, because he's talking about all the people in the audience. Like, they're not listening. If they believe for a second this guy, if there wasn't enough evidence to convict this guy, they're cherry picking. They're doing all the things, right? They're not looking at it objectively.
how you can obtain that evidence, the proper way to analyze that evidence, the proper interpretation of that evidence. Now we get to kind of a 50-50 thing. I think there's probably 50% of the courts throughout the United States that would have suppressed a lot of evidence in this case, enough so that a conviction may never be obtained. And, you know, if anybody doubts me or they're like, that Cyril guy, he's crazy, he's a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is simply Google Jeffrey Nye, Fox News. And Jeffrey Nye is one of the AG, the attorney generals in Idaho, who did all the oral arguments in court as it relates to the DNA Act.
Well, I took your advice and I have that article now. Thank you, Cy.
Evidence in this case. And if you listen to that interview, he'll tell you firsthand, everything was at stake on the DNA. If they lost the DNA, everything that comes behind it would have been gone. And he'll tell you that's a lot of evidence. That's all the cell phone records. It's all the Celebrite extracts. It's everything. And then he'll go on to tell you that they didn't even argue for some other exception to that rule, to the fruit of the poisonous tree, if you will, because it didn't exist. So, you know, you have a major player on the prosecution side who's telling you, when we went into court to argue that we felt the IGG would be upheld, the legal process in which we got it, we knew we were risking everything. And, you know, I think that's really important for people to understand, because I don't believe the IGG was done properly. I think that we have a lot of issues. I think technology has outpaced our ability to understand what's happening with evidence today. And the courts will catch up, but it'll probably take 10 or 15 years. But yeah, it's going to be real interesting how that works out.
And just to clarify real quick, when you said we were risking everything, you're talking about the prosecution when they were risking everything, right? You're not talking about you being part of that.
There was a decision made fairly early in this investigation to proceed with IGG. And then that decision was further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice.
We've known that forever and a day. I'd be loving to discuss that a little further.
And that was not an accidental decision. It was an intentional decision that investigators at the time who made that decision felt that it was okay to step outside of policy because of the nature of this crime. And the way that they did it is, in my opinion, very problematic when we start looking at legal rights to how we manage this type of data. And I want to go on the record very clearly here. I think IGG is a very powerful tool that law enforcement should absolutely have the ability to use. but I also feel that we have to properly use it. There has to be a legal process. That legal process has to be transparent, and we have to have the public's trust that we're doing it properly. And when we make decisions to go intentionally go outside of policy, conceal, hide, and omit the process that we did, I think that cuts to the rule of law completely, and everything that you guys probably see on a daily basis that you fight for. Right? We have rules for a reason, and when we start to violate that, that's that slippery slope where we start losing other tools, and the process itself becomes corrupt.
It seems to me that the use of the IGG was more a violation of the public's privacy rights or rights than necessarily of Bryan's, because it was searching public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
I don't want to speak on what the prosecution felt or didn't feel. I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion of looking at the laws, understanding how IGG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Bryan Kohberger without the IGG. That was already in motion when the FBI identified Bryan Kohberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors because of the IGG results. Bryan Kohberger was a known investigative lead.
Now, was he? So why would they need IGG if he was a known investigative lead? Why would they continue with the IGG, knowing if he was already on their radar? Now, he says later in this interview at some point, he says WSU tipped him, because they bring up the car. It's all brought up. And, WSU provided that tip. I'm like, did they? Okay. So
they had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken is that match, right? So number one, I don't feel like IGG should have ever been done in this case. IGG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5, before an agency takes on IGG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Bryan,
we have that document, and we have read it here before, actually a long time ago when we were going over some IGG stuff. We reviewed the interim policy, because we knew the FBI went through the back door. They broke their own policy in this case. Ann Taylor kind of revealed that during her battle with the feds on the IGG, that she ended up losing. It was coming in, but not as IGG, as a tip. It's just a tip.
Bryan Kohberger's name was in a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IGG results were done.
His name was in a report before the IGG was done. What report? I need that report.
He means like finished, right?
What?
Done means finished. Like before he was.
But yeah,
he said it was in the report before it was done, as in like completed, and they had identified him through that.
Bryan Kohberger, he has said more than once now, Bryan Kohberger was on the radar while IGG was being conducted. And I always wondered that back in the beginning. Were they watching him because of the WSU tip about the car? And he just said that, here, let's back it up. We'll hear what he said again. Hold on, I don't want to go too far. And I don't want to go, watch, it's going to mess up. It better not. Jesus, I don't want to have to take it down. It'll come back up in the exact spot where I need it. It does that every time. I don't get why it does that.
Have you tried using the left and right arrow keys? While you're in that video window, it'll just go back like 5 seconds at a time every time you tap.
I use that keyboard half the time.
Oh, okay.
Things way up there. I probably should. Okay, so there's we get this one. That's always started with that one. Here we go. All right, so it's right at the spot.
They don't spend a whole lot of time talking about IgG, do they? In
No,
this?
they move forward. You don't. If you, yeah,
Okay,
they. Move,
good.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to fast forward, skip through it because I don't want to
Oh
miss
yeah, no,
parts
no, no.
of
I
it.
just was
But
curious.
yeah, yeah, I don't. I mean, it, you know, why is it not playing at all now? Hold on. What's happening? Okay. That's weird. Hang on, let me check something. Okay, that's good there. Well, that video's playing perfectly fine. What about this one? There we go. Oh wait, gotta back that up. Okay. He said that when there Kohberger's name was already in a file while the IGG was being conducted. It hadn't been finished yet. That's what. So I understood that. Yeah.
IGG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5, before an agency takes.
And just because this wasn't a big deal in the Kohberger case, because they signed a plea deal, the Nancy Guthrie case ever goes to trial, that the IGG glove may never surface anything because nothing ever came of it. But there will be another case that happens in the future where they use IGG as their only lead to solve that case, and there's going to be a big deal made about it. It's coming in the future. This would have been that case, but I think Ann just fell short, and the judge freaked out and wanted to play both sides. And remember, there was a whole closed hearings. There was the judge getting all that IGG tree information. He had to get a specialist in there with him and shut down in his office for several days and review it all. It was a huge deal. It wasn't for no reason. It's a constitutional play because they're going to double down again on how Othram can only do what's legal, how the FBI stepped completely out of bounds in this case. Now, does that matter to us in the long run because they got the bad guy? Or does it matter that they stepped out of bounds? Right? That's the issue at hand, not whether Kohberger did it or if these fools will ever see the light of day and have a come to Jesus moment. No.
On IGG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Bryan Kohberger's name was in a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IGG results were done.
The most viable lead in the case before the IGG was ever done.
Right, which is what I said. Yeah, they were on to him before that.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you thought I misunderstood that. No, I clearly
No.
understood that. I'm asking from where was he this tip? Was at the WSU? We have a car over here registered to a Bryan C. Kohberger. Is that because that's the only tip we know of? Was it from an individual that said, hey, this guy creeps me out? From WSU, where'd they get the name from outside of that IGG? That's what I'm wondering. That's what to me, that's a question. I don't, doesn't mean I want to know that part of the investigation if that's true. If they already had him on a tip sheet or in a folder as the most viable lead, why are we doing a whole ass backdoor IGG thing over here? Was it because they already pulled the trash from dad and matched it to the father of the sheath? Now go surveil that house and surveil that guy, but we still need something on that guy, right? IGG is still being done. Or they already watching Kohberger. That's the part of the investigation I really want to get my hands on that they're not releasing yet, So, but I clearly understood what he meant.
So I want to start this conversation with IGG wasn't required. That's not the only way to get to Bryan Kohberger in this case. And I think that's really important for the people to say, I'll never believe Bryan Kohberger did this case. He was already on the radar. And I think they would have got to him. And man, if they would have got to him that way, this entire case changes. I think it gets much cleaner. but the decision was made to go down IgG. The problem is when the IgG did not produce the initial results that they were hoping for, there was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work, the FBI.
So is he insinuating he was on the radar when that stuff was sent to Othram before FBI ever got it? Huh. Interesting.
Took over. There's
I
some
actually
things that
didn't
happened
hear.
with that
Go ahead.
sample.
You didn't hear it? Okay.
And
No, don't go back. I just,
in my opinion, this
Well, I'm not.
is where law enforcement needs to be held accountable. And I'm saying that as a law enforcement officer for 20 years and someone who's helped law enforcement for the last 15 years and currently today is still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem. And, you know, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And in this case, they knew that they couldn't. So they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy. You can't do that. And they did it anyway. The more
Rachel, I think if it would have been Moscow watching him, if the tip came in, say to them, say they got a tip from WSU. I think Moscow's watching this guy, but they didn't have any evidence. The grainy car footage, did that mean anything? It looked like his. I don't really know yet. Starts trying to. We always wonder were the feds already watching him. We know they were when they got to Pennsylvania because they got their IgG back, right? Because they got from Othram, they did get relatives of Kohberger's, which was a lead, right? So. But to lead to how many other people in that family at the same time.
important thing, and I think I'll push back just a little bit, Ron, is the public's privacy rights compared to Bryan Kohberger's. And I think this is a really important thing. When I say technology has outpaced our understanding of it within the rule of law, this is exactly one of the things that I'm discussing. When, let's say that we get your DNA or your DNA profile, and from your DNA profile, they get this SNP. It's an SMP profile, and then I take this SMP profile and I go out and I search for relatives. There's a component here that is completely missed in this case. When I go search for SMP profiles, and Ron, for a second, I'm going to make you Uncle Ron. Okay, so we are now related. You have my DNA. And I left it at a crime scene, and I do not have an expectation of privacy to that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed. But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this SMP profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. So the idea that Bryan Kohberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA. They had Bryan Kohberger. And where I think people miss the connection here is that we share DNA. So the question doesn't become, is Ron's public expectations, of privacy violated here, are mine? Because the DNA that you and I share, should I have an expectation of privacy to our common DNA? We both share it. And if you look at any cases in the United States of standing, and when two people occupy the same space, the law is pretty clear on if search warrants should be used. And Ron, can you consent to searches for me? And the law is already really stated on those things. So, at the very least, I think that this is why search warrants are required. This is why they should have gone with a search warrant. And I think it was a critical error that they didn't.
So I definitely want to, a little later in this interview, get through why specifically you believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but I do want to backtrack a little bit to the specific scope of your representation within this case. I watched your testimony May 30th of 2024, and I wanted to kind of talk you through that or ask you some questions about that, because I know part of your testimony talked about the two search warrants that happened on December 23rd of 2022.
Sure. So
with respect to the first search warrant, is it unusual for law enforcement to issue a search warrant, have enough time to analyze that search warrant, and then issue that second search warrant in the same day?
All right. So It depends on the situation. If this is a life or death circumstance where I can articulate if the delay in my action could potentially cause a death or severe injury, I would expect to see turnarounds like we see in this case. And I don't think there would be anything wrong with that, and it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls, potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything, this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And, you know, your question hits the main problem that I see with this case is in rushing. Why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know, that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those two search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about one or two slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
If you were if you were testifying as an expert, in this case actually went to trial, and you were going through those search warrants, could you prove that much of those allegations in the search warrants were actually false?
Absolutely. I feel very, very comfortable that in the event the defense or a defense team wanted to suppress the cell phone records, they would be successful in doing so. Trying to show that these search warrants would not stand up, or if the judge had the new information that we now know is true, it would have changed his or her opinion. It would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants helped the defense team more than they hurt them, because it showed the investigative process by the investigators and the errors that were being made. So suppressing them could potentially hurt their defense. It is my opinion that the search warrants actually probably helped Bryan Kohberger's case more than hurt it.
Except insofar as they used that information to craft the PCA.
And so outside of the sheath and the grainy car footage, all you had was this cell phone data. A lot was going to be riding on this data. These guys like to go heavy in their data, y'all.
Yeah, it gets to the point, and I'm not going to say one way or the other, because I think it depends on a lot of speculation. But there's no doubt there are things in that search warrant that are incoherent, that there's no backing for. There's a map that just simply does not jive with the evidence in more than one way. There's statements that we know are absolutely wrong. There's a very clear statement about a white vehicle traveling south to Highway 270, which connects Pullman and Moscow, and that's where he's going, and here's where he turns the phone off. And when you look at the video, the car's actually going 180 degrees the opposite direction.
180 degrees the opposite direction. There we go again with that opposite direction thing. Which particular video are you talking about, sir? I need the beta stamps on these things so I can FOIA requests and all this critical information.
And, you know, these aren't little things that, you know, it's somebody's opinion. When you read the search warrant, you actually look at the evidence, there is critical errors in those search warrants. And Sam, I think a follow-on to that is they never corrected them. When they did discover that they were off, they just simply changed the direction of travel. They never went back to that first search warrant and told the judge, hey, Your Honor, we made a mistake here. We want to reissue the search warrant. We want to do a timeout, start over. Here's where we made the mistake. Here's our correction. Do we still have probable cause to continue? And that's concerning.
Do you believe in the normal scope of business that they should have made it more public with respect to that they put wrong information in the search warrant, fixed it, and tried to hide it with an asterisk? Do you think that should have been handled differently?
Well, I don't just think, law requires it. This isn't, you know, hey, Cy says so. It's I think a very clear thing that as an investigator, if I present a search warrant to a judge and I later find out that information in that search warrant is inaccurate, I would say you absolutely are obligated to go back and correct that, write a report that explains it. Yeah, there's a repair process that has to happen, but there's a more important piece here Kristen, that I think we have to make sure everybody's got their head wrapped around. We're talking about third-party data at this point. We're not talking a physical arrest. We're not talking the physical seizure of evidence. We're talking about third-party data. And why that's important is, let's say on a Monday, I write a search warrant to AT&T and I get phone records on Monday, and I start analyzing them. I start building my case. And by Friday, I realize, oh, I screwed that search warrant up. There is nothing that stops me from rewriting that entire search warrant Friday, going to the judge saying, hey, here's where I screwed up. Here's the new search warrant. Will you issue it? And if the judge issues it, I reserve it to AT&T, get the new set of phone records, and I can pick up right where I left off.
Yeah, he's talking about technical issues here, really. And that's all I'm getting out of all this.
They hadn't used the information from those phone records. The tree, you hear about the fruit of the poisonous tree, it hadn't proceeded yet, right? We hadn't gone through a threshold of a home. We hadn't made an arrest. We haven't seized a physical piece of evidence. We're still investigating. So not only were they obligated to, it wouldn't have hurt anything. It only would have improved the standing of the case if they did.
Can we talk a little bit about that 247 timeframe that was placed in the PCA? Because it sounds like that was wrong, that everyone knew it was wrong, that it's really 254, and that suspect vehicle 1 could not be suspect vehicle 1.
And yes, and when you say everybody seemed, there was finally a correction in June, July-ish of 2024, where it was admitted that that was wrong. But, it's almost a year and a half later. There's no doubt.
That's inside. Do you recall what document that correction was made in?
It is a report from the FBI, and I do not know if that has been released yet or not, but it was admitted. And the only reason I'm saying this is that there is no doubt about this. There is no argument anymore. That's been put to bed. Everybody agrees this phone was powered off at 254:45, not 247. And
From that FBI report we're never going to receive, because it's FBI. Was it in the cast? So because that was a big deal. 247, 254. When did he cut the phone off? He's like, that was put to bed. 254. Phone off.
That dramatically changes the entire narrative. If that phone stays on until 254:45, which it did, and it stays connected to AT&T's network, which it did, and we look at the connections during that 7 minutes and I think it's 45 seconds, the entire narrative changes. That vehicle is never on Highway 270. It's never eastbound on Highway 270. Everybody wants to talk about Floyd's and fog lights and all this other stuff. It's a silly conversation because there's no reason to talk about a white car eastbound on Highway 270 because there's no evidence of Bryan Kohberger traveling on Highway 270 during that time, as the narrative says. And I'm not.
So, no evidence of Kohberger traveling down 270, as the narrative says. There was always that 7-minute discrepancy Cy talked about early in the case. Now he's decided that's been put to bed. It is the 2:54 a.m. moment. Now,
he also said his phone was turned off.
right.
I guess people missed that little fact when they were watching this before.
That 2:54 is when the phone went off, is what he says.
Right, right. But even Cy is saying that the phone was turned off.
Yeah, he just said it. Yeah, that's what
I
exactly.
know.
what
I'm
he
just
said.
saying that other people who watch this missed him
Yeah.
saying that. It's like
Oh, I don't know that they missed it. They're arguing with him in the chat. We're just not watching that chat. They're just like blah 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 blah. They're not missing shit. They're just not agreeing with it now. He's a liar. He's this. He's that. And he's really. I don't even know what all they're out there saying, but they're not missing a lot of it. They're just not taking it in. They're not being open minded. They don't want to hear it. Right? It's not going to feed. Turvey fed their narrative way better than Cy did. So,
of course.
Yeah, those fools.
Yeah, now he doesn't fit their narrative, but before,
yeah. I'm trying. Other than their expressions from time to time, these fools, I can't. Forrest Mama's Gump didn't lie.
I'm not saying he didn't travel east. I'm just saying there's no evidence that he ever traveled on Highway 270, and you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that because the physical evidence shows.
And doesn't the PCA lay out phone movements down Highway 270 toward Moscow? And they claim they have a white car on camera at the Floyds at the here and there, corresponding with these cell phone pings traveling toward Moscow. Size like 7 minutes to so did Kohberger leave his apartments and go the other direction? turn the phone off and go the back way into Moscow. And that really wasn't him headed toward it doesn't matter either way. To me, I'm just trying to figure out Bryan Kohberger, what he did all night, where he went, but you got to factor the time because he turned it off for 2 hours or an hour prior to the crime.
More than an hour, yeah.
So 254, 420 speeds away. He could have had the phone off the entire time he was driving the back way into Moscow and never went down 270. That is a possibility. Still don't mean he didn't do it. I'm just trying to analyze the evidence I'm retaining from this conversation as best I can.
The absolute contrary of that statement.
And so that 254-45 is both verified by the AT&T records and the Celebrite forensic extraction. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a real troubling thing, Sam, because one of the things we like to look for as investigators in a case is co-corroboration of evidence. If I have two different types of evidence that are saying the same thing, that's really important that I make the jury understand that. So very frequently when we're looking at a set of phone records from AT&T and the phone disconnects from the network at 254:45, and then I go look at the operating system logs from that phone, and it says 254:45, I have two independent sources saying the same thing. And, for me to say that that is a standard practice in investigations, I can't overstate that. So the fact that there's everything in the search warrants are relying on this 247 timeframe in order for the narrative to fit, yet we know the physical evidence shows 254:45 on the Celebrite, that's more than just inconvenient. That's a real conflict that someone needs to say, yeah, it never occurred to me that maybe we should look at both pieces of evidence together.
What evidence did you guys see? Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of this. What evidence did you have that proved that it was 254?
Well, we have the actual time stamp on AT&T's records, and we have the actual time stamp in Celebrite's report. Like Celebrite.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay. My grandson came at the same time. They have the timestamps on both reports, right? And they match. They're go figure. That's wild, isn't it?
It will show an on and off log. AT&T will actually show when the phone, and I explain this in my report that's been released as well. So it's public information that's out there. And I want to make it clear, I'm not saying somewhere around 254 we think it turned off. It's 254:45. Like I can tell you the second that phone was powered down because.
Damn. And what do they think about that? If they're listening, they're like, well, everybody turns their phone off when they're out going for a drive to Stargaze. Everybody does.
Because it's recorded on logs that are separate logs kept by two completely different entities, if you will, and they perfectly match. So why would we believe it wasn't 254:45?
Right.
And so that was a power off. That wasn't a lost connection or something else. The phone was actually powered down at that point, is what the evidence is showing.
When we look at just the AT&T records, we wouldn't be able to say that. We just can say that it disconnected from the network at 254:45, and there's a number of reasons that could have happened. When we look at the Celebrite, it does show in a powering event, so the phone was physically shut down. Now, whether that was, I don't know how much of that has come out, and I'm not an expert in Celebrite, so I'm not going to go any further than that, but other than it appears that it's a powering event in the Celebrite report.
They don't know what to say. So there you go. We knew that the Celebrite report did show a powering off event. AT&T just shows a disconnect from the tower. Because everybody wanted to say, well, there was a disconnect because he's out stargazing and they didn't have service or he wasn't connecting, blah, blah, blah. Now, that phone was powered off and it was a manual power down, right? Why would you do that if you didn't do anything wrong and you're just out cruising around stargazing in the middle of the night? Crazy.
Did Ann Taylor, did she agree?
I'm going to go grab a cold drink real quick, guys, and put some food in a bowl because I didn't make dinner. I mean, I made dinner, but I didn't eat yet, so I can eat while we're watching. But I'm going to let this play. Dolphin, you still with us?
Yeah.
They're moving through. If you want to go, you can go. They're just moving through the conversation. I don't want to speed it up because my ears will not compute what they're saying because I got bad hearing in one ear. I may
I
do
know
it a
I'm
little
listening
bit.
to him. I'm just kind of like, ugh,
Yeah.
just get to it.
Yeah.
But I'm
Well, I just
listening.
the biggest takeaway for me is he just gives a little more information about Kohberger's events, and he'll talk about some patterns of life and the fact that he was not complying and giving all these people what they wanted, right? It's not there.
Yeah.
It's just not there. He's talking about a lot of technical things. We're talking about, Supreme Court issues with constitutionality type stuff going on here.
Mhm.
That was the biggest takeaway from Bryan Kohberger's case, that nobody, all the constitutional freedom fighters didn't even, touch on all that half the time. It was
Yeah.
just all kinds of other shit. So I'm probably getting a bigger takeaway from this, and I don't know, but yeah, it just let them move through it. They'll get there to a lot of interesting things.
That was the time, the 254-45. Did she agree? Was she of that opinion as well, based on the information?
I don't believe that anybody in this investigation, prosecution or defense, doubts that today.
You mentioned before that there were some specific, I guess, errors or omissions that the FBI made that kind of snowballed or kind of led to the issues. What specific decisions or errors were those? Do you recall, or do you know?
Yeah, I think I made it really clear in my report, but we'll kind of condense that down into a very quick summary. AT&T records are very unique. AT&T shows us handoffs. So if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and let's say I'm on my cell phone, even though I'm stationary in one place, my phone is handing off between cell sites. If I'm driving, it's handing off along cell sites when I go. Some of the providers don't provide a very granular view of that, but AT&T is different in that it shows all of those connections, and it shows what's called time on tower. So I know how long each one of these connections lasted. The other thing that AT&T's network does very, very well is it maintains a data connection with the phone. So if you think about all the things you have loaded on your phone with the different apps and things running in the background and all the stuff that our phones do, they're constantly seeking this data connection. So for example, in this case, from 2 a.m. to 2:54:45, Bryan Kohberger's phone is connected to the AT&T network. Every second of that time, we can account for which cell site, which sector it is using to maintain that connection. So the idea that, we map 2 or 3 or maybe 4 cell sites and we say, oh, look, he's south or he's eastbound, when, we eliminate 94, 95, maybe 97% of those other connections that tell a very different story, it's hard to say that, that isn't a cherry picking or a intentional omission of data that tells a different story. I've been teaching this subject matter now for almost 20 years. You map all the data. You always map all the data. There's never a reason in any forensic discipline that I get a terabyte of data and I decide to analyze megabytes of it, right? We get big data sets for a reason. So any argument that anybody makes that, well, there's just no reason to look at those handoffs, that's absurd. Like, of course you're going to map that. And when you map that, it tells a very different story.
And is that, when you looked at the cast draft, is that where you were referencing that they're really only mapping like 18% of the connections between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. the day of the crime?
Correct. We can see all of the connections in the phone records. So it's not hard to look at a report and say, okay, they mapped 5 connections during this time period, but the report shows 15 or whatever it could be. And I think it was more like 92% of the data that wasn't mapped. And the issue, there's other reports that weren't mapped as well. And that's in my report as well. It's not just necessarily the handoff data. There's other really accurate data at this time frame that tells a very convincing story. When you map everything, it changes the narrative of this case.
What would be the rationale for only mapping a small portion of the connections during that time period for the state? What's the rationale of that? Is it just sloppy or intentional?
It's tough for me to say, because you're asking me to kind of get into what somebody's mindset at the time was. When the initial omissions were made, I can't tell you if it was just pure sloppiness or it was intentional. 18 months later, when it's still not being corrected, it's intentional. So, I don't want to come out and say, oh, this was intentional, it was manipulated from the beginning, because none of us can say that. What we can say is that it should have been done in the beginning, when it was made clear that it was missing and that it needed to be done. If you watched my testimony, you probably saw the very last thing that I said is, I reserve my right to change my opinion when all of the data was mapped. And that wasn't, some happenstance statement that I made as a parting shot on the stand. If nothing else, it was kind of like, hey, there's more data out there and this story could change when that's mapped.
Okay. And then, so like in your report, when you're writing the conclusions and you say that it's justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by the investigators, what did you mean by that?
At the time that I was writing my report, it was clear that there was issues in this investigation with the timeline. And of a case of this magnitude, I would absolutely expect a third, fourth peer review being taken place at the very least, if not a complete deep dive by somebody else into this. And there's just no efforts. To this day, I have never been provided the complete mapping data for the phones that are pertinent. I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm saying I've never received the entire map data from the state. And I think that's very telling, right? Why would you not do that?
Do you find that's intentional? That they're not turning it over or they're concealing it? Because if it's not normal, as an expert, do you find that intentional?
I would say that it's intentional, that there's definitely a decision being made not to do it. But I want to frame this correctly, where some people will probably immediately go, well, they're trying to hide it. The problem with this case is when you look at all the evidence, it changes and it doesn't get weaker. It gets really strong. So, I'm hesitant to say that it's intentional, because then you're going to have to convince me why law enforcement would intentionally not try to present the best evidence in this case. And I'm speaking firsthand about this, looking at the records. When you look at 6 months worth of data, which is how much data they obtained on Bryan Kohberger's phone, when you look at that 6 months worth of data and you map it and you understand those daily patterns and that pattern of life, this case becomes incredibly strong against Bryan Kohberger. So, I think there's some sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably this thought that there would never be somebody within the defense team capable of challenging the way that these reports came together and the narrative that was being presented. And to some extent, there was some truth to that.
Now,
Yeah,
there were
one of the worst investigations that you've ever seen in your career, correct?
On sloppy errors that were not, look, we all make mistakes. I guarantee you, I've had my fair share of mistakes on a crime scene. Any investigator who tells you they don't is just lying to you. So we've all made mistakes. So it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing that when you realize that mistake has been made, not making an attempt to clean it up, not trying to fix it, or doubling down and actually, sticking to that story despite overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in, that we can really start to see that there's an issue here.
I want to make sure I understand the different types of data and stuff that was received, because we've been talking about the cell tower connections. And I guess the benefit of that is a cell phone is always connected, as long as it's on, to a cell tower. And so you can have a pretty continuous picture of where it connected and where it was handed off. There's also, and you in your report, you talk about these historical precision location information reports, which I understand is proprietary with AT&T, but those are not always available. I guess the phone has to be doing something for it, but AT&T can actually give when it does ping, like as part of that. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It'll give you latitude and longitude within a certain number of meters. Is that information, the historical, the HPLI, was that used by the prosecution and law enforcement?
So specifically with AT&T, the report you're talking about in 2022, 2023 would be called Loc de Boer. And I know it's a weird name, but it's called Loc de Boer. The problem with Loctobor is sometimes it is incredibly inaccurate. In this case, there's an incident where we know the phone is in Seattle, yet it's pinging in New Orleans, right? So it can be incredibly, like, states half the country wide.
Hey, I'm back. I had to grab some food. Definitely, Forrest. They do seem to be jumping on his statements, praying there's more there. They definitely are waiting on it. He just pretty much told them, there's a lot of evidence out there, on this guy, and they're gonna go elaborate a lot more here in just a little while on that stuff.
Wide off. But there are certain things that somebody can do with their phone that location accuracy,
Because they're going to move past this cell phone data here in a few minutes.
increases. And there is evidence of that in this case that happened. And I wrote about this in my report. My concern is, to this day, I have never seen a report or any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations. More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Bryan returned back to Pullman that morning. So when I said earlier, the search warrant showed this map in, allegedly the way that he went to Moscow and then the way he returned. When you map that location data, it changes the route back, and it changes it in a very significant way. It's also changing in a very telling way that would help investigators not only better understand that route, but it could potentially reveal where evidence may reside and more accurate.
Where evidence may reside. I hear you, Cy. What he's talking about, he's going to elaborate a little bit more, is from what he's reviewing on his interpretation, is that phone, Bryan Kohberger, probably when he went out of Moscow, we know which way he went. Once he left down there, Lewiston, going back toward Pullman, did he cut through one of those little towns there? I always wondered that, I suppose we were so deep in that map back then. And he mentions taking dirt roads on the way back to Pullman. So did he and then we'll have to pull the map up later to look at this stuff and review it, but there was the long way back all the way around, staying on the main roads. But you could also get past Lewiston and cut up through Busby and continue on. Nobody's looking for you back there. There's no cameras, there's nothing, right? And then before he starts to come back into play. And that's where he's talking about it would change the narrative on the way because he's not saying Kohberger didn't do it. He's going to say this through the whole stream, but it changes maybe the routes that he took. And could there be possible evidence left on the route, right? Are y'all following?
Timing of when, certain access roads were taken. So it was incredibly surprising to me that data didn't appear to have been used in the investigation. And I've testified before on that data as an expert. I've been challenged on the scientific admissibility of that data. We've won all of those challenges. So the idea that, well, we just can't use it, that's silly. We requested in a search warrant for a reason. We obtained it. We're going to analyze it. In this case, it wasn't done. So, again, sloppiness. But when you add that data to this case, it dramatically changes.
Considering that that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems like those are piling up pretty quickly with respect to the casual mistakes. What do you think about that?
I would agree with you. The mistakes are piling up.
If I had $1 for every time we said silly, I'd be getting rich pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I've discussed this in a number of ways, both in my report and in different times. It's important to understand that the prosecution team, the initial prosecution team, and the initial investigative team were just lacking experience, right? And that's not a dig on them. That's not berating or beating up those entities. Moscow is a pretty safe place to live, and that's a good thing. So there's not a lot of experience on the field. There's not a lot of experience in managing this type of data. And when that happens, typically law enforcement agencies will rely on subject matter experts that are given to them or loaned out to them. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that.
I wonder if data showed Ann Kohberger was lying to her.
That, I, as an investigator in a very small agency who's investigating this major investigation, I'm now relying on the subject matter expert who I believe has incredible insight, authority, and knows what they're talking about. And they tell me a specific narrative. Why would I doubt it? I don't have the technical training and expertise to look at a data set and show them where they're wrong. And this is the whole reason we bring a subject matter expert into an investigation. So, yes, they're piling up, but when you look at the experience level and the technical background of the investigators that are making these mistakes, it is something that I can say I do believe was completely accidental, and it was just because they didn't know any better. And the people that they were provided to rely on were giving them terrible information, and that this is the result of it.
Now, did you analyze only Bryan's cell records?
No.
So you analyzed others as well.
Right. Okay, Rachel. Does it? Turns into Uniontown East. Okay. I gotcha. Thank you for that road, though. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and in my report, so we can just keep this on the record, I outline all of the records that I actually analyzed. There's 6 months of records that were obtained on all 4 victims, as well as Mr. Kohberger. And another disturbing or another problem with this case is, to this day, I have never seen a mapping file produced by any investigator that shows all 5 of those devices on a map and their correlations over a 6-month period. We just don't see that. And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it.
Dolphin, they read it, but we don't know if they interpret it properly.
Yeah.
They don't.
Oh boy.
They're having a hard time interpreting this.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
Do you know why that evidence hasn't been released yet? I mean, we're over a year out. Do you know what the holdup or what the problem is there? Because it might eliminate some speculation from both sides.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have no problem with my my investigative report being released the day the plea deal was signed. I can't explain why this thing has drug on as long as it has.
So in your report, you talk about the records that
I still wonder how much of that's to come as they go back through the docket unsealing documents, because there's stuff from way back that we're not seeing yet.
Haven't even gotten into judge's court,
No,
Yeah.
not even. No, girl, Lord. At the rate they're going, Dolphin, we're going to be doing this shit for 3 years. With this document. I know. We're going to be like super old going, have they released them all yet? Damn it.
you review, and you reviewed and mapped Jack Showalter. Can you describe what you found, or is that something you're not at liberty to talk about at this point?
I will just put there's no reason for me to believe that Jack Showalter has anything to do with this crime. Like, there's zero evidence.
Oh.
Was he being surveilled? Was he under
Jesus.
surveillance outside of Moscow?
I heard you laughing. Okay.
Okay, I'm behaving.
No, you're good. You're fine. I did. They just say want to pin it on somebody besides Kohberger. No,
I know.
Jack
I just want to
Showalter.
ask, who has she been watching? Because I mean,
Oh,
this
come on.
case
Who
is
do you
4
think?
years old. So I mean, come on, y'all are like, acting like they've just heard of this case like 2 weeks ago.
No, they've been at it for a minute. But who do you think they've been watching?
I can
Where
only
they get all their
imagine.
relevant information. Yeah, that's where they've been.
Mhm.
That's where they come. Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
That you're aware of? I know there's been information that has been brought out that him and another potential person of interest were being surveillanced, and one of them might have had a cut on their arm that was untreated.
I've heard bits and pieces. I can't cite anything directly. I'm unaware of, the direct actions. There was a lot of investigative leads that were looked at in this case. I'm yet to see any that answer the questions that, as an investigator, I would be looking for as a viable suspect. And more frequently, when we look at DNA comparisons, I think we have to come back to the DNA. We can start to rule some people out as well.
Can you confirm that Bethany was at home on 11/13/2022 from midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
Oh God. Okay.
I don't know that I can get into that yet. I will say this. The two surviving people in the house, I have no reason to believe that they're anything other than victims. And my personal opinion is any social media, podcast, news, reporters, or anybody else that tries to spin some type of conspiracy theory that these two girls somehow pulled off this quadruple murder just defies all common sense and logic. Like,
Thank you.
You defy all common sense and logic if you think these two roommates pulled this off. And Showalter ain't your boy.
there is no reason to suspect these two as the murder. Now, you want to beat them up for a handful of other things and some very poor statements and some misinformation. I get it. But the idea that these two pulled off this giant conspiracy and were able to avoid any detection of actual committing this murder or physical evidence that would be there is absurd.
Well, we're not making any accusations here.
I know.
But did you
No,
find...
we're just asking some dumb questions.
We're not making any accusations here. Are you sure? Or okay.
Sort of brought up Dylan. Did you find her different interviews? I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
I think it's obvious that there's some credibility issues with everybody involved with the initial reporting of this case. And I think there's a number of things that can be attributed to that. I also think it's very consistent with very traumatized witness/victims that experience something like this. So, can I speak to their credibility? I can't. I can see why some people would question their credibility. But also the investigation that I'm looking at, the evidence that I've seen on this case does not rely on their credibility. This case doesn't make or break because of something they said or didn't say or something that they did or didn't do.
So when you're looking at whether or not your ultimate
Very
opinion on this case and on Bryan, you're not really considering the eyewitness testimony potentially of Dylan.
Hey, Subtext. It's good to see you. I don't know what's going on again, but I can see you on Restream, but I cannot see you on my chat. And the only reason that happens is because I'm blocked from it's weird. Can you check something? I can't even click on your name to check to see what's going on there. But I cannot see you in the actual live chat, but I know you're here because I see you in my Restream chat and I see everybody saying hi to you. And I'm like, where? And that's the second time that's happened. So I don't know what's going on, but welcome in.
Oh, absolutely. I am. I think it's difficult for us to dismiss it because while it is vague and it did change over time, it doesn't necessarily describe somebody who doesn't look like Bryan Kohberger, right? It doesn't describe somebody that we could say, that's weird. This statement is in complete contradiction of what Bryan Kohberger looks like. The timing is also very, very important. There's things that happen in her statement and her text messages that also does provide her some corroboration to what she's reporting. So, I think she saw somebody 100%. I think that her description is more similar to Bryan Kohberger than it is contrary to Bryan Kohberger. And I think it's important that all of that happened before anybody knew about Bryan Kohberger. So, there is some things we have to consider could be credible there.
Well, what do you make about the fact that Dylan herself, if you assume that what she's saying is true, that she's repeatedly told investigators that she couldn't tell whether certain memories were real or dream related? She repeats this in many, many interviews. So her testimony, if we're to believe it, we would need to, I would assume, also give her some credence to her own admissions, which are that they may have been a dream.
100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate. So, I think
Sorry. Her dream was pretty accurate. What part? The fireman with the vacuum or the bushy eyebrow part? I'm sorry.
Or they're running with, what was it, legs up to the knees, up to the chest or something.
What the
I don't
hell?
know.
Run naked.
Yeah, you haven't heard that one?
No.
Oh,
About Dylan's actual statements, though.
Yeah, this is Dylan's
Dylan's
actual statement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, in the house, yeah, we know it was a fireman situation. But yeah, he's right, though. I mean, it is what it is. Dylan is what she is. You know,
Yeah.
there was no real evidence of a cleanup by these girls. These girls are dumb as these girls are
Mhm.
not very intelligent. So,
Mm-mm.
yeah, they couldn't have
By
pulled
no
this off and got
means.
away with it. No. Mm-mm.
We have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody who is young. I think their life experience is very limited, and we know that that
Mhm.
person is impaired at the time. How they're manifesting how this thing worked out over time, I think we have to take that into consideration. The other thing that I think you cannot just dismiss is, what was this girl subjected to personally? What did the media say about her? What did social media say about her? Did she have some other reasons over time to start to distance herself from this case? And anybody
Now I see you, subtext. It's now I see you. So that's cool.
who tells you she didn't just simply doesn't know what this poor kid went through, not only in the incident themselves, but was subjected to by the general public as a result. I mean, I've heard people on podcasts actually implicate her as one of the potential murderers.
Oh.
That's how far it's gone. So, you know, is there
We know, and they know.
Yeah, you don't say.
That's what got them here. Remember, they're woohoo. They're like, yeah, that's
Mhm.
us. That no, it wouldn't allegedly. Yeah, look at their faces. Look at Ron.
I know. Just
Ron.
yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
If you got something to say, say it. It's gonna be hard as it gets more. I mean, just these guys. Wow. I honestly don't know what it will take anymore, you know, to show you there's actual evidence and there may be issues,
Yeah.
but damn it, man. That's all that was with some issues, you know, that would have had to play out at trial, hence this plea deal.
maybe some other things at play here that a person in her shoes might start changing their story and say, you know, I don't remember anything. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now you mentioned that that there's no facts that support that they were involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back
Yep.
and let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was
Give us something. They pre-prepped, they post-prepped, they helped, right?
God.
surrounded by these murders. Because
There,
no
there
offense,
is no, there is no cleanup.
if I'm reading her transcripts, she sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years old. 16 years.
16 years of my legal career. She is the not credible person.
I'm not saying
Maybe.
I'm not saying the murders.
We're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup. I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup.
Oh, ho! I walked through that house. I've seen all the
He
crime
must have
scene.
walked through it right before they demolished it.
Well, because we didn't remember when we've seen footage of Ann Taylor take her team to the house,
Mm-hmm.
and we've seen pictures. I don't ever recall seeing Cyree in any of those images. Right? It was other investigator type things going on, but that doesn't mean he didn't. It may not have been
Oh, maybe
caught.
he was one of the cowboys.
So, you know, oh my God, with the fake badges, and that was really the defense team sneaking in with their experts, giving access to the house. Oh hell, sorry, was you one of them cowboys secretly? What?
And I know Dr. Turvey said that in his opinion, the lack of things in the bathroom is because of cleanup. That's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up.
And that's basically what he said, Turvey. There was a lack of stuff in that bathroom meant it was cleaned up. Maybe the person down using that bathroom just didn't like a lot of stuff in their bathroom. I don't know. But there was no evidence that something was done in that bathroom. That's just his interpretation of what he saw.
Well, he didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before. And this is a very bloody scene. And let me make something really clear. I've investigated a lot of cases. I was a blood spatter expert for a number of years. When people clean up bloody scenes, it is obvious.
Yeah.
There isn't a, hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't. Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup? Where did we get cleanup?
What do you make of
Well, let us think about it.
Yeah. I mean, if
Crime,
there had been cleanup, like he said, there would have been photos because there would have been swirl marks, right? You would have had to
exactly.
wipe up something, mop something, whatever. And when they sprayed, their chemicals, there would have been all kinds of swirl marks and whatnot
Oh, yep.
all over the place.
We've said
So
that
it's
1,000
ridiculous.
times. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we've said it over and over and over. We've tried to point that out. There would be evidence of a cleanup once they did their chemicals and did the light, did all the things. You're going to see the smears. You watch forensic files. Shit, you can
Or
see.
just shit, Google a picture,
You
right?
can
Like,
Google it, but I mean,
show me examples of a crime scene cleanup.
yeah. Well,
Like,
these girls didn't spend years watching forensic files, and it shows.
ooh,
Right?
yeah.
There's no evidence ever. There was never. I knew right away when there was talk of the 8 hour. Oh my God, there had to be a cleanup. There's no blood in that house. We heard that very early on. I'm like, yeah, there would be evidence of an actual cleanup. You would see it in
Mm-hmm.
the evidence, and there never was. You know,
The
What
diluted
evidence-
blood.
I'm sorry.
What do you make of the diluted blood?
Diluted blood can happen for a number of reasons. So it could be, are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table, we don't know what type of liquids may be there before. Could somebody have attempted to rinse off a knife or try to do something with a knife? That's possible. Diluted blood is incredibly common on a crime scene. It doesn't indicate anything specifically without more context. So, to me, that diluted blood is not evidence of cleanup. And when I think cleanup, I think of evidence of somebody physically trying to clean something up. And in this case, if that had happened as bloody as this scene was, there would be clear evidence of it. And I can tell you and all of your listeners right now, nobody is ever going to produce a crime scene photo that any credible, reputable expert in this type of evidence is going to say that is evidence of cleanup. And even Dr. Turvey, if you listen carefully to what he said there was cleanup based on things not being present. But again, he doesn't have the knowledge to say that because he doesn't know those things were present before the crime. He doesn't know what was cleaned up. And I can ask you guys, did somebody recently move out of that house prior to the murders?
We know there was an empty room.
Possibly.
So maybe
Dolphin, they don't know.
Jesus, I know.
They don't know. Yeah,
Mm.
there was somebody who moved out of that house. They're like, oh, there could be. We don't know. Huh.
somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like the day before, we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something isn't seen, like a bathroom.
Yeah, early on in the investigation reports, the ones we got fairly early on, it said by law enforcement that there was significant evidence of a cleanup.
I would again ask for putting in a report, there's significant evidence of cleanup, doesn't tell me anything. That's not how we do an investigation. We put a marker down, we take a picture, we show a swirl mark, we show a rag, we show a P-trap that we took from a sink that actually has evidence. There is nothing that I have seen in this case that shows any evidence of cleanup inside of that house. And
What about the footprints? What about the lack of footprints?
Well, let's talk about the lack of footprints. No matter how this crime went down, no matter who the suspect was, let's take Bryan.
Yeah, subtext. This evidence in this case has been scrutinized every which way but loose, right? Some people have a very different interpretation of it. It's very different.
Bryan Kohberger out of the equation for a minute. If the theory is there would be footprints in the house, then there would be footprints in the house whether Bryan Kohberger committed this murder or not. The lack of footprints is not surprising to me. In fact, working a lot of very bloody crime scenes, it's not surprising at all. If my feet are in contact with the floor while blood is in flight, it would be very conceivable that there's no blood on the bottom of my shoes.
Oh.
This is super common. In fact, one thing that you're trained in blood spatter expert is if I have 5 people and 4 of them have bloody feet and 1 of them doesn't, and they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is a bloody footprint. There's an issue with that footprint as far as, whose it is and where it came from and when it was potentially deposited there. But more importantly, let's say that I have a bloody shoe tread and I step on carpet and I step on wood or I step on any type of flooring and then I clean that up. There would be evidence of cleanup. right? I would be able to see.
I think they meant in one of Ann's filings, Turvey, evidence of a cleanup. They don't. There's no Moscow reports anywhere that says there was evidence of a cleanup ever that we've ever seen. But the defense has brought it into question. Remember?
A swirl mark, and maybe I don't see a footprint anymore, but I see the swirl mark of where that cleanup happened. And in this case, that simply does not exist.
Yep.
So do you
Here's the
believe?
issue. Here's an issue I've had with this, because I know that the two scenes, the two bedrooms where where it appears the murders occurred, Xana's room and Maddie's room, there is a lot of blood reported, and I think we've seen photos on the floors in there, and there are swirls of blood. There's blood, for instance, on the bottom of Xana's feet, indicating that there was some sort of a struggle, that at least she was stepping in blood in her room.
Okay.
So there,
God.
Did they know what happened in that?
Not the
child's room?
rest of the condition of the room. Yeah. Okay.
there was a lot of blood in those rooms, but then none in between those rooms and from those rooms to any entrance. That troubles me a bit with regard to how, what happened after, or was there something? Because you would think with the amount of blood that was on the floor, and there are some clear marks indicating somebody moved, and we know Xana did. How is it that whoever did this, if it is Bryan or if it is somebody else, escaped any trace of blood between those rooms or between either of those rooms and the exits?
It's actually very common. And there's something that we have to discuss here for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of blood on the floor. If I step in that blood and then I walk through the house and I leave a bloody trail, you're going to see where I first stepped in the blood.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious. In this case, we don't see that. In order for somebody to have bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't. The crime scene photos don't show that. There is no reason in this case to believe that the evidence, the bottom of the suspect's shoes, whoever the suspect might be, the bottom of those shoes would be covered in blood to leave a trail. There's nothing to indicate that in either one of the bedrooms. Now, is there potentially some very small invisible blood that was transferred through the house on the path, whoever the suspect was? Sure. I can't speak to the ability and the amount of effort that was put into looking for that in a way that would produce all of it. But again, this is one of those rabbit holes we can get in and we can go way down. Whether Bryan Kohberger committed this crime or not, those facts are the facts. You insert any other suspect in this place, that issue still remains. And that's why I'm saying it's very common. It doesn't surprise me at all.
I think Cy clearly understands these people don't think Kohberger did it. That's why he keeps saying it the way he's saying it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So if we take for a second the footprint issue and put it to the side, if you look at the fact that, what do you make of the fact that there's no blood transfer from the two rooms? So the knife presumably and the murder weapon or weapons presumably is covered in blood. So why isn't that transferred?
I don't agree with you that there wasn't blood transfer. And I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the document dumps. I just don't agree. There's blood transfer.
Can you?
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, so I know it's pretty clear that you don't believe that there was a cleanup, but you can't exclude that there was either. So by the same sort of rationale, if you don't see any evidence of it because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of a cleanup, you can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup. If you're telling me that somebody took time to clean up the crime scene itself, somehow remove physical evidence that was critical in this case, like blood evidence, I haven't seen any evidence of a cleanup. If your definition of cleanup is somebody took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there, I can't speak to that. Nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know. But I haven't seen anything in this case that would indicate that there was an effort to clean up the crime scene itself.
Mhm.
Now, with respect to the bathroom that was on the one that we're referring to, I think Dr. Turvey talks a lot about this in his report. Nothing in the bathroom, to my understanding, was ever tested. Is that your understanding?
I don't know that there's anything in the bathroom that could be tested. I mean, we have to collect something to test something.
Mhm.
Well, first of all, there was a missing crock. There was one white crock.
So are we going to test it and ask it where its partner was?
I guess. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. He's like, we need something to test from the bathroom.
These three need to go back to family law. I'm sorry.
Well,
Mm.
well, yeah. A lot of people need to go back to a lot of things with this case, but when you
Whatever their
got
day
one,
job is. Yeah.
yeah, dust off those old degrees and all that, Um, there's so much with your credentials, John. You could actually take your credentials down. We're all just people on the internet talking at this point. Some of us understand things a little better than others, and that's the whole thing. We never really saw either these issues. We always discuss possible issues with this case. Even, do they have the right guy? You and I have had those conversations, way back
Mhm.
when. And
Mhm.
but for them to be, it's so much like conspiracy stuff. They bought into a lot of what they saw and heard once they came into the case, right? Because now they're going to go explore on the YouTube and find all they can about this case once they discovered there's some weird text messages. And oh my God, they also did an 8-hour gap. Holy shit, that's enough to get anybody interested. Now I can only imagine what all they consumed in the meantime before they started their channel. But you can tell they don't have all the information. They simply
Not
don't.
at all.
Not knowing about the girl who moved out just prior to the murders, and the fact that
Mhm.
her and her mother now host a whole foundation for the victims. I mean, good Lord, whatever. We can't fix stupid, y'all. We go. Forrest Gump's mama did not lie.
Was found outside of the bathroom, and it was noted in a bunch of the reports that the other one wasn't found. But is that significant that that bathroom wasn't tested?
Not to me. It's not. I mean, we have to overlook so much other really.
They want the bathroom tested because the theory is someone took a shower in there and cleaned up, or a lot of the
Mhm.
cleanup stuff happened, got rinsed out and washed out in that bathroom. Did we test the drains for blood on the bathroom, on the sink, and on the tub? That's where these girls are going without coming out and saying it, because I don't think they know. I
Oh
don't think
yeah.
they know to say it, right? If I really
Mhm.
felt that was an issue, I'd be like, "Well, did they test the drains for blood?" Like what? Yeah, I would be asking those kind of questions. So.
Critical
Hey, Captain Jax, how are you? Jenks, did I say it wrong?
key evidence to
In a
say
minute.
that a crock that may or may not have contained some type of biological evidence on it could change this entire case. It could complicate this case, and it could definitely open the door to some other questions. But all of those factors do not change the evidence against Bryan Kohberger. It just muddies the water to, hey, is there other things? Here's the other thing. Can people have blood on items that aren't related to a particular crime scene inside of a house? And the answer is, of course we can. So, a crock that may or may not have had blood that somehow disappears, and I can't speak to all that, and I think I've been very clear on my idea of whether this crime scene was sloppy or not sloppy, or as far as the investigation itself being sloppy. I can't speak to that. But a crock does not change this case. Cleanup of a downstairs bedroom or bathroom does not change this case. There is still overwhelming evidence pointing to a suspect in this case, regardless of what we find with those things.
Mhm.
Now, with those words, overwhelming evidence, totality of circumstance, can you give us your top 5 pieces of evidence that you believe actually prove without a doubt that BK committed this crime? And do you think he did it alone?
I don't know what's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released. Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life, events of that evening, video surveillance, all provides a pretty clear picture that Bryan Kohberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime. And like I said before, I'm not going to talk about the admissibility of that evidence because I do believe that there's issues with the admissibility of all of that evidence. 10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Bryan Kohberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented to that jury. And that's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately in the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there. And I've been very outspoken about that to my own detriment. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. And this case has, been more of a detriment to me than it's been helpful to me by a long shot. So I'm not making this argument because I think, I want to show the world that I'm right. That's not what we're talking about. The evidence in this case is clear. I've been in a lot of jury trials.
Forrest, 800 fires are burning there in Canada. Are you feeling it, Jenks? Andy, I spoke with her earlier, COPSA, and she's feeling it there in New York as well. So that's crazy, Forrest. I hope you're not being too affected because you're literally in Canada. So I hope it's not too bad. That's a lot of fires. You can't help the smoke, dude. It is what it is.
When I say 10 out of 10 juries convict Bryan Kohberger, if all of this evidence comes in, that's based on 30 years of experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you, if you are...
Okay, so you're New Jersey and New York are getting it, huh? Getting the smoke coming in today? Yeah, that's what I heard. So you're both getting it, New York and New Jersey. Oh, goodness. Well, you guys, hope y'all can find a way to breathe easy and stay inside if you can.
Ever allowed to see all of the evidence in this case would have a really hard time defending him. And you would agree, like, man, I've got an issue. Now, if you want to talk about legal issues and your ability as attorneys to potentially get some of this evidence out, that's a whole other conversation. And I think you have a great case. But if all that evidence comes in, you might be seeking a plea deal. I'll just put it that way. And we should talk.
Oh, they're like, what? Might be seeking a plea deal with all this overwhelming, evidence, circumstantial at best.
About this. The defense team had lost almost every single motion they had filed.
Yep.
Yes,
almost every single one of them. This was going.
Yep. Just about every single one Ann Taylor ever filed got shot down.
Going to be an overwhelming case for the defense to overcome in trial. Overwhelming. Now we get into the.
I wonder how they're taking that. Look at Ron where we froze him. He's like thinking about that. What do you mean?
Nobody told me that.
I didn't know that part.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, girl.
Legal issue. This is also a case that the prosecution would have a really hard time explaining some of the processes that they did. So both sides are having issues with how this case could play out.
So circling back a little bit to, you've mentioned that there's overwhelming evidence, and it sounds like some of that evidence, unfortunately, is not available to the public. And so at this point, we can't really evaluate it on the same level that you can evaluate it on because we're not privy to that. But talking about the evidence that is widely available right now, is there any evidence within the scope of your expertise in this role, like the mapping data, the AT&T records, et cetera, that you've seen and reviewed that would provide you with a different explanation of the story associated with Bryan and what happened that night?
Yeah, so a really good way to summarize at a very high level is Bryan's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to do it. For me to frame Bryan Kohberger for this case, here's what I got to do. I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that to be that date to be really clear for everyone.
2022.
2021, he says.
Yeah, he meant 2022 though. But
well, maybe. We don't know. We haven't seen all the evidence. Maybe he knows something we don't know. Or maybe he misspoke. But you would have to frame Bryan Kohberger either way. You have to go back all the way to the back, right? To when he bought the sheath in March of 2022. Although he said 2021. So yeah, well, it was always why Bryan Kohberger? Why would you frame that particular guy, right? Oh, because he's confidential FBI. He's undercover. He's this. He's that. They come up with a million scenarios as to why, but none of them ever stuck. I don't know.
Everybody who's listening to this, I'm going to start framing, of all people in the world, Bryan Kohberger for this murder in March of 2021, because I'm going to make sure that there's a paper trail of him obtaining the murder weapon, or what could potentially be the murder weapon. So 9 months almost before the murder, I'm going to start this planning. Take in mind, I don't even know he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow in March of 2021. Yet my mastermind of conspiracy, I'm going to plant a paper trail that puts him in connection with a potential murder weapon back then, right? And then on top of that, I'm going to spend about 4 months in 2023, or I'm sorry, 2022. My 2021 date's off. Let's say around 9 months prior to this murder, I'm going to have to plant that, so it's 2022. But then in the fall of 20,
yeah, he did. And look, it's almost like Ron's like, no one's ever explained it to me like this before.
He looks stupefied,
I know.
Oh, jeez.
Like, I haven't heard this version before. Wow.
22. I'm going to physically take his phone a number of times, and I'm going to create a pattern of life that is consistent with activity that would have had to happen that night if Bryan Kohberger is the suspect in this crime. So I'm going to create this pattern of life that starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do, and I'm going to do that without his knowledge, because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, right? I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder.
So he's confirming they have evidence that phone was absolutely near that house all those times.
I need him to go out. I need him to drive around, because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home. I need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now about leaving Pullman. I need a vehicle that's very, very similar to his to drive around the crime scene multiple times just prior to the murder. And more important,
so he is not denying that car on 1122 or 1112, the neighboring camera, that's a white Elantra. But that white car they see going down 270, that's not Kohberger, because he went the other damn direction. Bet.
I need that same vehicle to flee the crime scene at a high rate of speed immediately afterwards, without his knowledge. I then need his phone, and I'm assuming his car, well, we know it's his car, to go south of Moscow and to reappear down south where he doesn't really hang out. He hasn't been down there before. And then I need him to drive this perfect little trail back to catch all of the cameras at Pullman, Washington State University, just in order. I need him to do a lot of other things that I don't know has been released to the public.
Oh,
the level of
what else should he do that the public don't know about yet? Bring it. We're waiting. So he's telling them for someone to frame Kohberger, you literally have to go do all of this, other than just plant his DNA on a sheath.
Yeah.
Yeah. They look completely
manipulation it would take to paint Bryan Kohberger as a suspect in this case is overwhelming. It would require a small army to do it, and it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your
and not to mention, on top of that too, for somebody to have gone through all this trouble to frame him, right, this far in advance, who are they covering for?
Right.
Do they think that this was some college students? That they're going through all this trouble to frame somebody else to cover for it? Like, come on.
I don't know if they're convinced they're just covering up for poor Dylan, or if they're covering up for what was really happening in Moscow. Why would they even need to frame anybody, right?
I mean, if they're going through all this trouble, too, then they would have made sure that Dylan and Bethany weren't in the house. You know? if they planned all of this months and months in advance. This is crazy, but yeah, I'm with him.
No, I mean, yeah, he's just trying to explain to them what all it would take to pull
Hmm.
that off, because they can't wrap their heads around
All
other
these
than,
different agencies involved.
yeah. And that's what we've
Hmm.
said that many times. All the different
Oh yeah.
agencies would have had to, conspiracy together to cover it up. And the only way they can come up with planted sheath, right? That's how they
Hmm.
framed Kohberger. Well, why would they even get his name to plant this sheath, right? Because he was what was the rumor? He was a secret agent or whatever, in
Oh
confidential
yeah.
informant
Hmm.
investigation. That's what a lot of people will base that on, right? So you got to also remember where they get their weirdness from and what they base that shit on. Because they always
Hmm.
had an excuse, right? Well, they would have
Yeah.
framed Kohberger because he was working undercover and he was a confidential informant and he was going to tell all their secrets. So they had to frame him. You're like, I was like,
But yet he
what?
still didn't spill any secrets.
No. He's like, "Okay, I know so much, I gotta just take the punishment and go away forever. I'll just take
And
it. I'll take it."
and if
What?
they were so worried about him spilling secrets, how did he survive jail all this time?
For real, he wouldn't be
Wouldn't they have just taken him out?
witness protection program much.
Mhm.
I don't know type of situation. I'm treading lightly on that, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, he wouldn't be here
Yeah.
right now, would he? Wouldn't
Mm-mm.
be here. A dartboard suspect.
Fact pattern, and we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so we know this portion's at least public, that he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning, that he's constantly cycling the power on
Oh, thank you
his
for
phone for different
cheers.
periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that would make him the person that committed this crime because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior to the murder, because we can't actually put him in the house, right?
Well, you can put something in the house that's pretty critical that, I understand touch DNA. I understand, all of the arguments around. And as part of the defense team, when I say I understand it, trust me, I understand. But there is a piece we all have to accept. A knife sheath actually next to one of the murder victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit, this isn't trace DNA, it is a significant amount of DNA.
So that's been highly debatable, right? Was it trace, a speck? And we've heard as documents begin to come out, there was more and more DNA there than ever
Mhm.
really talked about before.
Mhm.
Which means, like, we were like, did this guy clean this sheath so well that he actually did just leave very little? Or did he always handle it with gloves on? We kind of imagine him like, just like fangirling over his own new toy that he got in the mail. He handled it. He's in love with it. Faye is so cool because when you gave that, it cheered on the stream that I'm watching, but back here in Restream, it just says a continuous cups cheering with a heart floating. Is so cool. It's got me distracted. It's so cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Yeah, and this guy, the more he tells them, and he's just not backing up what they want him to back up, right? And giving the goods. He's like telling them quite the opposite of what they want to hear. Even though he points out there could be issues in certain data points along the way, doesn't mean he didn't do it. And they just can't wrap their heads around it at all.
Is pretty significant. It's hard to talk, outside of that. And I know the question is going to be, well, how do you guys know it's his car? You can't show that it's his car. Well, what we can show is that Bryan Kohberger's phone movements, when it's on, especially coming back to Washington State University, are traveling right next side by side. The phone and the car are moving together. So it would be a hard stretch to say that that's not his car.
And that was Pullman coming back into Pullman, Washington.
But you
After
do
he turned
agree
it back
that
on.
at least
Yeah, when he turned the phone back on.
when you're looking at the cell phone data, geolocation, all of that information, you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched and we can only put a partial description that somewhat fits his build, if you will, and we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle, and we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That's all we can put
Also didn't
physically.
have a front license plate.
Exactly. That's all we got. That's all we've ever had in this case. But that, it's not, it is what it is. The evidence is what it is. But for people that just, I don't know if this case got derailed so quickly, right? And this is just evidence of how these cases all end up anymore. There's nothing we can do to combat it, it seems. And there are a lot of people doing it right now with Sebastian. It was odd that a lot was happening in that case as far as people, the drama, and then Seth's lawsuit happens, right? Are we putting the focus back on Sebastian now? But this case got so derailed early on. You and I know how many crazy ass theories we had to sit through and decipher through and pick through and really try to get to the bottom of. God, you even tried hardcore, going on panel and trying to get to the questions, of some certain people and certain things. But just, I don't know, they're never going to come back on, once that train leaves the track, it's hard to get it back on there. And it's just, just all these cases, it seems to happen anymore. It happened in Delphi. It happened in Idaho 4. It happened with Sebastian Rogers. It's happening in Nancy Guthrie. The conspiracy theories are never going to stop, and accusations and all the things. So all we can do is try to unpack evidence as we see it and know it. And he's telling them there's just a lot of evidence there against this guy. No matter how you want to spin it, y'all are just doing that, just spinning it and banking it all on Dylan Morton's weird nonsense throughout the night.
At the crime scene. Now, does that mean that he committed this crime in of itself? No, it's a lot of evidence. It starts that story for sure. When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with the
Well, they have cameras, Captain, all around, and every time he went around, they could never see the license plate, and he didn't have the front license plate on, and so there was all of that. But we've seen car footage of him, driving around the ring cameras and stuff like that. And if you go, once he's into Moscow and stuff, because I don't know if there was any actually flock cameras in at the time. Do you recall, Dolphin? Because we don't see footage of him. Like, we see him at some of the intersections, right? But not like just all on travel. They claim they got his footage coming through 270, but most of it appears to be cameras from businesses, right?
Right.
That sort of thing. So,
pattern of life, how do you reconcile that with you've got in your report, I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13 where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's?
Because we don't have yet of evidence coming into Moscow from Pullman at those main intersection where the big red lights would be. That's why when he's not in here now, but Black Hawk earlier, the video he had was coming from Pullman into Moscow, and he went through every major intersection along the way, and you could see the variety of and there were cameras absolutely on these red lights, right? And that was the beauty of his video. He even goes to the neighborhood behind, from the Walenta back through the back way back there where the car was being moved around back there, and went through and tried to find all the cameras in the neighborhood. It was a damn good video, but it's not available anymore. So, but yeah, if he was actually coming into Moscow from Pullman to those intersections where we know there was cameras at the time because we see them, where's that footage? I'm not saying they would have a license plate, but I gotta see if they actually have those footage, because I'm wondering if this guy came in going the back way, just like he went out. We know he went out that way.
Devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the, it's my opinion, the geolocation data I've been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohberger or any of the decedents. The lack of, and I get the pattern of life and what you're saying.
Well, they got him on a license plate reader in Colorado when they were trying to track him going back from Pullman back to Pennsylvania with Daddy. They got him on a license plate reader in Colorado.
But then the lack of any contact, apparent contact between him and any of the victims at any time leading up to this, I think that kind of contrasts a bit. Is there one reason why you might discount that as opposed to the pattern of life?
Well, okay, we got to break a couple things down here.
Okay.
Me being able to say that Bryan Kohberger's device is in the same proximity as one of the victim's device requires very granular, very specific details that this case simply doesn't have, right? So I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement, right? I feel
Well, according to my search, no, Moscow, Idaho did not use Fox Safety automated license plate readers in 2022. The city's lack of advanced traffic camera and ALPR networks at the time became a point of significant public discussion during the high-profile investigation into the November 22 University of Idaho's.
You know, I pulled that same thing.
Yeah, do too. Oh, grandbaby's getting loud in
Yeah.
the background too. University of Idaho students' homicides because the systems were not in place. Local law enforcement relied on other evidence to identify vehicles. Like I said, there was a lot of private cameras and business cameras that were obtained to obtain footage of this guy moving through. Because, nope, didn't have the flood cameras.
very, very comfortable with that. With that said, nobody can tell you that Bryan Kohberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is consistent with what I would expect to see in the event that he did. Now, I think I make it very clear in my report that you just read where I'm at with that. It requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270 that goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant.
Wow.
You don't say. Okay.
You do. Well,
Now I'm perked up.
now I got my girl's attention.
Mhm.
Interesting little tidbit there, isn't it?
Mhm.
Especially on that particular route. Why Indian Hills? What are we doing? I don't know. Let's see if we can. I don't know. Let's ask Kohberger one day. What'd you go back? What's you doing? Now, well, I'll let him finish. There was a couple of things about what was over that way.
We're very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again. There is some consistency to that we can't just ignore. He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at.
So if Kohberger was going that way repeatedly on his surveilling, we can't legally call it stalking in Idaho, so we'll just use the term surveilling. If he was normally going that route, right? Did he opt to go that same route in? Because there was movement, I thought, the PCA, and we had video of him coming in that way before the phone went off, right?
That's when oh God, that's that area with the house that's a little lower.
Yes.
It's not right at street level. You know, you come in the driveway and you turn to the left and you go down a steep hill and the house is down there, and the street behind it, that's where you actually see the house. That's
That's
that
why I
same
did
neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah, I did the whole video on it. That whole that same neighborhood.
At this crime being committed. And it's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records. It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is
And
consistent?
over there at
Like,
that
sorry,
time
what is
of night.
consistent?
So his pattern of life upon getting there was traveling through the Indian Hills Road area. Was that his shortcut on the way to the best shopping?
Oh yeah, you know, that wouldn't have been open at that time of night. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
She's like,
I think I outlined some
she's like, it matters.
of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Bryan Kohberger driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior itself is very, very common. Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning, knowing the facts of this case, I think it is safe to say weekly.
Okay, and then you also state in your report that there's not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to 100-meter accuracy.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Bryan Kohberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None.
So I wonder if when he's riding around out there surveilling, because we've speculated, did he perch up behind the home at any time in the woods, park his car, walk down there, sneak in from the Llewellynta way through the woods, there's a little patch of woods there, whatever it took to get back there. Where was his phone during that time?
Yep.
Because it would
That's
show
what I
him
was getting ready to say.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, because it would show him
Did he turn
stationary in
off?
that location.
Mhm.
Was
Yep.
it being powered off during those, if he ever sat back there like that, versus just riding around looking? But if I'm going to stop and take the time to sit there like we think he did, was the phone off? Right.
I've been very clear.
I'd like to see the Celebrite report in depth about the times that phone would be powered off. Because
Yes.
if they looked at mine, this phone rarely gets powered off. Because I got
Mine goes off automatically at 11:23 p.m. every night.
like a power
It's
reset.
a auto, the optimization or whatever. And I
Yeah.
specifically chose a random time like that. Yeah,
Right.
11:23 p.m. every night. It resets.
And I don't have mine set to do that. I just do it manually, right? So that would be your pattern of life for your phone, right? Because you do that, and mine would be totally different than what your pattern of life would be. That's crazy, right? That's a good example of that.
That from the beginning.
What is the actual date? Sir, go ahead, Ron.
So you've got evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route. So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering his disabilities too.
Could it just? I mean,
what?
Wait a minute. Did she really say that? She really
did.
threw that in?
She did.
Oh my goodness.
Considering his disabilities, darling.
His disabilities, affect his driving patterns.
Darling. He drove
His
around all the time
late
at
night driving patterns. Okay.
Yeah. His disability. What part of his disability would have affected all that exactly? Was he blinded? Was he one of those blind nighttime drivers like me? And he should have stayed at home at night. What is she saying? Oh my God. Well, we have a saying here in the South. It's called "Bless her heart."
Yes.
Does that speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or behavior?
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternative theories we can talk about. Of course we can say, isn't it?
She's talking about those disabilities Ann Taylor mentioned that one time, Rachel. In a document in court, he's got his disabilities. So I can't remember the exact terms for all of them, but he's got this coordination issue, and
Yeah,
he's on
the
the
motor, yeah.
spectrum and the motor
Mhm.
skill. Yeah, ADHD is all.
OCD.
He's got
Mhm.
all these problems, Rachel. That, that the defense tried to tell us about.
Yeah.
These disabilities that stop him from driving at night to go on his stargazing adventures, and he did it all the time. Okay, girl.
Possible.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, of course it's possible. But for me,
Jack.
it is hard for
Thanks.
me to look at the totality.
Of
And
course.
that's, that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories,
It's a
we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence we're seeing in this case.
uh-huh.
We know what it looks like when Bryan Kohberger's phone travels on Highway 270 east or west. So saying that it didn't happen that night is very easy to do. We know what it looks like when it travels just north of Highway 270.
Yes, it's got many interpretations, Captain. It just depends on how we're addressing the situation. But yeah, bless your heart, it's not a. Oh, honey, I praise you. Applaud your work here.
And
It's
the tone. Yeah, it depends on the
Yeah.
tone it's delivered with.
yeah, it really does.
Oh, God.
We know a route from his house that he would start to take in doing so. There's some consistency there before his phone is powered off. Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know
I call it simple-minded. I'm from the South. Bless your heart means you one of them simple-minded folk. Okay, I get what it means, y'all. I'm in the South. I'm below the Mason-Dixon line in the South, so I think my family may have created the term. I don't know. Dolphins in the South too. We bless people's hearts all the time.
he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder. Like, we know that because of the records on the phone itself. We know that from the point he turns the phone off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to point B. So, if we isolate this one thing and say, hey, isn't it possible? You guys are 100% right. And we could do that all day long. But when we stack up everything together, the totality of it changes this conversation. And that's all I'm trying to say to you guys. That's all I'm trying to say to your listeners is it's very easy for us to get in my head, Bryan Kohberger isn't guilty, and I'm going to latch onto anything I can find that confirms that bias that I have. Opposed to, hey, the fact of the matter is there is a significant amount of evidence that indicates Bryan Kohberger committed this murder. The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents down to the local agent is very troubling.
So he's going to tell them, this guy did this, but the way the evidence was collected and different things are troubling. Never once says Kohberger didn't do it. There's not enough evidence. Everything they've ever tried to get him to say throughout this whole thing, he's just like, just not delivered for them the way they thought, I think. I think they have heard a lot based on what Cyree was to this case, right? Because it's obvious they don't know enough. It's obvious they consumed a lot on the YouTube streets, so maybe they had a big high hopes for Mr. Cyree here. Huh. Well,
is a lot of procedural.
It pays to do your own homework and research, girls. Ron.
Issues that I feel this case could still come back. I don't know that we're done with this case. I think there will be a second bite at the apple.
See?
And
What's that about?
you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice. Let's just say for a second, I know there's people listening that can never wrap their head around this, but let's say for a second Bryan Kohberger truly is the actual suspect. The idea that he could walk because of the sloppiness and these critical errors that were made by law enforcement should infuriate everybody. A miscarriage of justice isn't just always convicting the wrong person. It's the idea that the right person walks. And if that doesn't bother you, that
Casey Anthony style.
That's a whole other issue.
That's something that's brought up a lot when you talk about when law enforcement conduct.
Why does he sound like a robot when he talks? It bothers me to no end. I almost cannot take it. Like, I don't even care what the question is, because I got to hear your voice, and it rattles or something. I'm not sure what's going on, but it bothers me, y'all. I'm just.
I think he's shaken to the core right now. That's why he sounds like that.
I know he always sounds like that.
Oh, he does.
Violates
Yes.
some of the constitutional limitations and so forth. Those instances probably far more often result in
Cy wasn't paid by the defense, though.
guilty people being free, avoiding the consequences because of the mistakes made by.
Cy says he's done all this pro bono, and Cy Ray hasn't sat here and said this guy is innocent, right? He said there's problems with some of the data and maybe the interpretation, which does not mean Kohberger didn't do it. It just means other things. So, always keep that in mind as we're talking about it. So, yeah.
By law enforcement that may violate the rights of people. And that's something that I've had to have discussions and have had discussions with people over the years because it does seem unjust. But in the long run, those constitutional protections really do protect everyone who's innocent as well. And so, yeah, that's kind of, and so I get it from that. And it's.
Yeah, that should have been your fight all along, dude, was the constitutionality of some of this. But y'all just totally missed all that because we got to run in the weeds. We like to play in the weeds. That's all we love to do. It just attracts it all.
And it's a tough thing to deal with. I know, especially for people.
I get it. Let's not forget, I'm the cop who's saying, hey, cops, you can't do this, right? I get it.
Exactly. Even if it means you got the bad guy, sometimes we can't approve of it. That's like the deeper conversation I keep trying to have.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So from your perspective, you probably would in private with these cops who have not gone by the book and don't want to seem to skirt around the constitutional issues. I would expect you're pretty harsh on them in private because it might let somebody go free who committed a crime.
Pretty harsh on them in public.
Thank you, Ty. The dude, Ron Funk. You're a little too funky for me, Ron.
In private, I am.
Fuck, why am I smarter than this damn Ron Funk, CALS/CFLS?
Too, and I want to make something clear. Yeah, I did release a book. I published a book, but I'll make it really clear. This book is not a tell-all to Bryan Kohberger. This book is not something most of your listeners would probably enjoy reading. The book is a methodology. It's an investigative methodology written for law enforcement prosecutors.
There was nothing like MTV in the 80s. Nothing. And then it went south and went to some weird shit. We just have nothing but videos. We didn't care about your cribs. We just did videos. With videos.
Yeah.
I don't care about your Carson Daly or whatever the hell all them weirdos it turned into. Whatever MTV turned into, that song didn't lie. We want our MTV back, please. We were around the inception.
Defense attorneys on how big cases, we're talking about 68 terabytes in this case, how digital evidence needs to be properly managed, how it needs to be legally obtained, how it needs to be properly analyzed, and how it needs to be collected in a manner that will uphold to the criminal justice system. That's what this book is about. It's not about Bryan Kohberger. I just use Bryan.
Oh, I hope they heard that loud and clear. Jules or somebody was big mad because she spent $100 on this book and is now calling it garbage. But we're going to read it anyway. Like, it's a book for cops, guys. It's not a tell-all on Kohberger. So enjoy your $100 book. Dumbasses.
Kohberger in the book as an example of what happens when that isn't done, because it's not just a good example, it's the example of what a really screwed up investigation looks like when we don't account for the proper identification analysis of a lot of critical evidence. And this case is a perfect case.
Oh, I don't know their schedule, Dolphin. I don't watch these girls. I only watch them because they did the Turvey interview. And I actually reviewed like one or two of their shows for a few minutes to see what they were about. It didn't take, I knew what they were about because I'd heard. But I don't know nothing about their schedule or what goes on over there at their channel.
So I get where your listeners are coming from. I think I've made it very public and private of how I feel about the investigation itself here.
Yeah. I want something. I'm sorry. Did either of you have?
No, go ahead, Ron.
I want to go back because we moved past something. I want to go to something that does go more to your expertise of the cell phone data. And as we were talking about Dylan earlier, because the story that we're given about Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator at sometime between 4:30, they went to sleep and were essentially in their room asleep until shortly before the 911 call was made. It seems, and I know in Chris Whitcomb's book, there was I saw a timeline that included, it was portions of the prosecution's timeline that included some information indicating that Dylan's phone, at least, I don't know if it's a phone or Apple Watch or something, but some device of Dylan's moved multiple times in the house during those 8 hours or so, and that she also was actually on her phone doing a number of things. Did you see that evidence?
Finally. Okay.
So lots of things to break down there. Number one, I'm not aware of both.
Captain says, is there something new on the Netflix is that the
the new show, documentary.
Okay, is that okay, remember the two actors that caught flack for doing the TikToks?
No.
That's not the same thing. Okay, so this is a
That
whole
was
new.
a Lifetime movie, is what that was.
That's right. That was Lifetime. So the Netflix thing is something new.
New documentary, July 29th.
Okay, yeah, I haven't
when it comes out.
I haven't checked Netflix in a minute. I have Netflix. I just haven't. Okay. I mean, I saw you link it and show me. So cool.
Those girls seeing.
But yes, Captain, there is one could be coming on Netflix. What'd you say, the 29th, Dolphin?
Yep.
So yeah, you guys can. I don't know how it's going to play out or what it will actually, what the trailer looks like or anything yet. I haven't checked it out yet, guys, but we will review it when it comes out.
A suspect that night. I believe only one of them physically saw somebody. Both of them also did report hearing something, right? So the reporting is consistent from both of them on hearing something that's happening, which obviously at this point we know is a murder. There is no doubt in this case that there was movement of one of these girls, and not only is there no doubt of the movement, there's no doubt of communications that occurred before that movement happened. And I've got no reason to question why it was done, where she went, and why she went there. It's very clear. And when we start talking about ways that you can corroborate people's statements or you can actually lend a little bit more credibility, again, we're going to have to get into this conspiracy on top of everything else that is made up to frame. And why are we framing Bryan Kohberger of all people? But let's just assume we're still framing this.
We've been asking the same question, dude. Why, of all people, would we do this? I don't know. Nobody can ever really legitimately answer the question. They just come up with that secret agent shit.
Conspiracy where we're going to stick this on Bryan Kohberger.
Right.
The text messages that are sent between the two surviving victims in that house and the timing of those text messages, the content of those text messages, you have to put both of them clearly framed as part of this conspiracy. So now on top of all these other things you've been able to pull off to frame Bryan Kohberger, you now have to get them 100% involved in the giant conspiracy and then completely change their pattern of life when the crime happens. Some of the text message, and I'm not going to go into details because I don't know what's been released, I don't know what isn't, and I refuse to stay caught up on this case of what the data dumps are happening when. My personal experience are the content of those text messages are two girls who are absolutely terrified for their life at that moment. Do they make terrible decisions afterwards? 100%. Should we question those decisions? We should, because they are terrible decisions. But do I have any reason to believe that they faked it and that they intentionally sent text messages back and forth with certain content just to make it look like, that part of this conspiracy? I think that's a stretch for any logical person to make. But yes, there is. Yes, 100%.
But I think it's more than text messages between, because I know there were text messages.
What else, Ron? Besides their weird text.
Tell us what you know.
Besides their weird texts and the 8-hour gap, what else you got, buddy? We're here for it. I got the hiccups. So I got to go run grab a tea out of the fridge. I'll be right back.
Okay.
There was actually phone activity that I saw on that where Dylan was, and I think it was Dylan, was on various websites, including things like Indeed.com and job search stuff in the hours between 4 and.
I would caution anybody to judge any phone activity from the time the murders happened until the time 911 call is made until you're physically seeing that evidence. I think you'll be surprised that what you're describing is probably not the case. And let me remind you all of something really quick. The Karen Reed case, there was kind of a mockery that happened in that case because everybody was convinced that a person involved in that case searched how long does it take to die in the snow at 2:30 something in the morning. And when the facts of the evidence actually came out in court, it was very clear that that search happened at 6:30 in the morning. So I would caution people who are not trained, and just because I have a YouTube, and I'm not, I promise you guys, I'm not talking about the three of you right now, but just because I have a true crime podcast, that doesn't make me an expert in forensic digital evidence. So when I start hearing things like that and we start seeing things being circulated around, I would caution everybody from making any statements about what those two girls were doing on their phones until they see the physical evidence. And more importantly, they understand what that evidence means. Because we saw it on a national stage with Karen Reed, some very smart people made a critical mistake that made that search history 4 hours different than it was reported.
What physical evidence have you seen that would help us wrap our head around what you're saying right now? Because the evidence that we're seeing is different.
The physical evidence that I feel very comfortable with is the text message content, who they're calling at a critical time, who's answering and who's not answering, and then
are you referring up to the murders or following the murders or right around the time?
Right around the time of the murders. I'm going to say right after the murders because it's very consistent. If you read the text messages, it's very clear. And, and I will push back. I heard it on a previous guest that you guys had that, well, we don't really know when these crimes happened. And that is absolute nonsense. That is a statement from somebody or somebody who's trying to either weave a story or just doesn't understand the evidence. This is a case where at 4 a.m., there's actually a lot of activity going on in that house. And we can look at history, and this is where pattern of life is so important. And I hope people are understanding when I start talking about pattern of life, why it's so important. We can see what normal behavioral patterns look like for everybody involved in this case. And then we can see some things happening that you can't ignore. You can't ignore the white car driving by the house 3 times and then speeding away. We can't ignore hearing a dog bark. We can't ignore hearing certain things or seeing certain text messages. Like there's clear something happens right around a few minute time period, and we see a dramatic change in pattern of life on all of the devices, all 4 of them. So, for us to sit here and say, well, we really don't know when the crime is. It could have been the next morning. It could have been as early as 1:30. That's absolute nonsense. That's somebody who's crafting a story that just doesn't match the evidence.
Can you describe what some of those pattern of life changes were?
Somebody looking or accessing things they normally access right up to a very specific time frame, and then that phone never being used again. Matching text message content of somebody saying, oh my God, what's happening here, to that effect. There's clearly a change where a lot of activity stops on 4 phones and there's an absolute panic on the other 2 phones. That's probably the best way that I can frame it.
And are you talking about text messages? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about phone use entirely, whether you're browsing, you're doom scrolling or death scrolling through something, whether you're receiving food, whether you're eating food. There is a lot of evidence in this case of when this crime occurred.
Sorry, hold on, Sam. I just have one more. Do you think it was normal for Dylan and Bethany to wait 8 hours to contact the police based on anything that they had on their phones, their behavior? Is there anything that would help justify why 8 hours was waited before they called law enforcement?
I think it was a terrible
Because they were young and
decision.
stupid, woman. Damn.
Because I can tell you, that's one of the things that the 3 of us got into this case. A friend of mine had a channel. I watched it. I listened to it. And I don't think any of us could get logically past how anybody in college, drunk, not drunk, wearing blurry goggles, watching a show, I don't know.
Wearing blurry goggles. He just sat there and told them, the 4 victims' phones were dead silent. And there's a flurry activity on the roommates' phones. We know what they were doing and not making good decisions. They were making terrible decisions, right? But that's crazy. And they're still, you know, they want to drive it home. They just they can't. I don't think they'll ever let it go. It'll be interesting to see what their takeaway will be from this interview, right? I don't know what they had to say at the end, or if they're going to come back and do any follow-up shows about it like they did with Turvey, going back over Turvey's interview kind of thing.
Realistically, how somebody waits 8 hours to call 911.
And obviously, I cannot explain to you why that may or may not occur and why they did or did not do the things that they may have done during that time period. I can't. I have no explanation for you. For me to say that that's evidence of them committing this crime, those two totally different things.
Agreed.
Do you think there's any flexibility with the time frame of when the crime?
And you're not wrong with that statement, Cool Dude, because earlier that's what I saw. They didn't go hard at Turvey, but I'll give them this. They went for Cy. And I'm like, okay, so, wow. Yeah, they're already on it.
Was actually committed, because isn't there some evidence out there that Ethan picked up a Snapchat call at 4:24 a.m. after he was apparently deceased?
Oh boy.
Again, I would encourage everybody on the timeline when it comes to device activity to make sure that they have the full data sets and they understand how these individual systems report and capture time. I do not
how these individual systems report capture time. That's interesting.
believe any of the 4 devices were actively used after the proposed time frame of these murders. I think there's overwhelming evidence that supports, you know, for lack of a better term, let's just say roughly a 15-minute. And I'm not saying it's 15 minutes. I'm saying roughly a 15-minute period. I think there is overwhelming evidence that that's when this crime was committed. And anybody who's telling you, oh, no, it could have been here, it could have been there, they have to eliminate so much other things that are happening at that time frame. It just doesn't make sense.
And does having the crime end at that particular time, is part of that because it lines up with the car that's leaving? And so if that car that was leaving wasn't the person that actually committed the crime, that maybe there's some flexibility with when that crime occurred?
Well, again, the totality. We see that car pass the house multiple times. We see it try to park in front of the house. We then see that car pass the house in a manner that it's going down a dead-end road. And the only way for that car to come back out of that neighborhood is past the camera again. And all of this activity that is indicative of something happening inside the house is between the last time we see the car going down that dead-end road that could potentially park somewhere down that road to the time that that car is leaving. And we also see a dramatic difference in what that car is doing. The first 3 times, it's slow travel. Somebody's trying to park. They do a very poor job of parallel parking. They do a 3-point turn in an intersection. There's no exigency. There's no reason to hurry. Mm-hmm. After this time period, we see what appears to be that same white car flee the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. We can actually hear the wheels squealing as it goes around corners.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, we do. We see it too, speeding off at a high rate of speed.
You know, again, we can sit here and create conspiracy theories, but the bigger conspiracy theory is, what if law enforcement never looked at a white car, right? That's the bigger conspiracy theory. They looked at a white car. What did they find? Well, evidence before they knew Bryan Kohberger, or the fact that Bryan Kohberger owned a Hyundai Elantra. They came up with, this is a Hyundai Elantra, you know, and that's another piece that I think people will have a hard time explaining. And I don't even want to get in the conversation of fog lights right now. Law enforcement knew
enough with the fog lights.
Knew that the vehicle that drove by the house that night around this critical time period that fled at a high rate of speed right after we believe somebody inside saw a suspect who potentially committed these crimes matches Bryan Kohberger's vehicle perfectly, to the point that they actually put in reports and a bolo, hey, we're looking for a white Honda Elantra. That's a really hard thing to get over.
My question is, though, is that where you're getting that that's the time the crime ended, is because you're lining it up with that piece of evidence solely being that car?
I'm lining up that.
She's trying hard.
We are fortunate in today's world to have a lot of video cameras around. And when we take the video camera evidence and we look at what we see over the course of that night, and then we take text message activity, and we take food delivery, and we take when people are coming home, and we take statements about when people heard different things inside of the house, and then we take audio clips that were captured from outside of the house, and we look at, let's just say, a 12-hour period of when this crime could occur. This is really important. All of those things come together at a 15-minute window. All of them.
Yes, they do. And yeah, the car that was seen at the neighboring camera there's no fog lights on that car. But some people have a whole different interpretation. And then the other footage that was released that we've seen, the cars, they're also claiming that some of those, those videos, the car has fog lights. It's a whole thing. Yeah, he'll touch on Murphy barking and stuff, and the thud heard, right?
And it's really hard for me to look at that evidence as an investigator and logically say, this isn't the time, right? And we also have a independent third party with nothing to gain, nothing to lose, who actually makes contact with one of the residents of this house minutes before this whole thing goes down. And there's no reason to believe anything has happened inside of the house at that time. So we get very fortunate with another piece of evidence that actually says, hey, around 4 a.m., everything's probably all right inside of that house. So yeah, I want to be really clear. Again, it's the totality. It's when you stack all these things on top and then say, well, it's not around that 15-minute window shortly after 4 a.m. You have to ignore an overwhelming amount of evidence to make that statement.
Okay, we're going to get to Molly McMichaels. I don't want to lose my train of thought, but we're going to get to her because her credibility is a little sketchy. But it sounds like everything you're just describing right now is all circumstantial evidence. We cannot affirmatively put him in the house, right? We cannot affirmatively put him in that car. We cannot affirmatively, absolutely, beyond a reasonable doubt, say that was his car. And there are a lot of issues with that car that I think are worthy of conversation and investigation. The problem is, you keep saying that there's this overwhelming evidence, and I do believe that there is, but we haven't seen it. And what we have seen has been altered, redacted, and then we have your report that's saying this is so not an error, this was intentional. And it's like, how are we supposed to trust anything they've done in this investigation? Because it's been the worst investigation in your entire 30-year career. So everything that I'm hearing is all circumstantial.
And there's a reason that I made the conscious decision to be a defense expert in this case, having never done that before in my career. And it's because, Kristen, you're hitting it right on the head. When we, and I'm saying we as law enforcement, when we as law enforcement investigators make the errors that were made in this case, we have completely corrupted the public trust that is necessary and required to actually be effective at enforcing the laws, being effective in the criminal justice system. Like we've ruined that credibility. And this is why I've been so outspoken on this issue is I want to make it really clear. You're right. And if this case was done properly, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If things were followed up on properly, if things were investigated properly, we wouldn't be having this conversation because that overwhelming evidence would be known, because I suspect there would have been a trial. We wouldn't be questioning the way that some of this evidence was obtained and the manner that some of it was concealed, right? So you're 100% right, but that doesn't change the fact that Bryan Kohberger is still our best candidate for this crime. And I do believe a proper investigation would overwhelmingly show that. I wish I could put a PowerPoint together and walk you through from the very beginning to the end, because I think it would dramatically change. You would not want him as a client, I'll just put.
Well, it'd be nice if you could do that and come share it with us.
Excellent candidate. I think the other one might have been, or most likely candidate. One of the issues that we have talked about, the three of us with this case, is that, and I think we can get into this with the two identified phone numbers on the cell data side, but was there really any follow-up or investigation regarding alternate perpetrators or other people? Because there's a lot of suspicious activity that doesn't even look like it was followed up on, kind of like the testing in the house. We kind of decided to test some stuff and not others unless we haven't seen it. But an excellent candidate is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's just kind of where we as lawyers, how much was done to follow up any possible alternate theories?
Well, Anne tried to get alternate perpetrators admitted into evidence, into court, like, let me talk about this. apparently those alternate people she had in mind, I think they were investigated pretty well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and some of this I can't talk about, but I can tell you this. If I felt that there was another potential, and I'm not talking excellent, if I had come across another potential candidate that I feel very likely could have committed this crime, I would not be quiet about it.
Oh,
It wouldn't be some secret that I put in my back pocket. I think I've made it very clear that when I see something that I agree with or don't agree with, I am vocal about it. I document it. I capture it. There's a lot of follow-up that was done. Some of it was done very well. Some of it was not done well. I've been very clear about that. I haven't seen anything that would suggest there's another perpetrator in this case. Not saying it's not outside the realm of possibility. And unfortunately, because of the nature of the investigation, some of that we may never know.
Is it fair to say that you've had access to all of the information and discovery regarding the different areas of this case? Because I know there were multiple experts. Is it fair to say for you to say that maybe the follow-up wasn't done the way you have done it, but did you have access to all of the evidence that, say, Ann Taylor had access to?
I can't speak to that because I don't know. I only had the evidence that I was provided. I don't have a master sheet of everything that was seized, to everything that was provided in discovery, to everything that was given to me.
What? Now, I know you have a background in crime scene investigation and a very good one. How much were you involved in the defense's strategy and evaluation of the crime scene investigation and other things beyond the cell data?
With the crime scene itself, a crime scene, and I think people who have never worked in a crime scene like this, and I have. There was a statement by one of your guest speakers the other day that nobody else on this case had ever worked a mass homicide, and nobody's ever worked a K-bar related murder, and that's just absolute nonsense. I can tell you right now, he cannot support that in any way, shape, or form. Anybody who has not physically processed a crime scene like this, it's very easy for us to get in this headspace that we watch or we read and hear all these things, and we're like, oh, how could they possibly do that? That's just not how it works in a crime scene. We don't know what we're looking for when we go into a crime scene. We could discover everything. We can discover nothing. So it's very fluid. Mistakes will always be made. I will argue there will never be a perfect crime scene processing case. There won't. There's always mistakes made. And that's no lack of training. It's no lack of experience. It's a very difficult thing to process. And it's very easy to make minor mistakes that grow into very large mistakes. With that said, I believe that this crime scene processing is acceptable. Could it be better? Absolutely. Could it close some of the gaps that you guys are raising? 100%. I've been very vocal. There's things that could have been done better. I don't see anything at the crime scene that changes the narrative of this case, though. And, is there something that could have happened that I'm just not seeing that's possible? Sure. I'm not going to disagree with anybody on that. But I think it's important that we realize this isn't a terrible crime scene either. There are some questions, but we have some pretty good stuff that did come out of this crime scene.
When you talk about, sorry, I'm going to swerve left, the Google geofence, I know that they were, I think it was mentioned in Tom Slavinsky's report where he
Swerving left, we're done with this topic.
says that Mallory states on November 20th, Google was asked for 2 identifiers. And it sounds like of the 2, we can identify that Molly McMichaels was one of them by the last 4 of her cell phone. But who was the other identifier?
I do not know. I can't tell you that. And it's not that I can't tell you because I can't tell you. It's because I don't know.
Okay. And do you know, or are you familiar at all with the procedure that would have gone into determining who those 2 identifiers were going to be?
I am intimately familiar with that process. And there's something that for you and your listeners that need to take this into consideration. Those devices may not be cell phones. And that's what a lot of people make a mistake of when they're looking at a case like this. There are devices in your house, potentially appliances that could potentially have some type of cellular activity that would result in looking like a device in the area. A lot of our vehicles are now equipped with that. So the idea that there's two phones that the Google geofence produced, that in of itself is a faulty statement. We know Molly McDaniel's because that one was provided. We don't know the other one because we don't know what the other device was at this time. It could have been a car. There's a lot of things it could have been. So it doesn't necessarily mean that's a person walking around is where I'm headed with that.
How do you identify the distinction between a car or a phone? Because that seems like it would be pretty easy to make a distinction about.
It could be, depending on what the device is and the follow-up that's done. I haven't seen the records that I would need to see to be able to answer those questions for you. I just haven't seen them. I would love to, but I haven't.
I think your report, I don't have your exact words, but you indicate that there was no follow-up done with that phone number.
I don't only indicate that there was no follow-up, I actually articulate ways that follow-up could still be done on some of that. So yeah, I'll lean into that one with you guys, that that's a hole we can plug pretty quickly.
And how did they get those two numbers?
It was the Google geofence.
Geofence. It's called a geofence, ladies. May not be legal anymore soon. We'll have to find out. They've sent the court back to the lower court to reevaluate, and they're still figuring it out. We haven't went over that yet. The geofence warrant stuff, we still haven't went over that in full yet. But yeah, it was a big geofence dump there. A lot of us knew that, speculated it, because it's like that's a normal investigative tool to do a geofence warrant. What numbers now don't belong in here? So if there were any numbers that they didn't think should be there, they're going to be investigating those numbers.
How do we get Bryan Kohberger's name?
And when?
This is all out there. It's in.
You say we know what's out there. We want to hear from you.
Oh,
I think the case, and I've got to be just brutally honest with you guys really quick here.
Ron thought that was funny. He giggled at her when she said that. He's like, all right, get him, girl.
Some of the accounting of this case through other people who worked on the case and other experts on this case is so incredibly faltered. It's surprising to me. I recently reviewed a podcast where someone was saying, well, there was these 4 brothers that were identified, and they just gave up on them. And it is clear to me that expert took no time to educate themselves on the hearings that happened with this case, how DNA, genealogy actually works. All of that has come out. It's all in hearings. Yes, there's 4 brothers. Those 4 brothers are extremely distant relatives of Bryan Kohberger's. So that's what people don't understand is when we start IGG, we're looking at a family tree, and I can find branches of that tree that is so far removed from the actual individual I'm looking for, there's no way these 2 people could know each other. Well, when I'm putting IGG together and I find one of these people, it doesn't mean I'm going to immediately find my suspect. But by contacting that individual and trying to obtain their DNA to help build out more branches of the tree can give me a clearer picture. The 4 brothers have nothing to do. They're not alternative suspects. They're not in any way connected to this crime. The 4 brothers, very simply, are a very distant relative of the person who left their DNA on the knife sheath, right? So they make contact with one of those brothers. That brother says, no, I don't want anything to do with this. And that's when Othram starts and the FBI takes over. At that point,
Yeah, because when Othram got the names, we saw in documents, they reached out and contacted one of those brothers to see if they would cooperate. Will you cooperate with us? And they're like, no, we will not. So then Othram had to stop their work. They had went through all the legal resources they could to get to where they got. Kohberger wasn't in those databases. Otherwise, he'd have come up on the IGG at Othram, right? No, just the brothers. His daddy wasn't in the databases. Just the brothers. FBI's like, hold our beer. We can step aside and step outside the line. We get to color outside the lines with the FBI.
The FBI, and I'm not going to get into the background of that piece, they have a process where they can take an S&P profile and they can enhance it, if you will. They go through that process, and in doing that process, they load that into a couple of genealogy databases. And very quickly, because of the data that's in those genealogy databases, they're able to determine the most probable candidate for that DNA left on the knife sheath, specifically the button, is Bryan Kohberger. at which point they contact law enforcement and the prosecutors, and they explain very clearly, we believe Bryan Kohberger is your suspect. It's a tip. You can't use this in court. You can't use this as probable cause. You can only use this as a tip, but now it's your job to go build a case against Bryan Kohberger. And when you do, and you match his DNA to this crime scene DNA, it's going to match. And it does match. You know, I've heard people say, well, they never match Bryan Kohberger's DNA to the actual DNA from the snap. That is absolute nonsense. It 100% matched. So, you know, that argument in of itself just fails incredibly well too.
So there was a test from Bryan's DNA, testing it against the DNA that was drawn, that was taken from the snap, and it was a direct match.
1,000.
What dude? Are
Oh,
you
I know.
serious? Wow. Do they think that was never done? When they arrested the guy, they took a swab right then and there, and his DNA was a dead ass match to that sheath DNA. Wow, Ron, you look like a blooming ass idiot right now, sir. I'm sorry.
In fact, there was more than one. You have to understand, when they took the DNA from the snap, just the process, and I don't want to talk about Bryan Kohberger's case, I'm just going to talk about DNA evidence. When we recover DNA from a crime scene, that DNA profile is known. And it is a really good profile. This isn't a partial profile. This isn't a very, you know, a little tiny piece of trace DNA. It is a complete profile. They got an excellent profile of a suspect that touched that knife sheath. When they very first...
And I don't even think those statements will convince people there was nothing more than a speck found, right? No, this was a very good sample that dude left on that sheath. Wow.
Decided, hey, Bryan Kohberger looks like a really good suspect based on the IgG, and they do a trash pull where they actually obtain trash from the family's house. There is items of trash in that house that match family members of Bryan.
Yeah, Captain, they did the Golden State Killer, but that was a cold case, right? They absolutely used genetic genealogy. It's one of the first high-profile cases where they found the killer. And so, but that was a cold case, right? Many years difference. And their family attorneys, family law attorneys, Firefly, all three of them out in California. They're Cali family law attorneys.
Kohberger's DNA, like that match happens. Well, at that point, they actually get a sample of Bryan's DNA, and that match happens as well. So any claims by any expert that the DNA profile from the knife sheath was never compared to Bryan Kohberger's DNA is absolute nonsense. It was. That's the strongest piece of evidence in this case. Trust me when I say the defense would have had a field day if they could show the jury that the DNA from Bryan Kohberger doesn't match the knife sheath. I mean, that's your whole case. Everything.
Exactly. And Ann Taylor, you know, just because it was alluded to by Friday Filer that it could have been a place sheath, and Ann's questioned, you know, some things, she never brought forward anything about that sheath. And she even said in court one time, I may try in the future to get that thrown out, but she never did. She never could fight that. There was nothing to indicate that was never done properly, or that it wasn't Kohberger's DNA on that sheath.
It falls after that.
Okay,
So I like that. Just real quick, Kristen, I'll let you go. But so you would agree, I mean, there's a lot of other evidence that you're saying is overwhelming, but you would agree that if that knife sheath, for whatever reason, you're going to make my own conspiracy theory that sheath can't be tied to Bryan's DNA, that the case falls apart.
100%. And any defense attorney who isn't able to show that through it, because let's be honest, with that part, it's very transparent testing. When we go to a DNA lab, it's not like we take a couple handwritten notes and we just call it a day. There is a very established forensic process of DNA typing and actually getting that test. So any competent defense attorney who wouldn't be able to show that if that existed should not be practicing criminal law. Like, that's kind of criminal defense attorney 101.
Yet
Okay, and then once they
get
get the, sorry, Kristen, go ahead. I'm
Yet
sorry.
they weren't able to show their work on how they got it.
I disagree with that. They didn't show their work on the IgG, and I would agree with you with that that's a problem. And it's a problem because it was intentionally withheld. It was actually destroyed.
They just don't have a clue, Cy. Oh my God.
So
See, there
you
you
and
go.
I,
There you go. Intentional and destroy. This just adds to the amazing transparency of this amazing investigation.
yeah, but we're talking about two separate things. We're talking about obtaining a DNA sample from a crime scene, and I don't have any evidence in front of me to question that piece of evidence. That's everything looks good to me, and if there's something there that you guys are aware of, I'm not aware of it. I haven't seen anything that makes me think that that initial profile, that DNA profile developed from the knife sheath, is problematic. I don't. I have a ton of issues about the IgG, and I've been very publicly, I have articulated those. So you and I are on the same page there. But the idea that after the IgG and they discover Bryan Kohberger and they physically take Bryan Kohberger's sample and they get that DNA and they look at the knife sheath, that those two don't match, that's just inconceivable to me. I don't believe that anybody has evidence that those two things don't match and that there's any reason to believe they don't match.
Is it of your opinion, based on your training, expertise, all of this, that when they got Bryan's name through the IgG, which is questionable, that other evidence in this case was forced to try to fit that it matched BK? For instance, the car. We talked about the car for a second. The model of that car, or the description of that car, was changed 3 times over a period of time. So it looks like, based on, again, the information that we have, is that we got Bryan's name, and now we're trying to force all of these pieces of evidence to make it look like it fits BK, rather than taking each piece of individual evidence and then that leading us to the actual perpetrator.
Yeah, and to some extent, I agree with you. On the car, I disagree, because there's clear documentation before, and I'm just going to throw a date out there so we're all talking about the same date. To me, the significant point in this case where things changed is December 19th. The car was nailed down before December 19th. Bryan Kohberger owning that make and model of that car was nailed down before December 19th. The fact that Bryan Kohberger matched the description, his vehicle matched what they were looking for, was known before December 19th. And you know, we started this whole thing out with me saying Bryan Kohberger was already known to law enforcement as a potential lead in this investigation before the IgG ever identified him. And that, in my opinion, is one of the biggest errors in a law enforcement investigations that we're ever going to see in our lifetimes. Like, this is the colossal error of, don't do IgG, just work the case and you will get to Bryan Kohberger. And I think that's really important to say. Now, to your point, Kristen, I couldn't agree with you more. And I've been very vocal. Read the book. The book is very clear. I 100% believe that a narrative was formed around Bryan Kohberger after December 19th. And that was done by cherry picking things that really helped that narrative and omitting things that in any way contradicted that narrative. And I've been incredibly outspoken about that from day one. So I agree with you there. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean Bryan Kohberger couldn't be the suspect. It just means this was a terrible investigation and that there's potential legal consequences to that. I would agree with you 100% on that.
Do you recall, and I know the information's out there, but do you happen to recall when they actually took the DNA from the sheath? I mean, how long after it was discovered?
It was.
They don't even have the intellect to go and elaborate on what he was just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
No. Let's get back to that sheath and this and
Pea
that.
brains. Pea
Exact-
brains. You know.
Man, and that's representative of the whole pro-burger community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mentality and the way they just are just so focused on all these things that, and no matter what experts or anybody tries to tell them or give them a different opinion or even a different view or say, hey, well, what about this? Oh, no. It's like they just cannot accept it. That's why it's so dangerous to fall into that tunnel vision effect. Because even when you are presented with other evidence, will you ever believe it? It's like the Nancy Guthrie case, where like the interview room going all in on Annie Guthrie. What's going to happen one day when it's proven to you through IgG possibly that she had nothing to do with it? How do you come back from all that? Pro burgers can't come back from it. So we got to, or unless I just come out and say, hey, I had it all wrong and whatever. But that's few and far between. Those people are few and far between. They're not going nowhere. They're going to double down. It's going to be because it's too hard to say, I was wrong, right? They can't say it. Their channels would crumble if they said I'm wrong.
Pretty quick. It was, here's what I can tell you, that the Washington State University police are the ones who identified the vehicle as a potential lead. The DNA was already at Othram being worked when that happened. So, if we look at that order, it was pretty quickly done, which it should be in a case like this. Like, you're going to put every resource you have into that.
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, was the chain of custody regarding the DNA always documented and everybody knew exactly where it was at any point? Because I know there is information that tends to infer that there was a 3-day period that nobody could verify exactly where the DNA was.
What?
Yeah, and I don't know enough about the chain of custody issue on the DNA to speak to it at all. I would love to weigh in on that. I just don't know.
3 days where nobody knew where that sheath was at. What are they implying with that little piece of misinterpreted information? Huh.
Can we go back to the sheath for just a second? I know this is something I wrote down, and I know the three of us have talked a lot about this. So the initial reporting of the sheath said that it was on the floor, and then it was on the bed. Can you give us your opinion on that, or why there would be a discrepancy? Because that's kind of a big piece of information.
Honestly, couldn't tell you, Firefly, but I get you.
To us. Why was it changed? Are we guessing? Did Nunez not first see it when he walked in and did the walkthrough? Why is there not more confirmation of exactly where that sheath was lying?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer that two different ways. My first answer is going to be, man, I wish we had better documentation on that. So I'm with you guys on, should we question that? Yeah. And the reason we should question that is the lack of documentation. So number one, I want to make it really clear, I am not defending the lack of documentation there. I think that's what we're really talking about here. As somebody who has worked very dynamic crime scenes like this, it is very easy to stumble across something and it gets moved or it gets somehow altered from its original position. And everybody realizes, oh crap, look at that, and a photograph is taken. And then later on, it's like, okay, well, where did you see it, or what happened beforehand? And it's moved back in there just to capture, hey, it was right here when I first saw it. It's important to understand that the knife sheath, I don't know that it would have been in view. Let's just assume, and again, I'm not defending anything within the law enforcement investigation, so I don't want people to say, he's full of crap on this. I'm just saying, let's assume the knife sheath was where it was alleged to be, and it's either wrapped up or somehow combined with that sheet. The first officer, second officer, third officer may not see it. They're not looking for specific evidence like that. They're clearing the house for people. They're not searching it. So now later on, different officers come in. Maybe somebody...
Well, when you're trying to explain it to, these types of people, that's probably why he feels he needs to go in a little bit more here. I don't know. I'm with you. Spit it out. But I don't know if you spit it out too fast, they may not comprehend any of it. I still don't know that they're comprehending anything, though.
Goes to move the sheet, and as they're uncurling
Tell by
the
the look
sheet,
on their
pulling the
faces.
sheet back,
Oh, yeah.
that knife sheath falls on the floor. I'm not saying that's what happened.
They probably can't sleep tonight going, oh my God, why does it, would questioning their own beliefs at this point. I'd be questioning myself now.
And I'm saying, if we look at other crime scenes, that is very possible. Well, now the knife sheath is on the floor. We can't change that. That happened. I would expect somebody to photograph that and say, okay, this is where we first realized, holy crap. And then I can tell you as a crime scene supervisor who's been on there, if somebody explained, well, it was on the bed, I moved this, it fell off the bed, it's on the floor, I would tell them, okay, take a picture here. Now position it as close as you can to where it fell from. And now articulate that in a report so that we can rebuild what you actually physically observed. And again, we're going to go back to, no crime scene is perfect. We make errors. Everybody makes errors. And anybody who's sharpshooting that, well, that's just terrible police work. Well, you probably haven't been in that situation because it's very easy to do. So the real issue here is the lack of documentation. And it's not just the knife sheath. It's the entire case. I wish we had better documentation on the entire thing. It would be a different conversation today.
And you say that that's sort of one possibility. Of course, we all don't know, but that sort of also leaves open the idea that other possibilities could have happened, which as attorneys is why the chain of custody is so crucial. Sometimes maybe it's a harmless error. Sometimes it's the entirety of the case. And when that piece of evidence is the entirety of the case, you can understand, I'm sure, or appreciate why it's such a big deal.
Absolutely. There's a reason I took this case. I could not agree with you guys more, and I've been very outspoken about the fact that there are a lot of errors in this case that didn't have to be there.
Yeah.
With respect to BK's car, is that with respect to the search and there was no DNA and there was no blood in the victims, does that have any significance to you on this investigation? Because how many, were there like 200 stab wounds? I mean, you would imagine that there would have, I think it was your words, there was an excessive amount of blood at this scene.
Yeah, it is clearly troubling, and I think that there was an assumption also by law enforcement that once they got a hold of this car, the entire case was going to come together because of that. So, I think it was shocking to everybody not to see that. Is it possible? 100% it's possible. We have to factor in a couple more details here. We're dealing with somebody who understands crime scene forensics to some extent. I don't think by any means they're an expert. I don't think that they had this locked down really well, but there was a basic understanding about evidence transfer, if you will.
Basic understanding about that evidence transfer. Kohberger was well schooled in the knowledge of that. But they want to gloss over that and pretend he wasn't, probably because he had those handicaps they keep talking about.
So is it possible that somebody could do this and not transfer blood to the car? 100% there is. Of course there is. Is it unlikely? Yeah, I would expect to see it. The second factor we have to bring in, though, is the gap in time. And this is probably the most important. We have a pretty significant gap from the time of the crime to the time the car is actually processed. And the problem with DNA is as time goes, we lose it. It starts to disappear in a number of different ways. So, I would love to say that, that in of itself just completely reframes this entire case. But I've had cases where I know bloody bodies have been transported in a trunk and we can prove it 15 different ways, but we didn't get trace evidence out of that trunk. I mean, it's possible to do if you have a suspect or a defendant who understands some basic crime scene transfer.
Is it possible for blood to have been in that car and then it dissipated and eroded prior to the search of the car?
Yes, dummy. 6
All by,
weeks.
all by itself, though. It just
No, did she say that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what she's implying. Is it possible it could have just eroded? How would it? Girl, cleanup. The cleanup occurred in Bryan Kohberger's car. Whether he transferred evidence or not, he had to be sure, because the chief was already bothering him about that, what he possibly left behind there. Yeah, that dude cleaned that car top to bottom. We just don't know
6
how.
weeks.
We don't know how he got away with not transferring into the car yet. Those are questions still to be answered by Bryan Kohberger someday. Hopefully, maybe. So until you speak to the guy who actually did it, a lot of these questions will always be unanswered. And you can sit here and debate it a million ways to Sunday on how he went at that car, because we've all done it for how many years now? 2022 to 2026. Yeah, he cleaned the fucking car and he did some shit and made sure he didn't get no blood in that car. Not enough to leave a trace anyway.
It's possible that it could have been cleaned. It's possible that things could have come into contact with the blood and there's transfer and that they've been removed. There's an idea that when I get in that car, I'm touching
things that were in the car that could have come in contact with trace evidence that were removed. Oh, like car seat covers, possibly. I don't know. A shower curtain tossed in the trunk that everybody laughed at. A tarp thrown over the whole entire car. Pretty risky, if you ask me. The easiest way for me to think of doing that, in case I got stopped by a cop on my high rate of speed leaving the crime scene, car seat covers, inexpensive, but that doesn't take care of my carpet, right? But if I'm not covered in blood and maybe possibly ripped off my murder suit last minute, who knows? We can debate it a million ways to Sunday.
the car. we have to understand with a little bit, anybody who's watched a few episodes of Dexter should be tracking right now. There's things I can do to my car that my contact isn't with the car. It's with things that I have put between me and car seats or car doors or car interior. It isn't impossible to hide the transfer from the car. It would potentially be impossible to hide transfer, but we don't know the state of the car at that time, whether it's BK's or anybody else's. Like, we don't know what that car looked like. So, it's an issue that we have to look at. It's an issue that should absolutely be put in front of the jury and let the jury see those issues, but it isn't, it doesn't rule anything out by any means.
I think Paulette Sutton opined that he did it.
Is it possible that
if Bryan Kohberger had on a pair of coveralls, y'all, and he didn't get anything on the bottom of his shoes because he's pretty stationary, and if he's moving around Xana, I think a lot of the blood from her is not so much where he's standing. We see photos, all the crime scene photos are out there. But if he runs out of that house or, passes Dylan and exits through the back slider, like Dolphin's saying, even a Dickies coveralls, he could have unzipped anything, took it off, and thrown it in a backpack immediately, or tossed it in the trunk on top of, I don't know, garbage bags, into garbage bags, a shower curtain lined, a piece of plastic lined the trunk. You could have lined that trunk with anything. It didn't have to be the missing shower curtain from his apartment. It didn't have to be that, right? He could have steamed the interior of the car, right? The intense steam destroys the DNA. There's a lot of things he could have done, but you can't make any of these people wrap their head around that. No, there had to be transfer, massive amounts. It was a bloody scene, y'all. What are you talking about?
car was not involved in the crime?
Sure.
Well, I know we talked before. When we talked before, you have some thoughts about the route that Bryan Kohberger took that night, right? That he took a more northerly around Moscow, correct? Did you determine that?
Well, I put a couple things in my report, so let's start with what I've made very, very clear at this point. I do not believe Bryan Kohberger ever traveled on or along Highway 270 that night. I think there is...
That is super interesting that he says that to me. I'm just intrigued by that statement.
Significant physical evidence that shows a vehicle even similar to Bryan Kohberger's vehicle never traveled on or along Highway 270 during this critical time period. So, I've been very vocal about that. I think I've cleared that up as well as I can. I think all of the video referencing a white car on WSU campus prior to the murders is not Bryan Kohberger's car. And in fact, there's significant evidence, the phone itself, the movements of the phone during that time to show Bryan Kohberger's phone is not in that vehicle. So the car at WSU isn't his. There is no white car that matches Bryan Kohberger's vehicle that travels on 270 into Moscow that night. Is there evidence that Bryan has previously traveled from the general area of his residence to Moscow on another road north of Highway 270? Yeah, there's fairly significant evidence of that. So is it feasible to say, well, because he wasn't on 270, he couldn't have gone to Moscow? And that's what I'll say is no, you can't say that. We can only say his phone is off during that time. The totality here that changes that narrative is when the phone comes back on. And when the phone comes back on, it is due south of Moscow. And when we just simply look, from point A to point B, knowing he didn't travel on Highway 270, knowing that he didn't drop down, because we would have video of it. If he dropped down out of WSU and he went south of WSU, we would have that video, and he's not on that video. So when we look at all the video camera, how do you get from his house to south of Moscow? Well, it fits that northerly route. And when we look at pattern of life, he is familiar with, he's driven that northerly route on a number of times. So, it comes down to some logical common deduction. How do you get from point A to point B? And, I'm not talking, I'll be really clear, I'm not talking about Bryan Kohberger even. I'm talking about Bryan Kohberger's device. So let's just simply say at some point, Bryan Kohberger's device has to pass through Moscow or very close to Moscow that evening. And I don't think anybody with any type of expertise in this field will ever argue against that.
Did you ever determine where his device was when it powered back on?
100%. We have great data that shows pretty precisely where he is and the route that he takes back to his house.
So they got pretty good data on all that. The coming back into his house once that phone came back on, and the whole time it's off. There of course there's no data. So the fact that the phone was even off should have been a red flag to so many people. But we have to explain that away, and I don't know how they ever got there. But
and when I say consistent, it's important that everybody understands here. We have a number of GPS hits that perfectly track along multiple dirt roads. So, for example, we have GPS hits that are hitting on a dirt road. It comes to a T intersection. We can see that vehicle turned left, and then it continues to perfectly follow that road, and it comes to another intersection and it turns right.
Rachel, if you're still here, you're going to have to go back and review that part for me. This left turn, right turn situation on this dirt road in the fork. We got to track it and find out where he's talking about there.
We can do measurements in between those GPS hits to look at the speed that he's traveling, and the speed is very consistent with what you would expect on a dirt road. It's also very consistent with what you would expect the length of time it took to travel that route. We then start getting those same type of location.
She's taking her a note about a dirt road. She's like, dirt road.
Data hitting with video surveillance that captures a vehicle very similar to Bryan Kohberger's car. Multiple surveillance cameras that overlap with the cell phone data. So now we see the cell phone moving along a certain route, and we see a white vehicle that matches the owner of that cell phone moving along the same route. So could we make an argument that that's not Bryan Kohberger? 100%. But his phone and his vehicle are absolutely moving along there, or a vehicle very similar to his with his phone in it.
Do you have concrete information then that he went to Walla Walla Park?
No.
I don't want to say I have concrete information because that's a very specific question to Walla Walla Park, because I don't know the exact boundary of Walla Walla Park. I don't know that I can say.
Yeah, right. That soil testing and the sand road of it all. I don't know. Firefly, because he specifically says it looks like I don't know if he's talking about coming back through Busby into Pullman there. But yeah, he's talking about this car is on a dirt road, taking a left turn, then a right turn at a fork, and leading him back into Pullman. So he's not coming in directly off that large loop we thought. He's taken a side road and a back way back in after coming out of Lewiston and everything. Somewhere right around Busby, I would think.
With specificity that he was inside the park. I do feel very comfortable that he was in the area of Walla Walla Park. The next morning is what you're talking about, I'm assuming.
There was soil testing in this case because there was a shovel found in the dude's trunk, Kohberger's trunk. So, yeah. And so captains there, soil samples can be taken from the footprints. But this is particularly going into what was in the trunk of Kohberger's car, which was a shovel. They tested the soil off of it, and they tried to figure out maybe where it was around the area, but it could have been anywhere around the area, right? It was nothing indicative to one specific location, like you can sometimes get. It would have been multiple locations it could have been from.
Yeah, I guess some of this just gets kind of put together because Moscow and Pullman are referred to basically as one area, right? They share an airport. Everything is pretty close. So when you're reading things or reading reports that says he was near X, Y, and Z, it sounds like everything is fairly near. So if we're saying that we can put him in Moscow X times, does that mean he was at the Costco? Does that mean he was at, the grocery store? How close to these exact points are we getting? When you say near the park and you say, yeah, I have him literally at one of the entrances and that's identified in a map, or is it, well, he was in that area, so I think there was a likelihood that he was there.
Well, you also have to understand that there's never going to be a consistency in the granularity. And there's also different sources of data that can corroborate this. So, when you say, well, was he at Walmart or was he here? There is point of purchase sales. So there is things we can do to go look at, hey, we know his debit card was swiped at this store at this time, and it matches up with this cell site. So at this particular time, we can say he was in Ross, where maybe 99% of the other times he's using that cell tower, we can only say he's in Moscow. So we have to keep in mind, and this is where I keep going back, and I understand that there's frustration because the world hasn't seen this, and this is why there needed to be a trial on this case. When you look at pattern of life and you start stacking all of these different types of evidence on top of each other, it tells a story.
Yep,
it tells a very strong story. And, you know, I know people are probably thinking, well, I'm not going to trust this guy, and that's cool. I'm not asking anybody to trust me. It's my opinion based on what I've seen. But the facts speak louder than anything I can tell you guys or anything I can tell your audience. There's a reason the defense decided a plea deal was a good offer. There's a reason the state decided the plea deal was a good offer. If the defense felt very strongly that they could convince a jury that Bryan Kohberger did not commit this crime, I know enough about this defense team and I trust them, they would have gone to trial to prove just that. They knew they had issues. If the state felt that they could go to trial and get the death penalty like a couple of the families wanted, and they felt very comfortable with that, they would have gone to trial.
Absolutely.
There is a plea deal in this case because both things can exist. Bryan Kohberger can be guilty and the case can be really screwed up. And that's why I started with, hey, to have a real conversation about this, we have to start with both of those things are possible.
And that is so true. There could be issues, but it doesn't sit here and tell you Bryan Kohberger is innocent. And that is the only thing about unpacking some of this stuff. And for those who want to unpack that part of it, right? Because there's nothing else left to be said, right? Look at the evidence, get it all out there. All we can do is hold out for damn Idaho to get the documents out there. A lot of what he can't elaborate out on yet has not been released yet to the public, and there's so much going back, a couple years. Like Dolphin mentioned a minute ago earlier, we haven't even got to Judge Judge's documents yet. So it's going to be a minute. It's just wild to watch this investigation and what they actually may have had on Kohberger, right? Was my most interesting part to watch these with him and Turvey. Turvey, I just was for shits and giggles. I got to see what this guy's going to say. I didn't have a lot of stock in what he said already. Cyree, I was interested in hearing because I wanted to hear what he was going to bring to the table as a witness, because I didn't get the trial. So if anybody who wonders why I even bother with this, that's why. I don't know how this would have affected a jury, and none of y'all can sit there and say you know how it would either. Right? There was legitimate issues outside of the sheath. There was other issues with this case, but it never took away from his guilt.
Totally, but it's also possible that he's innocent and took a plea deal, right? All of those things would be possible because there may be a number of reasons why a defense team would determine based on, for example, an extreme amount of data that they cannot process in a short amount of time, repeated rulings that are against them, and just somebody's decision to potentially take a plea deal because they think that that's the best option for them in their life because they're concerned that they're going to be convicted, that they may also accept a plea deal.
100%, especially on a death penalty case, right? I get that there's motivations there. But I think it's important to say if some of this evidence was so glaringly off as some of the things that I've heard over the last couple of years, you would think a defense team could have a field day with this in court. And, that's a case I would very much like to watch happen in court.
Okay, and when you say defense team, when they took the plea deal and Bryan accepted the plea, we obviously know that Dr. Turvey was not privy that those negotiations were going on, and I'm not saying that that was mandatory for him to be part of that is outside the scope. However, defense team, when they decided to accept that plea deal, who was that? Was that Ann Taylor? Was it Becca Barlow? Did Bryan's mom have anything to say? Like, who made that decision? Do you know?
Yeah, so a couple things. Let's back up to what you started with when you opened there. And you three are attorneys. The idea that a defense attorney would huddle all of their defense experts together to decide by jury if their client should take a plea deal is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The idea that Dr. Turvey believes he has to be consulted in order for the defense to encourage or accept a plea deal is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard an expert say. There was regular meetings between the defense team and the defense experts. And Dr. Turvey himself said, no, I left there Thursday. We had a whole game plan. The idea that Ann Taylor didn't know some mystery piece of evidence because Turvey hadn't told her and she needed to consult, at least in his memory, the way that he's framing this is ridiculous. And I would expect you as 3 attorneys to see the truth in that, right? Defense
Yeah.
Body language. Look at all of their faces.
Mhm.
I expect you as attorneys to know better, like pretty much. They're like, oh, well. Don't insult us like that, sir. You're on our show.
don't consult with their defense expert teams to necessarily look at a plea deal. Now, a question could come up, and maybe some questions did come up, but maybe not for Dr. Turvey. There's no reason for Ann to huddle together there. So number one, I would completely dismiss everything Dr. Turvey said about him being misled and the defense. That is just, Dr. Turvey has an axe to grind with Ann Taylor because of what Ann Taylor put into a statement. And that's all we're seeing there, right? That's all that's there. So number one, I would expect a competent defense attorney to weigh their options and to discuss those options with their client, and their client makes that decision. Who Bryan talked to, who he consulted with, who he relied on, and why he made that decision, only Bryan Kohberger can answer. So I can't answer that. It did not surprise me that Bryan Kohberger took a plea. It did not surprise me that the state offered a plea. I said from day one, I believe this thing is very likely to happen through a plea deal. So that doesn't surprise me at all. I guess I'm struggling to understand why everybody's so worked up or confused on why Bryan Kohberger would accept a plea, or the lack of communication between defense team and defense attorneys. That isn't the case. I've been involved on a ton of cases, and very rarely have I had a prosecutor call me and say, "Hey, should we take this plea deal or not?" Like that's not something that happens.
It's not as common unless we had, we're preparing for trial and we had a question we want to ask. I think when you were saying the defense team weighed the evidence when they decided to accept the plea, I was just, is defense team, you would think, were they all weighing? Did they have this discussion before they even went into a meeting deciding whether or not to take the plea? And I think the reason people are confused is because Bryan has expressed that he was going to be exonerated from day one, and Ann has been very, very vocal about his innocence. And Thompson, on the flip side, was very vocal that we don't know everything they have, and they have so much evidence that this is not even going to be a question if there's reasonable doubt. So I think, on the eve of 3 years getting it ready to go into trial, a plea deal was surprising.
Yeah, I think part of the issue, as I understand it from Dr. Turvey, is that number one, Ann Taylor had been going to the judge over and over and over saying, they're not giving me the documents, or I'm not getting everything I need. I need more time to analyze this. And apparently there was a big document dump in the week prior to the plea. And I think it was also at that time that they were looking at the chain of custody for a number of items of evidence, including the sheath. That was something that was so recent that had come up. I think that's kind of the context of what Dr. Turvey was saying. But there's a lot.
Dr. Turvey, Jeffrey Turvey is was the defense expert in this case, and he was accident reconstructionist. Basically, is what he brought to the table. He says, "Clean up, clean up, clean up." And all. He's not. He wasn't impressive to me. This same channel interviewed him a while back. After the book came out, Chris Whitcomb's book, Turvey was one of the experts, and that he cited in the book. And now this is Cy Ray, the other defense expert. So that's who Turvey is. He was the expert that was set to testify on behalf of Kohberger.
You're right on point there, Ron. But there was also something that was really critical when that document dump happened. It's an open court. Anybody can go back and look at these transcripts. Ann requested a continuance, and she made a very good argument that, hey, I don't know what I have. And I think the judges, and to me, this was a really interesting statement. You can't ask for the world and then complain when you get it, right? So it's almost like, how dare you?
Remember when she said that? I don't know what I have, because she'd asked for all, and she got a big dump, and she's like, I need time, Judge. Turns out I asked for it and I got it.
You as a defense attorney ask for evidence, and when you're provided it, complain that you don't have time to review it on the night before trial. And I'm obviously using a statement there.
I would be furious at a judge who made that comment to me as an attorney if I had been trying to get this, and all of a sudden, well, here you go on the eve of trial.
100%.
So I can kind of see where she would be on that.
And more importantly, what she said next. Your Honor, I cannot effectively represent my client without this continuance. We have the lead defense attorney saying in open court on the record, I cannot provide adequate assistance. What does that mean? The door for appeal is wide open.
Wide open.
And anybody who's like, well, then how does that factor into the appeal? Garza versus State of Idaho. Just go do some reading on Garza versus Idaho. Time is on their side. So, the plea deal does not surprise me when I look at the rulings we got, and I'm saying from the defense side, what happened in open court and the lead defense attorney saying, ineffective counsel, I can't effectively represent my client. A plea deal stops everything. It prevents, and why is everybody being so secretive? Because it stops everything from being discovered. The defense doesn't have to reveal their tactics. They can sit back. They can review everything now. They're going to get another bite at the apple, potentially, depending on how potential rulings come out.
Garza versus Idaho is a landmark 2019 U.S. Supreme Court case that ruled an attorney's failure to file a notice of appeal despite a client's express instructions is presumptively prejudicial, even if the defendant previously signed an appeal waiver. The case involved Gilbert Garza Jr., who signed 2 plea agreements that contained appeal waivers. After his sentencing, he instructed his trial counsel to file an appeal, but the attorney refused, citing the signed waivers. Garza subsequently filed a petition for post-conviction relief. Did I tell y'all if there's a filing in this case, it would have to be on the grounds of post-conviction relief. It has to be a habeas case. You can't come in straight with jury malfunction on appeal, not enough evidence turned over on appeal. It's not that simple for this case. It has to go much further, and that was the only way an appeal will move forward in this case. Now I'm going to have to dive into this damn court decision because I always wondered in the back of my mind, is it really going to come? Because I already knew I didn't need all these YouTube lawyers. Nobody really tackled it. They just kind of moved on. But a lot of simple minds on the internet tried to get around all that, and it was just it was a hard conversation to have. So thanks for the information, Si. I appreciate it.
In reference to Garza, more importantly, IGG is just now starting to have enough cases that it's being.
My voice is fading, as in my actual voice, or there's something wrong with the internet? Because probably my voice is getting tired. We may have to stop this and pick it back up tomorrow because it is getting late.
Challenged at levels above the state of Idaho, and a really critical IGG ruling could completely reframe this entire case. And the idea that the AG from Idaho actually goes on a national news media and says, we risked everything for IGG. And if we lose the IGG, we lose the entire case. His words were, it would be devastating to this case. We would lose everything. The plea deal makes 100% sense to me from the side of the defense. It is a smart move. And anybody who's like, I don't know what Ann Taylor's thinking, is playing checkers while Ann Taylor is playing chess.
Fuck, the Supreme Court overturned that 6-3 decision. The majority opinion delivered by Justice Sonia Sotomayor held that a plea agreement waiving the right to appeal does not strip a defendant of the Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel. Oh boy. And I wonder if any of those pro-burgers are going to pick up on that, what Si just put down. Are we just going to scream about the weeds? Huh? What are we going to do here?
Let her do her job in the way that she's representing her client the best way. And this is my outside opinion. I was not a part of the plea deal. I've had a number of conversations with Ann. I have no reason to believe that Ann does not have Bryan Kohberger's best interest at heart. I think she is vigorously defending her client in the best way she knows how to do it. for the state, you guys have hit it. There is so many issues with this investigation. This is a nightmare of a case to prosecute in front of a jury on national TV for this prosecution team. And some members of this prosecution team do not have the experience to roll with the flow of how some of this testimony was going to go down. It was going to be pretty traumatic. So the idea that the state.
I agree, Forrest. Thanks for that. Because yeah, these other three are whatever, but of course, sigh. So is it just my volume fading, or can y'all still hear this stream that we're reviewing? I hope any appeals will be denied. Yeah, I don't know. It's a toss up. It depends. Appeals are a touchy thing. There's a lot of legalities involved in the appeal process that aren't there at this trial level. We're waiting on the Supreme Court arguments to come up for Rick Allen to see if he'll get granted a new trial. Why not? Letitia Stalk and Alex Murdaugh were, right? Why not Rick Allen? Because that was a whole shit show done in the dark. Just me. I don't know what's going on. Mike has not changed. Everything's the same. Everything's.
Yeah, I noticed you got lower a little while ago, but
Is it just the mic? I would like to be notified when those things are happening.
it's like you moved away from it or something.
It might have. I don't. It's right. It's attached to my headset. So, yeah.
Okay.
Unless it was turned. Usually it's not turned up. It's like right there. Anyway. Okay. Just me. All right.
State would lean into a plea deal makes total sense.
Yeah.
Do you know who is making the decisions? Is it Hippler on when these documents are being dropped and what's being dropped and what's being redacted? Oh, wait, we gave you something through a FOIA that was muted. Let me get it back. Like, do you know who is making all these decisions, and why the hell are we waiting so long?
I don't want to say anything about Hitler because I think he hates me, and if he ever gets the opportunity, he's going to put me in jail. So I don't know, and I'm going to shut up on anything.
Fair.
He's like, I'm not going to battle with Hitler. That guy called me a conspiracy theorist. He just said Hitler might put him in jail. That's wild.
Anything to do with the judge. I think there are issues that speak for themselves on a handful of the rulings, and I think some of his rulings do not survive appeal. And I'll leave it at that.
You just answered my next 3 questions. So, all right. Fair.
So something that's a little out there, I guess, but I just wanted to ask about is the deal with the FBI, that the way that came about through the FBI, that they went back to Moscow police. Here's Bryan Kohberger, but this is a tip. You can't use it. It's nothing more than a tip. Is there something potentially involving a misuse of FISA that could have been involved in this?
No.
No comment or no?
No, FISA has nothing to do with it. I mean, it's all out there. It's in the court hearing is very clear on what was done. And, let's talk about expectation of privacy really quick. You all 3 have to do a DNA test. You're required for family genetic genealogy. And you have to upload your DNA into a database. And when you create your profile, so Sam goes in there, she creates her name, and she goes to upload this DNA sample that she just did. And in creating her profile, she gets to a screen, and the screen gives her 2 options. Do you want to load your data into a profile that is police friendly? We share this data with law enforcement to try to solve cold cases. Or would you prefer to load your data into a database that is prohibited from law enforcement access? What database would the 3 of you choose?
When the law enforcement doesn't get it.
As well as about 92% of Americans today, right? So which database is the bigger database? In this case, what was done is I can load an SMP profile. I don't have to load saliva. So I go to Ancestry.com, I do the swab. Ancestry.com will actually give me my SNP profile, my SMP profile. I can take that SMP profile and I can go to GED Match and I can load that SMP profile into GED Match and I can see who family members are. Well,
God, thank you for saying that to them. I think that just goes right over their heads. They don't understand.
Mhm.
If I was to send a search warrant to GED Match and I was going to try to go into that prohibited database, GED Match would tell me to get lost. I would be in clear violation of the DOJ policy. So it's kind of hard for me to write a search warrant against. It's hard for me to articulate a policy that I know, or a search warrant that I know is against policy. So what was done in this case is the FBI went in and they created fake consumer accounts.
Yep.
And they uploaded the S&P file from the crime scene.
Boom, there it is. They didn't just go in and upload the sheath DNA and try to figure it. They went in and made fake profiles. And that was always the heart of that issue with the IGG, in my opinion, that it was hard to get those conversations happening. Is that right there? They made a fake account, uploaded that S&P profile. That is against that is against their own policy, but they did it. But Ann Taylor couldn't overcome it. Will they be able to overcome that on appeal and get all of that thrown out based on that? And I think people are not understanding that aspect of it. And it's not my fault, it's the law. And I think that's moving forward is what I'm clocking.
As their own DNA profile. And then they got the results back. But when they had the option of protected, non-protected database, of course, they went into the protected database. This is something that is expressly prohibited by DOJ policy. The reason Othram won't do that is because Othram doesn't get paid if they violate DOJ policy. So Othram ran to it to a point to where the FBI made the conscious decision of, hey, we're going to violate our own policy because we feel it's in the best interest of the case because of the nature of this crime. And they took the path that they did. I do not believe that that is a reasonable thing for law enforcement to do in this case. Bryan Kohberger was already known. His name was already in a police report. He was a great investigative lead that matched almost every single thing that they had pushed out of the be on the lookout for. So the idea that we relied on
And the data is not inaccurate, Captain. Don't misconstrue it. It's not inaccurate technology. It's how, if you go look at Paul Holes, they'll tell you how they got to the Golden State Killer in their investigation. I've watched it all. Same thing was done here. They just used a different method. This was an active investigation. We were using, that was the Golden State Killer was cold case. He's not debating the technology used. He's debating what the FBI did with that S&P profile. They didn't upload it as Bryan Kohberger. They uploaded it as fake Jane Doe's little trying to find my family members here, and here's my S&P profile, when it was really Kohberger's DNA. You get it? That's a problem. That's problematic.
Investigative genetic genealogy is exactly what I was saying in the beginning. It's law enforcement relying on technology opposed to just good investigation.
And so when we talk about good investigation and them having this lead with Bryan, do you have any other concerns with the way that some of these interviews went with everyone else? I know there was a large investigation, but it seems like just from the interviews that I've looked at that have been made public, there's a lot of questions that aren't asked and a lot of things that just seem sort of left undone, which in a lot of ways, I think if you have nothing to do with the crime, may make you look like you have something to do with it because you haven't been asked the right question.
I would agree with you. There's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, unethical. I feel like we can absolutely understand Bryan Kohberger's guilty, but we can also absolutely understand there was problems with this case. And I think that's the biggest takeaway. People can't have that conversation because it was like, oh, you have to be one or the other. He did it or he didn't. And let's just get to the gory details and the text message of the Dylan Martinson of it all. I'm not interested in any of that bullshit anymore. Right? I want the investigation goods. I want the real conversations and what the real issues were with this case all along. That could have been a huge topic of conversation for the past several years, but no, everybody played in the weeds instead with this case, and that was incredibly frustrating.
A lot of lessons to be learned on a number of things. And I would push back a little bit here. When I have a traumatized, and I'm going to call her a victim, that I keep interviewing over and over again, and I know the story is changing, and I'm going to change the tables here a little bit. This is very common with rape victims. It is not uncommon at all for a rape victim's story to change 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. And there's a lot of training and a lot of studies out there within law enforcement of how you're interacting with those victims, how those interviews are conducted, who's conducting them, the environment that they're conducted in. You know, somebody changing their story who has been subjected to some type of traumatic, violent encounter is actually really common. So, you know, how those interviews are being done, who's doing those interviews. There are people specifically forensically trained to do that. And I think there's a ton to say about the way that all of the interviews could have been done. Some of them were done really well, but the way some of these other interviews could have been done, yeah, absolutely.
Which ones?
You know, but that's always the case. Law enforcement's always going to have gaps like that.
And there's no evidence, I think you were just using it as an example, but to clarify, there was no evidence of any SA to Dylan.
Oh, you dummy. Oh, geez. Seriously?
They're reaching so hard. You know, I don't know. They're just reaching. Look, Ron looks he looks a little irritated about now. I think you're right. He don't know what to do next.
Correct?
Oh, yeah. No. I'm just saying there's a lot of research, because that's where, you know, typically you see very traumatized females in interviews is trying to recount this very traumatic situation. Have you
had a chance to review? I know the transcripts from her interviews were dropped, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago, give or take. Have you had a chance to review those transcripts?
I haven't read those transcripts since they've been dropped. I've had a handful of conversations that I won't go into. And you know, I know that I see it popping up a couple times like, hey, why can't I talk about this? Let's frame something here very quickly. I am a defense expert. I am privy of information because of attorney-client privilege. Okay, you guys are 3 attorneys who understand this very well. There are conversations that I can't get into because of that privilege, and I'm not going to get into it, and it's not going to be things that are going to get released somewhere down the road. We're talking about attorney-client privilege. Things that are public, things that aren't attorney-client privilege that I can talk about, I'm more than happy to talk about. But, you know, I also get frustrated, and I'm not referring to this podcast, when I see a lot of podcasts saying, well, there's just no reason that they can't do this. You guys know as well as anybody, yeah, it's called the privilege. And there is a reason that there's certain things that I can't get into how I know or why I know. So yes, I am familiar with statements made. There's limitations on how far down that I can go because of how I know about it.
Certainly.
If there's an appellate attorney working on this case, that's a great read. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and well, certainly I agree with you that there's obviously privileged information, confidential information, and as attorneys, we certainly hold that valuable. Something I appreciated from your report was sort of, it seemed like an ongoing concern with the lack of source data and the lack of work product where you could actually view how some of these reports came to be. And so I think what happens sometimes for the public and for us in general is, although we understand this confidentiality portion, if we're asked to believe a conclusion, but we can't see the work, even if there's a legitimate reason we can't see the work, it's hard for us to accept that conclusion.
Yeah, the problem there is that I have created work product for the defense team that has never been publicly released. And
no, I'm with you. To be clear, I'm with you that you can't repeat it. I'm just saying that's why I think for us, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but for us, that's where it's hard to follow that. I assume that exists and respect that, and certainly don't want you to put yourself in any sort of position, nor would I assume you would, that would require you to disclose any of that. But I think that's kind of the point I was making.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, that's why I think the lack of trial is really what we're talking about here, is it just left so many things unanswered.
I have a couple questions about the sheath and the DNA from that. I saw a report, and it may have been in Chris Wickham's book, that the Othram, they
keep going about the Dylan because these 2 girls are obsessed with Dylan Mortensen. She's the reason why they're here. She's the reason they came into this case after it was all started, because once those messages got released and these girls were not asleep all night, as indicated, that's what brought them into this case. So here they are. It's all going to go back to Dylan for them each and every time. She with the 8 hour gap. She was the cleanup. She was the sketchy, witness. It's always going to go back to Dylan. You got to have your alternate perp, right? There's his Dylan.
They took the DNA, they took the swab, and they analyzed it, and they come up with the computer file of all the data. That was given to the FBI. That at some point, what the FBI gave to another lab supposedly was twice as big of a file, meaning there was other data. Did that strike you as thing? You have a lot more experience with that sort of thing than I do. That kind of struck me as, where did that extra data come from?
Yeah, and there is testimony that was in the public eye that covered down on part of it. So I feel comfortable getting into a little bit of this. I'm not going to expand on it. There is a tool, and we all use it, so we can't necessarily say, oh, that's terrible, because we're using it every day. There is a tool where I can take an S&P profile. So I develop an S&P profile, and let's say that, I don't know, when we get into S&P profiles, we're talking about biomarkers. So, a really, really good S&P profile would be, let's just say 1 million biomarkers, just to throw a number at it. So I'm working with this evidence, and I have an S&P profile that has 500,000 biomarkers. There's been enough research, there's enough data out there.
No, I'm glad they asked that question. So maybe he could try to explain it. Whether they interpret it correctly is a different story, Dolphin.
They're about commonalities in relationships and paternal and maternal relationships of DNA sequencing, that AI can take a data set of 500 biomarkers and it can kind of start to rehydrate that, hey, if you have this chain here, you would also have this piece here. And if you have this chain here, you would probably have this. So there's a tool out there that we can take crappy crime scene DNA. So let's go to like a 1968 sexual assault where we have the victim's necklace. Maybe the DNA is just terrible. We can get that and we can rehydrate that S&P profile to some extent and build it out using AI. It's just an investigative tool to help point a direction. We're not going to make an arrest on this. In this particular case, that's what was done. They took the original S&P profile, and I'm just throwing numbers, don't quote me, roughly 500,000 biomarkers. They use this program, they get it up to maybe 800,000 or 900,000 biomarkers, and that's the new profile they load into these databases. There's no second lab.
And that's how it grew. People could not wrap their head around that part when they was, why did it grow? How did it grow? How does that just happen? And CC Moore actually goes over this quite beautifully in many different various places and interviews across the board. It pays to do your research. Custody queens, Sam, Kristen, Ron, are you a custody queen? What is he to the custody queens, y'all?
That's involved. It's the loading of that S&P profile now into these databases.
Now, you also said that those four...
Well, there's a possibility, Man X, now I'm wondering, I don't know, possibility of like Cy said, some of this phone data could lead to an area where you might want to go look for some of that stuff, like this little dirt road we were on over there at one point.
The four brothers that were identified through the IGD, that they were distant relatives of Bryan. There's a point where a lot of us are distant relatives of of anyone else, and it may be that if we go far back enough, that all four of us are distantly related. Do we know how close or how far that relation was? Because the closer it is, the more you're going to be able to narrow it down. But the bigger that umbrella, there's a lot of potential people. And if you're looking, for instance, to pin it on one person who happens to be in that umbrella, even though there are others that you're ignoring, it seems that the bigger that umbrella is, the further distant that relationship is, the bigger population it allows you to point at.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more. You just made a really good argument of my earlier point of how we share DNA. So when you go into databases and you're searching my familiar DNA, you are searching my DNA profile that I have an expectation of privacy to, even though you're the person that loaded that DNA profile into this database. And that's why it requires a warrant. Garrity just came down from the Supreme Court, and Garrity could not be a better case for Bryan Kohberger, because it says very clearly that when consent is involved with people loading stuff into databases that law enforcement has access to, it requires a search warrant. I think that IGG is a very powerful tool, and who doesn't want to solve the 1976 murder or rape case? Of course we should be using tools like this. But with a powerful tool, there should absolutely be guardrails that we require our law enforcement and prosecution teams to follow to the T. Because when we don't, it jeopardizes the integrity of the entire investigation.
Was there not other DNA found on the sheath? I saw that in a later report or something that was released a few months ago.
The blood samples from both victims in that room were also found on that sheath, which would be expected.
Okay. Wasn't there also another male DNA found?
I'm not aware of any other DNA profiles that were developed off of that sheath.
Okay.
What about under Maddie's fingernails?
I'm not aware of that.
Next question.
Does anyone have any other questions?
I do. I'm trying to find the
Jesus.
page in his report. I'm not finding.
They're like, well, damn, so far you shot down everything we needed you to say that was right. And he's like, yeah, any more questions? But they're not getting the answers they wanted. That is so obvious. Wow.
Do we open up the question side? You got 20 minutes or so to answer these thousands of questions that are in the chat.
I'm good for whatever. Like I'm trying not to watch the chat because it can get very distracting. I think the best thing that I can probably provide to people is, I really didn't have a dog in the fight here. I've got no reason to frame Bryan Kohberger. I've got no reason to free Bryan Kohberger. I was somebody who was simply relied on to look at some very technical, specific evidence in a manner that would benefit the defense team because of a lack of understanding of some of the technicalities around that. And all I can do is speak honestly about what I saw. And at the end of the day, it's my opinions. And, I already said what my opinions are worth. So I can respect the fact that there's people that will not agree with me, and that's totally cool. That's the beauty of our country. Good for you. But at the same time, I think that, like I said, and I've been saying, to have a real conversation with this, we have to consider all of those options. And I'm totally open to do that. So, yeah, you can ask away.
I do have another area that we forgot real quick. Can we talk about the cash report from the draft to the final? I mean, Sam, how much didn't it go from draft 124 pages to 31? And then if I quote you on your report, we say that the slide shows 4 cell site sector connections between blah, blah, blah. And special agent so-and-so has concealed 92% of these connections from AT&T on the report. So can you just help us understand where almost 100 pages of the draft report would have gone to the final report? Because that seems a little suspicious.
Seems pretty crazy, doesn't it? Yeah, I would love to give you a really good answer. The only thing I can tell you is in between the draft and the final report, the only thing that really changed as it relates to the CAS report was my report. So after reviewing the draft report, I wrote my report, and as a result, the final report came back 100 slides removed. I don't know why those 100 slides were removed. It's a great question. I can't speak to that part. I think that requires the FBI to answer to. And when I say the FBI, I want to make sure I think that the FBI as a whole does great work. I think that the FBI typically is a very...
Oh, y'all, the chat was wild. Chat was wild when this live was happening. I didn't watch the chat the whole time because I usually don't either. If I'm doing something, I'm listening, and or whatever. But I did peek in because, of course, my curiosity gonna get the best of me.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see what them fools are saying because I know he's not telling them what they want to hear. So I knew it was going to be juicy, and boy, was it. He was getting major pushback in that chat. It was pretty crazy. They were not happy campers at all.
A reliable law enforcement partner. There are individual actors in this case. When I'm using the term very generally, the FBI, I want to make it really clear that people won't take my statement and be like, "Oh, so I said all of the FBI." That's not what I'm saying. Another thing that we can talk about really, really quick, because I actually made a note about this a couple months ago. The allocution. I think it's worth talking about the allocution because I've seen it pop up in the chat a couple times, and I'm not calling the three of you out. I just want to express something. There was an interview with Dr. Turvey where Dr. Turvey says, "I've never seen this." And one of you asked him, "Have you ever seen a case where the allocution was not required?" He says, "No." Or, "Have you ever seen a case turned over and appealed because of the lack of an allocution?" He says, "No, I've never seen that because it's never happened." Mm-hmm. Idaho Criminal Rule 33. Everybody should read it. Those of you at home who have an issue with the allocution, it's ICR 33. All you got to do is go to Google and Google it. A lot of states do not require an allocution. The idea that an allocution is actually required is nonsense. The Fifth Amendment is still very much at play. In Idaho, what is required is sufficient facts to determine that the defendant committed the crime. And I heard Dr. Turvey said he never did that. Well, that's not true. In open court, Bryan Kohberger admitted to murdering all four of these victims. He said, the question was, did you murder? And they went name by name by name, to which he responded yes to on every single count. He was then asked, were you clearly thinking when you committed these crimes? He said yes. He was then asked, were you promised anything to take this plea deal? No, I was not. Did you enter the house with the intent to commit these crimes? Yes, I did. That satisfies all that is needed by the state of Idaho. In fact, it goes above and beyond. At sentencing, the idea of an allocution being required that's nonsense. If I'm a defense attorney and I'm looking at the long game here, why would I allow my client to stand in open court and allocute to this crime? I'm going to do the bare minimums of what I have to do to meet the plea deal. So the idea that, Bryan Kohberger didn't allocute to this crime, well, number one, it's not required. Number two, he did establish significant factual basis that he committed this crime by admitting that he committed the crime. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure where.
If he said he didn't commit the crime, then would the plea deal go through?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
There would be no plea deal if he didn't agree that he committed the crime.
100%. But that's all the law requires.
What does she think a plea deal is? That Bryan don't got to say a word or to accept it. They're just going to give it to him. We're giving you a plea deal, Bryan. She's like, he has to. Girl, God, Lord.
Is that sufficient basis for the defendant to have committed the crime is all that's required in Idaho and a lot of other states. So when a defendant says, yes, I did it, that's all that's required. So, I've seen a lot of hubbub about the allocution. That is super normal. I have seen a lot of high profile cases where we never really hear a backstory or a full confession from.
That is true.
Like, they still have that Fifth Amendment right.
But Rex Heuermann, he just didn't tell anybody how he just killed all those women.
Now, it's not required, but could the judge require it in the case, even though the law doesn't require it? That's still something that within the judge's discretion to require as part of a plea deal.
No, not in Idaho. 33 specifically says the judge can only allow the opportunity of the defendant or the defendant's counsel to make that statement during the actual sentencing. But there's no, the statute's pretty clear, or the criminal rule rather is pretty clear. It's not a requirement.
I could certainly see why nobody would want an allocution in this case.
100%. I would have fallen off the couch if I saw Bryan do an allocution in this case. Like that doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, we've fallen off the couch for other reasons there, Cy.
On the night of the murders, were there any plainclothes officers working that night that you're aware of?
I have I have heard a lot of different things about a lot of undercover officers and undercover officers driving vehicles that aren't accounted for as undercover cars and people being in the area. I think we got to remember the size and resource of Moscow PD to start with. Like, we're not talking a big agency. I also think we have
really take
to
it down a few
understand
notches.
this was a fairly normal night in Moscow. So, you know, the idea that all of these undercover vehicles are all of a sudden roaming Moscow, it's hard for me to understand where those resources came from and where they disappeared to the next day. It kind of goes down that conspiracy hole pretty far for me.
We do know that there was, in March after this, so a few months after this, there was a big drug-related arrest in the area, not necessarily in Moscow, but there are ties between some of the people who were arrested in that and some people at University of Idaho. So there would have been a lot of federal agents kind of in the area involved in that.
It's possible. I would not rule that out at all. But, you know, if I had, I just want to frame this. If I was a federal or a state officer out and about the night that these murders happened, why would I not make it very clear that I was out and about working this drug investigation and here's what I saw or didn't see? You know, I think the absence of that, again, now we're going to the conspiracy where we have these other law enforcement actors who have nothing to do with the investigation themselves now have to be part of it for that to exist. It's very common also in big cases like that. You know, there's a lot of tracking on officers as a whole these days between vehicles and resources and all of that. And it's very common. I can't say specifically to this case, I'm just talking generalities. It's pretty easy to see who's on duty, who's off duty, and what they're doing. It's rare that we have.
People were like, oh, there was already a parallel investigation happening. There was all this FBI activity in and around the town. Wow. Anything besides Kohberger didn't do it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And the fact that it got that intense with this case is extremely wild to me. I don't know if we'll ever see it again to this capacity. Do you know what I mean?
I know. It's like they act like Moscow is in a vacuum or something. It's like, oh, no other crime could be going on except for what happened on the 13th. It's like, come on, people. Like, everybody else is doing, you know, going about their business, doing whatever they're doing too. You know, it's just like, so what? They, you know, did some big drug bust or whatever, not in that area, but close to that area. Like, what does that have to do with this?
Nothing, because all of that is routine, unfortunately, crime happening across America, right?
It's
Business
life.
as usual, right? Life, business as usual. The only thing strange that night was the Idaho slasher, custody queens.
Have a bunch of cops running around town without anybody knowing that they're running around town. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's pretty rare.
But MPD would have unmarked vehicles, obviously, in their fleet.
Oh, of course they would. I'm not aware of Moscow PD having a Honda Elantra, and that's specifically what I'm talking about. Is I've heard a bunch of scuttlebutt about an undercover officer driving a Honda Elantra on Indian Hills that night, and I think that's complete nonsense.
And you getting a little aggravated now. I wasn't a cop of the goddamn riding around Indian Hills that night. Damn it, it was. I've just told y'all he was not only on Indian Hills that night, but he was out there multiple fucking times.
Oh God. Oh, Cyree said, I'm not sure they have a white Hyundai Elantra in their stable of unmarked cars. Oh,
no,
wow.
Remember, because everybody kept saying that the Banfield stop that night and the car that the cop was driving was really oh God, so much. Yeah, Firefly she was having a whole-on meltdown earlier, wasn't she?
Nobody's ever going to be able to back that up with actual evidence.
Do you know when Ethan got home or got?
We'll get back to Ethan in a second. Yes, he did say ICR 33. Oh, they go into that clump of hair in Ethan's hand. Wait till you hear what Cy says about all that and what Turby had to say. He did say ICR 33. I wrote it down. Covers sentencing, governs the sentencing hearing, not the plea hearing. Okay.
To 1122 on the night of the murders?
I don't recall. I remember at some point having a discussion of it. I don't remember, as I say here.
And with all this cell data that we have sitting here today, I still don't even think we know exactly when Ethan and or Xana got home. Do have you seen evidence that would support that exact timing, and we just haven't, and we're just supposed to trust everybody with the information we're going to get?
Look, here's what we do know about Ethan and Xana that night. They got home at some point, never made it out of that house again.
Yep, they were there before that DoorDash order, you
They
know.
damn sure were. And why these people want to keep on. Yeah, we all wondered why it was sketchy. The cops made that sketchy because they continued to come out. Anybody with any information on Ethan and Xana's relevant, we were like, how come y'all don't know where these kids were all night? Y'all know where everybody else was that night. We see Maddie and Haley for what they were doing. You know, by now then they were finding out what the roommates were doing. But now we know that Ethan and Xana were at the party at the frat house. People were seeing them. What nobody ever seemed to know was exactly what time those two dipped out and walked home by themselves. And I don't even know why it matters anymore. What we do know is
There's so many interviews with their friends, though, that a few people have said, you know, oh, I think it was around this time or whatever.
That's
So
it. They all think it was around this time, and that I'm aware, but nobody knows an exact time they got home. Is my point. As always, been a contingency with these pro-burger people. It's never bothered people like us because we've heard all the explanations and statements. But for them, did they hone in on the most ridiculous things to fit their narrative? It's crazy how they spin it like that. They must sit around and think about it forever to come up with that shit.
I can tell you when it's very likely that their mobile devices were not at the house, and when they were at the house, if I sat down and looked at the records, and I don't recall there being any like aha moment when I saw that time. You know, they were there before the murders. That's what I can tell you.
All right. What is your, if you were doing a peer review on Agent Nick Balance, what would it say?
I did a peer review on Agent Nick Balance, and you have the full report.
You did a peer review on Nick Balance. Many people have, actually.
I know. I was being somewhat sarcastic. He needs to go back to FBI school and maybe.
I think the thing that I will stand by until my dying day is that report and the peer review of that report is nothing more than a rubber stamp. And that report and that part of this investigation can never be accepted as the standard in this field. And that's why I got involved with this case. That's why I'm still very passionate about this case. I am currently spending my time traveling around the country on my own dime, teaching law enforcement about this case to prevent this from ever happening again. So like I said, I get where people are pissed off. I get where people question law enforcement. I got involved without being paid. I've spent an incredible amount of time trying to absorb this case. I'm still investing my own money and going around. I've got an entire training class that I've done all over the country. We've had about 300 agencies attend it to date so far. We're getting a lot of people coming through the class. And the entire point of this is to educate law enforcement on these issues with mass scale and technical data to prevent this from happening again. And I'm making it very clear that report in this case can never be accepted as the standard. It just simply can't.
Yeah, it's bad. If there was ever a case to go to trial, it was this one. Do you know exactly where BK was?
You know what, Kristen, let me come back just for 1 second.
Sure.
I really, really hope for your sake and the people that are listening right now that are on the fence, there is things in this case, and I'm gonna walk a line, but I'm gonna be very careful with how I say this. There are things in this case that have not been released publicly to this day that the prosecution team knows about and the defense team knows about. And the average person who has the ability to logically process, they've got common sense, are going to change their opinions when they see some of this.
Wow.
This case for a defense team is incredibly difficult to tell.
That girl up there is on the right. She leaned in. What? I'm going to change my mind. I'm reasonable. I'm smart. He's not. Are y'all sure, girls? So there's still a lot to come.
Ron still has the same expression.
No, Ron is just like, he just never changes. Oh, poor guy. He looks baffled sometimes, but yeah, there's still a lot to come. And like he said, there's stuff the prosecution knows and the defense knows, and people with a logical mind should be able to see that and get a new conclusion, maybe they're like, well, we'll have to review in the future and see if it ever happens for them, but I doubt it.
Take to trial. You are going to get beat up in trial in ways that you guys don't know about, and it's not your fault. You just haven't seen it because it hasn't been released, and I don't expect it's ever going to be released unless we get appeals and trials going in the backside. But I promise you, this defense team was competent. This defense team had the skill and the knowledge to take this to court. They strategically made the decisions they did, because there are things in this case that the general public still doesn't know, that I can't get into. I would love to, that reframes this entire investigation, that makes this an incredibly difficult case to defend. It does. And it's extremely prejudicial stuff. And I don't expect that the defense would have had any luck. Well, they don't have any luck so far getting it where it didn't go in front of the jury.
Let me ask this then. We've been looking at this as there were basically three pillars to the prosecution's case: the DNA on the knife sheath, the cell phone data and the power data, and the Elantra. Are there other major pillars to this case, other major categories of evidence that we have not seen, or does this additional evidence fall within those three groups?
You know, I'm going to split this into two trials, because this is a death penalty case, or was a death penalty case at the time. So we've got the guilt phase and we've got the sentencing phase, right? The guilt phase, showing the defendant had access to a murder weapon consistent to the murder weapon that is believed to have been used and consistent to the knife sheath that was found, would be very, very easy to make. Mm-hmm. The nature of the crime, and as far as the way it's committed and some other details about that, I think would have been challenging on some of the defendant's interactions, social behaviors, personal behaviors that would have come out at trial, that I think would have been fairly significant to the average person.
Wow.
The vehicle, the phone records, I think would have been major pillars to the state, because like I've been saying the entire time, anybody who testifies in this case, nobody can say Bryan Kohberger didn't go to Moscow that night. And I know there was some claims that the defense put out early on in some motions. I never would have testified that Bryan Kohberger was not in Moscow that night. I couldn't. And neither can anybody else. So, in fact, when we look at, I've been saying the whole day today, if you look from point A to point B, it is incredibly likely that he went right through Moscow. I don't see another route that would have done it, that wouldn't have been exposed on a camera. So, you know, that's also a major piece. In the guilt phase, those things, I've said it already. If everything comes into trial and the defense is not successful in getting some of this suppressed, 10 out of 10 juries in the United States find Bryan Kohberger guilty. So now we move to the penalty phase. And those of you that are listening that aren't the three attorneys on, the penalty phase is almost its own trial, in which now it's determined, hey, he is guilty, but does that crime rise to a level that is so heinous in nature it meets the death penalty? Typically, why that's important is judges will allow more evidence to come in about character witnesses, maybe in character of the defendant themselves. When that door gets opened, I believe this case would have changed dramatically. And I'll just leave it at that. And I hope someday that it comes out, because I think it would be very, very powerful for everybody to see. And I also think it reframes this case. But, you know, my big point here, and like I said, I'm going to try to walk this line very carefully. Those of us that have seen this data understand the significance of this data. Those that haven't are not in a position to make the claim that, well, I will never believe that this didn't happen, because there's things out there that I think if a lot of people saw, it might change their opinion.
And to be clear, you know, we all have our own opinions, and there are certain opinions that you formulated within the scope of your expertise on this case. And then there's the more broader opinions that you're formulating now based on certain areas that maybe you weren't an expert in on this case.
Oh God, can we really trust anything Twiz says? If y'all want to discuss what Twizzle had to say, let me go pull up a court hearing where he's sitting in the back pew. No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Even if you were in other cases, that would be fair.
Correct.
When you are talking sort of again though about your expertise, one of the things that keeps coming to mind for me is the statement that you made that the theory that Mr. Kohberger's device utilized a particular cell site, therefore he must be at the crime scene, is in your opinion a reckless assumption because that same cell site covers much of the population of Moscow. So if I'm looking at the area within your expertise, it seems like at least with some of the cell phone data and information that you've digested, there's not enough there in and of itself, short of, to your point, the totality of circumstances within your field to get to that conclusion.
Yeah, I stand by, and Bill Thompson stood up in court and even said this. I don't believe the state would ever be able to show a clear and convincing pattern of stalking, and that's kind of what we're going.
These two women and Ron here are family law attorneys out of California, y'all. CFLS, and Ron is also a CLAS, so you can Google it. They're out of California. They're family law attorneys.
To with those cell connections and being at or near the house. I just don't think you're going to be able to show stalking. Does that mean that he never had contact with the victims or hadn't driven by the house or hadn't even been to the house? We can't say that. There's times that we know he's in the general area, the southern part of Moscow, and he turns his phone off prior to the murder, where we know he's in that area and he's got his phone off. We can't say what.
I guess they think that throwing that lawyer thing up there gives them more credibility, kind of like, look at my training and experience and my dusted off degrees on the wall. None of that matters to me. Yeah, I don't care what you are. You're just talking about, right? Now, sometimes we know criminal defense attorneys live large on YouTube and they have a certain kind of take on cases. But people think slapping their label on something gives them more credibility, and I've got news for them. It certainly does not.
He's doing or not doing.
Yeah, and then just, sorry, Ron, I'll let you go. But then just my last point sort of with this information that, of course, is not currently available to us. I think we all have to reserve on that because we haven't had the opportunity to really review that. And I think that a lot of us have differing opinions on the evidence that is out, whether it's the IgG evidence, the hair evidence. I know we haven't really gotten into that, but the credibility of the witnesses, all of those things are reasonably, and that's what a jury would do, be looking at the facts and making those determinations if the case had gone to trial.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think we have to, that's kind of what I was talking about in the very beginning. I think that the case of guilt to me is not where the focus should be. It's not where the effort and the exhaustion should be of, did he do it? Did he not do it? Yeah, we haven't seen anything, but I really feel this way or that way. I feel that as the general community looking at this case, the question should be the legal process. The question should be the way this investigation was done. The efforts right now should be looked at. What do we need to change, employ, educate, require to prevent a case from having so many investigative issues that we're having this conversation a couple years later with the potential that we're never going to get all the answers out in public. That's the conversation that needs to be had right now. That's the conversation that I think people really need to lean into is how do we effectively change what we saw in this case so that we're not talking about this again in a couple more years with another case that exact same issues.
Okay, I have a few questions, and only because I think we are going to receive some flagellation from our viewers if we don't go into these. I've seen reports and seen actually photos of them of 3 clumps of hair found in the 2 rooms. This is not cast off hair that shed over time. There's a clump of hair that is said to have been in Ethan's hand. And then there are 2 clumps of hair, one of which appears to potentially have roots attached to it between in the bed of Maddie and Kaylee, each of those. Do you know anything about those?
I do, and I want to qualify my answer before I say this. I recently released a book where I actually quote Dr. Turvey on some work that he has previously done, and I actually cite him as, hey, look at this guy. His statement about the hair on this case is complete and utter bullshit. And the day that photo gets released, I think he has incredibly hurt his credibility. Incredibly. The idea that Ethan is holding on to a clump of hair just isn't supported by the evidence in this case. There are very good crime scene photos that shows exactly what he's detailing. And I want, for your listeners, I want to explain very clearly what Dr. Turvey said. The manner of Ethan's death, he bled a lot. And he was leaning up against the wall between the bed and the wall, and his hand fell down in between the bed and the wall and is actually resting on the bed frame itself. Blood ran down his arm to his hand. When he was moved, there was debris that was on the bed frame that was now stuck to his hand in the dry blood. In that debris, there is a hair that looks a lot like Xana's hair that is there. There is not a clump of hair. Now, I have 4 girls. I've raised 4 girls. I challenge anybody who's female, who has their bed pushed up against the wall, who hasn't cleaned out or under their bed in a while, pull the bed back and see what is between your wall and your bed or down by the bed rail itself. Are we really talking about the fact that Xana's hair may be in dry blood on Ethan's hand because it's sitting on her bed frame in between the wall and her bed where things get captured like debris, and really going to write a book and make a claim that Ethan has the suspect's clump of hair in his hand? Like, holy shit, what are we talking about? Yeah, this is the most nonsensical thing I think I've heard on this case, and it blew me away that Turvey went there. And like I said, the day that photo gets released, I think he has a real credibility issue. And there's a reason the defense team issued the statement that they did. And I'm not going to get into that background, but I think it was 100% justified.
What about the clumps of hair? And there reportedly are clumps of hair that were on the bed with.
Of course there is. Where was the focus of that attack with those 2 victims?
Yeah.
It's the head. Yeah. The idea that there's pieces of hair mixed in between these 2 bodies, and I'm not going to get into detail of what this crime scene looked like. I would be blown away if there wasn't remnants of bloody hair there. If they didn't find bloody hair there, I'd be like, well, there's a problem. And the idea that somehow we can take this piece or this strand of hair that's dried in Ethan's hand and we can go find the real suspect, that's the most reckless thing I think I've ever heard an expert attest to, and he knows better. He knows way better.
Let me ask you this, though. It was significant enough to be excluded as Bryan's, so it was at least tested on some level. So
sometimes law enforcement has to exclude evidence because of how it looks in court if they don't. I could not agree with you more. 100%. We see a piece of hair, and he made an issue of it. Of course, at that point, they're going to say, well, we'll prove it's not Bryan's.
But
or
then
we'll test it against Bryan's. But
it wasn't. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we also have to understand the testing that can be done. We don't have roots. It's a strand of hair. It's mitochondrial. We can only relate it by eliminating people on the mother side of that, the maternal piece. So the idea that we can send that to the lab and actually even develop a DNA profile is nonsense.
And so by that same standard, we can assume that or suggest that maybe it's a victim's hair, but we can't actually confirm that it's her hair either.
They could have related that it came from somebody on Xana's maternal side, and I kind of wish that maybe they would have done that testing because I think that would help clear this up. But the idea that he's grasping or holding hair and that this photo shows him holding a clump of hair, I watched that twice because I couldn't believe what he was saying. And then I went back to my crime scene photos and I actually looked at it and I thought, man, if these photos ever get fully released, he's done.
They should be released so we can put this all to bed.
I'm telling you right now, that was just an incredibly reckless thing to hang your hat on.
But the
Incredibly reckless thing to hang your hat on. But he did. And I already saw the pushback on that saying, well, say according to your own affidavit or your own report, which we just read earlier. Remember when I pointed out what the things he said he saw so far? They're like, prove you saw those crime scene photos. Prove it, sir. Like, well, apparently he's seen them. And I wish that they would get, here we go again with the unredaction of the pictures, you know, and to what extent can they unredact? But they have the debris in the hand. They see it. They see the report about the debris, but they still can't get past there's a clump of hair in his hand that was never really there. That's crazy.
FBI does reference the hair in one of their reports. I know that at the beginning it's debris, it's debris, it's debris.
There is hair. There's no doubt that there's hair there. I agree with 100%. There's hair on a male victim who's in a female's room that looks a lot like the female's hair. 100%.
But it also is the same color of other people that I think are questionable. And it was my understanding you could test, other than mitochondrial, you could test even if there wasn't roots. Is that not?
You could send the follicle without a root to a place like Astria Labs. They just did it in the Rex Heuermann case. Where you been, girls? Where y'all been? This piece of hair wasn't relevant enough to warrant all that testing. They just can't wrap their heads around it.
I don't question the idea that we need to run that hair down. I question the framing that Ethan is holding on to a clump of hair,
Right.
the way it was described by Turvey as, and it was very clear. Anybody can go back and listen to what he told you guys. He paints a picture like the suspect was tangling with the victim was tangling with the suspect, and Ethan rips out this clump of hair from the suspect as the crime is being committed. And that is not what is in the picture by
That's pretty much exactly how he describes it.
any play of the word. And you know, what a great piece of evidence for law enforcement. If that was the suspect's hair, like, man.
That is curious.
And I will say,
That's curious. They don't really know what to say anymore, y'all. Wow.
there was a comment you made not too long ago before we got to the hair, and you said incredibly likely. And I will tell you, incredibly likely to me and probably the other two attorneys sitting here, that does not mean.
Y'all know how many other thousands of fools were watching it, Forrest, and how many other thousands were going at him after this live, and they all go run do their lives to rebut what he's saying and go at him. There's a lot of them out there, y'all. A whole hell of a lot. And that's the issue. That's your jury pool, man. So we can blow them off real easy surface level. This is our freaking jury pool. People who can't comprehend simple, basic evidence and information. That should be a scary thought to all of y'all. Maybe they do it better over in Denmark. What do they got? They have paid jurors. Like, what's that? Nick explains it all the time.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Nick is actually a paid jurist from over there.
I will agree with you that a lot of my statements with Bryan, and I think you guys can appreciate this, I have to be very careful with how I frame innocence and guilt in my opinions, right? In conversations that I have. What I can tell you is, in looking at the evidence, it is incredibly likely that Bryan Kohberger is the correct suspect. He is by far the best, and I know your viewers having a field day with me using the word candidate. You know, I think we're starting to split hairs, for lack of a better term, at this point. He is the best candidate. There is no alternative suspect who completely outshines this. And for people to run with the conspiracy theory that I'm hearing out there, the hypocrisy of how much weight they're putting on evidence to support their conspiracy theories in spite of refusing to even accept the evidence that exists is pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. And he's sitting right up on their panel saying it, and all the people in chat do not like it. But so that proves no matter what they hear, y'all, they're not going to have their minds changed, right? It's just some of them are so good at misrepresenting the documents in order to support their conspiracy. It's always been that way, right, Firefly? Always. Cough, cough.
But you do.
She's big mad tonight, having a full-on meltdown over there, I think.
Do agree, like, that hair wasn't tested. The 247 was not accurate. The PCA was wrong. Suspect vehicle 1 wasn't a thing. The FBI report didn't show their math. Like, all those things are also
There was an
true.
intentional withholding of evidence.
Admit it. I have documented it. I've written a book about it, and I'm running around the country telling it to every police officer that I can get to listen to make sure that we change it. 100%. The legal issues surrounding this investigation are mind-numbing. I couldn't agree with you guys more.
So in conclusion, this really was the worst investigation you've ever seen in 30 years of being a expert law enforcement.
Let me frame that. This level of a crime with the authority and resources that were provided to solve it, yes, without a doubt. You know, have I seen some pretty crazy things with very small agencies on crimes that never really got investigated that were even worse because the investigation never happened? 100%, but that's different. Very high profile case where the amount, and let's be honest here, the cost of the resources that were thrown at this investigation, yes, I think everybody in the world can say we expect a better work product here. That we didn't get what we paid for. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah,
Right.
I still got a couple questions. If you guys
Go for
Okay.
it, Ron.
Okay.
Jeez.
about, and this relates to the weapon that was used. I think I've seen the autopsy reports. I've looked at the measurements. I agree that there's a lot of injuries that are consistent with a K-bar knife. Two things, though, stick out at me. There are some injuries that are not just not consistent, but inconsistent with a K-bar knife, meaning they are far too narrow. Could it be skin stretching? You know, I don't know. But we're talking about half a blade that would be half the width of a K-bar knife,
Are you talking about the thickness of the knife or the width of the blade?
the width of the blade. I
So-
mean, some that are like, yeah, half that, which would surprise me.
He done got the measurements and all. He's just an expert now. Ron, you go back to not saying much and being confused.
Which also don't show sharp edges on it, and so that question, there's also some indication of possibly a serrated blade being used. But what I didn't see, and I don't know if it just hasn't been released to us, is we don't see a lot of transfer of blood from one crime scene room to the other, meaning we don't see, I haven't seen, and maybe I've missed or it hasn't been released, any evidence of Kaylee and Maddie's blood in Xana's room and on Xana and Ethan's body, or vice versa, which, I mean, you would expect if a person used a single weapon, that there would be some blood transfer, but you didn't see any of that.
Yeah. So the first piece on the width of the knife, I think it's important that we all agree we have to understand the depth to put sense to the width.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a K-bar knife, you know, the first few millimeters is very thin when we're talking the width. So I know exactly the part you're talking about, and I think if you go back and look, you'll see that there's some discrepancies and some disagreements on depth, and that depth is critical. Without that depth, we can't say that.
Yeah.
Serrated is also consistent with tearing, and I think it's important we understand the mechanism of injury like that and the brutal nature of these murders. There's also some tearing, which can also be looked at as serrated. And it's because just the sheer force and volume. Same with the blunt force. The blunt force can be, you know, some of these blows not landing necessarily knife tip first. So all of I haven't seen anything there that would be concerning. Like I said before, I have done blood spatter expert testimony before. I was a subject matter expert with blood spatter. I don't know what all has been released. I believe that there's been quite a bit covered down on this. I will clarify it this way. There is no doubt as to the order of the victims being attacked that evening because of the blood spatter that is found in the different rooms and leading from one room to the other. There is blood from the first two victims found throughout the house going to the bedroom of the second two victims.
In what order was that? Can you tell us the order?
Yeah, the upstairs first. That's been out there for a long time.
Yeah, I wanted to hear you say it.
Yeah. The other problem, Ron, with some of the blood in, you know, right around Xana and Ethan is the sheer volume of blood. You know, when you have this giant puddle of blood, we don't collect the entire puddle and test all aspects. So there could very easily be blood transfer in that area. And the problem is it sounds terrible. It's just so voluminous at that point. You can't test it all. in areas that I would expect to see it, it was seen. Like the blood is really straightforward on this case.
Okay.
He said,
And
okay.
I think my final question I have is, was there ever discussion of an offered plea?
Well, Steve Gonzalez answers that question on J for Justice when I ask her to ask him to elaborate on that. Sir, where you been, Ron? Jesus, dude, sit down, Ron, with your final question.
To your knowledge.
I'm not aware of any discussion of an offered plea. I'm not aware of any real discussion about a plea until the judge promoted it and the state followed up on the judge's promotion. Outside of that, I'm not aware of any.
No, Forrest, and if anybody's ready to dip out, trust me, I completely understand. This is not for everyone. This case is not for everyone. Watching this stuff is not for everyone. But it is getting late. We're about done here with this guy, and then we're going to wrap it up for the night. But no, there's not much more left.
Discussions of pleas prior to that.
There is anyway.
Just for people who are watching, an offered plea is one where the defendant pleads guilty but doesn't claim without saying I did it. It's
well, that Captain, that's like saying, Alex Murdaugh, he's getting a new trial. That doesn't mean he didn't do it, right? Letitia Stalk, she's going to get a new trial. Doesn't mean her ass didn't do it. Even if Kohberger gets granted a plea, a new trial, even an appeal at some point, doesn't mean the guy's going to get a new trial or even get enough. Say if he ever got to actual trial, well, they convict him. Kohberger better play his cards very carefully if he ever decided to go forward with any sort of plea going, under the law that he can take it.
Essentially, I accept.
People to say he can't do it, I beg to differ. You better go brush up on some stuff. I just don't know that he ever will, because there's a lot more for him to file the kind of appeal he's going to need. It's more than just filing your basic appeals, which is standard with any conviction.
This plea, I'm not saying I did it.
That the prosecution had enough evidence to convict him. Did you know about the plea deal before the public did?
I don't know when the public knew. I would say I probably learned about it about the same time everybody else was learning about it. There wasn't necessarily what I would consider a real clear release. It kind of dribbled out, so different people, I think, learned at different times. And like I said before, the plea deal did not surprise me. I think the opportunity for the state to offer it and the necessity for the defense to seriously consider it was very real on both sides. It was real enough that it happened. I mean, I think that's very clear at this point.
All right. If there is an appeal being worked on or done down the line, I agree with your statement that I don't think this case is remotely over. Are you going to be part of the defense still as well?
I would like to think that I have become so toxic to both parties in this case that no one will talk to me ever again. That would kind of be my wish, because I have plenty to say about both sides.
Thank you, Forrest, for coming in. Go get some rest. Rachel's here with us. We got this. Chat's pretty chilled. So thank you for everything.
I will advocate if I'm put on the
write
stand.
a book on the prosecution side too. I know you touched on it, and your book is good. For anyone that hasn't read it, it's a good read.
If I was a defense attorney on this case and post judgment, we had to come back, I would probably thank and excuse you for your service, because
thanks, Ron. If you can write a strongly letter or worded letter for that, let me know. Maybe I can use it later on.
Excuse you. They're like, we would never talk to you. So they don't like you, Cy. They don't like what you got to say. But what they're failing to realize is he was the witness expert for the defense. What would he have said if this went to trial? How would he have got up there and explained, because he's not saying the guy didn't do it. He's just trying to point out there's discrepancies in this data. And that's a conversation they cannot it's not an easy conversation for people to have when they, okay, yes, the guy's guilty, but what about all this? Well, because all that may matter. It might have mattered at trial, y'all, when it came to the law. It will matter going forward in other cases when it comes to the laws. That's why every damn bit of this mattered. But you can't have that conversation in the same, well, he's guilty conversation. I can all day long and twice on Sunday, as the judge likes to say.
But this case is going. We all have our opinions and thoughts, and it's an area that there's a lot of discussion, and we certainly are grateful to have had this discussion with you and for you to be candid about this. Certainly.
Well, and the decision's pretty much been made. I am done. So this is going to be the one and only interview that I do post report ever. So I've had a lot of phone calls and I've turned them all down. I'm kind of done with the public side of this. I think that it's growing to a toxic level of,
You need to release the dogs.
Yeah.
That was, I mean,
He called y'all toxic, girls. It's a toxic level out there. He's done with the case. He's not going to talk about it publicly anymore, according to him, allegedly speaking.
it truly would. And you're going to laugh. I mean, the three of us got into it as a passion project. Like, we weren't busy enough. And like I said, I watched another.
A passion project.
Yeah.
They're going to file. Look, their law firm's
Okay.
going to handle the appeal going forward. Don't worry, y'all. Their passion project just turned into their future. Passion project. Good Lord, my passion is finding justice for victims and trying to unpack the investigation that led straight to their cold-hearted little asses. Black heart little ass.
Creators listened to some audio, and I was like, this does not sit right. And I know
this does not sit right. Oh my God.
might think poor Dylan, but you and I can respectfully disagree about that.
Sai has a book, and it's not a book about tell-all gossip. It's a book about, he's been said it 1,000 times. That book's for law enforcement. It's that type of book about the investigative techniques. But people are out there spending $100 on his book now, realizing this is a piece of shit junk book, but I'm going to have to read it anyway now that I bought it. That's the kind of book Sai wrote, not the Chris Whitcomb kind of book, not the James Patterson type book, none of that shit. Sai's like, nope.
It sounded littered with problems with the investigation from day one, and then it kind of turned into this. But we appreciate
I think it can be both, right? I do think that there can be legitimate issues with Dylan's statements and things that Dylan has said and done. I can also very clear-minded say, I think that girl is a victim. I think that she has experienced something that I would like to say none of us should ever have to experience. And I think we can have both. I don't think it has to be. When I say this case has turned too toxic, I'm just done with it. The idea of people saying it has to be this or that, and that there's not a common ground there, is absurd. And I just, to the point that I'm done kind of arguing that piece of it. Both of these things can exist. Dylan can have made terrible decisions that she can't account for, and she should have to answer at some point for, like, hey, why did you do it like this? Like, I couldn't agree with you more, but at the same time, she is a victim. She 100% experienced something that I would not want my daughter to experience. If my daughter was going to college and did some dumb shit like Dylan did, I would be like, what the hell's wrong with you? And
thank you, Sai. Oh my God. That's why I sat down and had a talk with my boy. Don't be that dumb shit. Don't do it. And that can all be true. We all know. We've seen the statements. We've seen the texts. We've seen the interviews. We've seen the hot mess expressed that child is. The defense could eat her alive on the stand. What she did that night was some super stupid, dumbass shit. Now, she's got to live with that for the rest of her life, though. And she will always second guess herself. If I had done this, hopefully she's got enough therapy to help her get through a lot of that. That's a lot of load to carry your entire life, the what ifs. And a lot of us know if we experience the great loss of a loved one, the what ifs may never go away. No matter how much you know, your what ifs wouldn't have mattered in the end. So I get it, but we all know she pretty much was exactly what he just described.
then I would give her a hug and think, oh my God, I'm so sorry this happened to you, right? Like, there's an empathy piece to everything about this case that we can never lose sight of. You know, there's real victims, living victims today that are having to deal with this nonsense. I feel for the families having to go through this toxicity. I feel for the friends and relatives. It's kind of gotten to its own.
Yeah, those families who should sit down and, or that family, I should say, who should sit down and not have a feeling and speak their mind at ever and just lay down and take it like little champs. Yeah.
Stratosphere, if you will, and it's disturbing to see.
And two things can exist. I can still agree. We can still agree to disagree, but I understand where you're coming from, and I haven't seen everything because they haven't released it. But I have serious problems with the way the investigation was handled with respect to some of them, and maybe
Now we're totally aligned. I will totally agree with you on that one.
I mean, the fact that we just accepted them as victims right off the bat, I have a problem with. I mean, can we get back to
Nobody accepted them as victims right off the bat. Girl, you came into this game late and you're only listening to what a few people, what the Kohbergers tell you. Rational people knew to question that girl right off the bat. The minute you heard 8-hour gap, your mind should have automatically went to why? Or human, why? So to sit there and say that is just ridiculous. It took a lot of us a long time to get there, damn it.
Hunter walking? You know, he's holding a knife. He's standing in the room, inviting the cops in for the walkthrough. They haven't even cleared the house, and I'm holding a knife, and we just totally normal in Moscow. I mean, that's wild to me. When do you show up at a crime scene with somebody holding a knife over their head, and it's like, hey, come on in, come on home?
It wasn't like that either. Everybody's not happy about the way they handled Hunter, but my God, that boy just went through a traumatic experience. You know what I mean? I didn't find anything odd about all of that. I watched it with my own eyes. I saw the body cam videos. They're out there. Don't tell me what was shown, because I saw it with my own eyes. We might just interpret it differently, and that's okay.
Boy.
Jeez.
Well, I will say, I really, and I know I can speak for Kristen and Ron and everyone out there, I really do appreciate you taking the time to, it's now been 3.5 hours.
All right, enough of y'all. It has. It's been a long night with y'all. Damn it, man. So even with him laying out all that, y'all see how these people are going to react. I'm telling you, those of y'all who saw the chat saw how they were reacting. Literally nothing you can ever say. That's why I don't do shows and go at the Kohbergers and hold lives and react to what she said, he said. I might as well do that with the Sebastian Rogers case and be like the rest of the shit out there. Although it appears to bring in the clicks and views. I just don't want to do all that. I think I don't need to go and challenge all the Kohbergers and all the creators that support that. That is an endless battle that we will never win. So I just don't do it. But we see them. We've seen them forever. And I know Firefly and Butterfly or Dolphin have seen it forever as well. And a lot of you in the chat will, y'all, if y'all been around the case for that long, you know you've seen it all out there. But yeah, I mean, that's the way we have to hear from the potential witnesses in this case that would have testified, is by watching them go and do interviews and such. Why mainstream media has not nailed these people down and asked for concrete interviews? Like, do they not care? You know, it's not worth looking at and unpacking it. So it's a little, I don't know what this Netflix documentary or whatever there is. It a movie or a documentary? Let me go see here. What's it called? Oh wait, I got the link. Oh, I just saw it too. I'm curious. We've watched a lot of these shows on this case, guys, you know, throughout the time, that going back to the very original datelines when we heard about the 12 pings for the very first time. Oh, I can't play the trailer because they'll get me. November 13, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, were found murdered in an off-campus home. Let's see. Watch the Idaho Murders College Nightmare on July 29th on Netflix. So and they're showing video footage of body cam footage from in the home. Looks like a documentary type thing. Through body cam footage, text
Mm-hmm.
interviews with loved ones, the documentary exploring that. I wonder what interviews they'll have with loved ones. Because it says, yeah, they're going to explore through body cam footage, text, and interviews with loved ones. This documentary investigates the horrifying murders. Hmm. Well, we'll stay tuned for that. I know I'll watch it just to see what is said. Can't help it. All right. Well, that was a lot. we Well, if anything else like that ever pops up, I will continue to review that stuff. I did learn some new things and I took some notes on things. And Rachel, thanks for that, some of that information you dropped earlier. Because there's still a lot about Kohberger we don't know. There's a lot about his movements that we don't know. There's a lot about that, that I still am interested in. So hopefully we'll continue to get more as documents get dropped. And for anybody who didn't want to watch that, sorry, but I did, and not for like any other reason than I wanted to see if we were going to get any more information out of him on this case. And I think we did and we didn't at the same time. But the big takeaway is he's not sitting up there saying Kohberger didn't do it. He never did do that. And early on saying I reserve the right to change my mind later should have been a big more of a red flag to a lot of those people that it wasn't. But again, I'm not interested in unpacking what those pro burgers think in the end and what will come of that fight that they got going on. It's a never ending battle. And if I jump into that battle with them, I'll have to jump into the Nancy Guthrie battle with all that shit show that's going on right now as we speak. And I don't want to jump into that Sebastian stuff because when I start doing those shows, it may not end well for a lot of people. So I just trying to steer clear of all that, y'all. I think we did, Rachel. I don't know if everybody would agree with this. Dolphin, did you get any new takeaways at all, or just thought we
Oh,
should?
from him?
Yeah,
Uh,
not from the panel. My God, no, from Cyray.
that's what I said. From him?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Mm,
Not
no,
like
I don't think he said anything that I didn't already like think. I
know
can't think of
that. I
anything
mean,
new that he said.
yeah, as far as some certain evidence, like the moving on the dirt road location, confirming the 254 stuff to these people. There's, I guess, different parts
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
too.
that stuff. Well, yeah, the 254, that was a dead issue like a long time ago.
I know
That had
that.
been, yeah.
I mean,
No, the answer to your question is no. He did not, reveal anything to me. You
not
know,
in that aspect
yeah,
is what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about that aspect. As far as like him saying being on this dirt road and taking these specific turns, and that, because to me, that could be an indicator as to where the murder weapon could be in that
oh
location. And
yeah,
that stuff is
yeah,
what I meant, not the
yeah. But that
base.
stuff is still stuff that we had already thought about and talked about like a long time ago. So it wasn't a reveal or whatever.
No, but
From in my
he
opinion.
was talking about a specific area. I guess I took a different take on it. That's all. Yeah, no, I didn't learn anything new and mind blowing out of the guy. There was just little breadcrumbs dropped along the way that
Yeah.
I took note of. Um, in
Well,
that
I don't know,
particular,
maybe you weren't around, but I think we had already looked at, like, the different areas and,
I
looked at
wasn't
the
around.
different.
Me and you and Firefly. Me and Firefly went all over this map and looked at all kinds of areas. We went all through Busby. We went off the beaten path and looked at all the side roads. I've looked at all of them. That's the first time anybody has publicly said anything about that type of thing, though. Because when I
Mhm.
pull up the map, it deviates from where everybody thought he took. That's all I'm saying. I mean, yes, all that's been out there. I know that. He didn't take me to a new place. He just gave a little bit more specific information. That's all was wondering if you caught. Like we already explored all the side roads and areas and routes he could have taken and possibilities. Yeah, I've done all that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as coming out with it in public, him being the first person to say it, yes. Was it new information? No.
But yeah, I knew it wasn't new. That's not what I'm even talking about, I guess. I'm meaning that him honing in on these particular roads. I want
Mhm.
more information about where those specific roads were because he knows. and it's in the report. So that's the kind of thing I'm wondering, because that's going to get me through where his actual route was versus what we think it was. That's all.
Yeah.
And he
Okay.
also
So
talked
did
about
you finish the report? Because I had gone to take the dog out. I don't remember. You said you
reading
skipped
his report.
around and. Hmm. Is it in there?
No, no, we finished. So you didn't. No, we finished. We didn't finish reading the whole report because we stopped to go ahead and start watching the interview because it was starting to get late. We knew it was going to be a long watch, so we didn't go back and finish the report. I'm just curious about his statements about certain movements in this. Left at the T, then right. Exactly, Firefly. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Those takeaways, because we have
Hmm.
discussed at great lengths all the possible routes from Moscow back to Pullman. So yes, that's what I meant, was that part. But no, I didn't get back to reading that document yet. I will, not tonight. It's getting late. Um,
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get more data on his travels at some point. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to hone in on, Rachel. And those breadcrumbs he was dropping. It's kind of like breadcrumbs when you listen to the Celebrate couple talk. You know, you can only pick up the breadcrumbs and you got to pay attention to hear them and to even know if they're relevant or not. Sometimes they may not be, right? Sometimes they are. So that's the kind of things I'm trying to pay attention for with anything I review in this stupid case going forward, because it gets the weeds get brought into it, and then I can't have a conversation about what I feel like is important in something. And I want to go back and review some of this Garza versus Idaho stuff. People can think that's silly if I want to do that. He's never going to file an appeal, but I'm saying you better not so fast, not so fast. If you know anything about habeas process and what all that takes, and a lot of us who are in the Delphi stuff, we know because we've been listening to a bunch of habeas lawyers for a long time now, talking about how you have to go about filing that particular appeal versus your regular standard appeals. And so that's a lot of stuff I haven't deep dove here yet, because I don't know if a lot of people are honestly here for that conversation.
No, probably not.
A lot, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of streams you're not even here for that they actually do talk about that stuff. So I would like to look up this particular case and just pick it apart a little bit and see
Oh
what's
yeah,
there
I'm not saying don't. I
versus.
just, I'm saying like the general masses out there,
Oh, but
don't
my
go too
audience
deep
will,
into
but
the
not.
law.
Well, a lot of our audience does a lot of the stuff we talk about, because we talk about a lot more cases than Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 here. We talk about a lot of different cases, so the law comes up. But as far as this case goes, I may be the only one that's really super interested in that part. I'm not trying to worry about the pro burger people. It's just for my people and
Hmm.
my community, because we're here all the time discussing all kinds of stuff. We'd go well beyond just this case right here. Um, no, I'm not on the Christmas card list. I might be on the mailing list soon when I write that letter that I keep threatening to write, because I'm not scared. I am not scared to write Bryan Kohberger a damn letter and ask him some questions that he may not ever answer me, but at least I can say I tried. I don't know about these pro burgers that got all these questions for Dylan and all this investigation. Write the guy a letter and ask him some simple questions. He might write back. They never know. Never know till you try. So maybe I'll try, because I'm sick of playing with their asses about it. Sick of playing with Bryan Kohberger. I want more details than they're going to give us, and I don't understand why they won't. It leads you to wonder, is it just them being ashamed that maybe we didn't have enough to get the death penalty? Because I'm telling y'all right now, there was a good chance they would have got a conviction, but maybe not the death penalty. Was that such a big deal they had to go ahead and get a plea deal just in case? Who cares? Life in prison, death penalty, it's all the same. Right, Firefly? I should do it. I should damn well do it. It wasn't going to hurt. It ain't illegal or against the law to write him. People going to try to get the FOIA request later. Get it. I don't care. Read the damn letter. You'd be lucky if Idaho lets you have that FOIA request. But yeah, he might write back, right? And then what? People will say, that's a lie. That's really not from Kohberger. We just can't win for losing. But parts of this case that I do really want to unpack and pick up on their breadcrumbs that get dropped throughout, right? Um, it's all we got to go on for a lot of this. Dr. Phil can't even get an interview. No, anybody's getting that interview, it's going to be Ramslin. It's going to be Ramslin. I wouldn't be surprised if she hasn't already been on working on that, y'all. It's going to be a slow go. It takes time to unpack a killer like that. It's not something she can do in just a matter of a few minutes, right? She wants to study that dude's mind. That's what she does for a living. Studies these guys. You got one of the biggest high profile cases in the country was your former student. You think you don't want to study that brain? You're crazy. She wants a piece of that. In my opinion, she'd be insane not to. I'd be running towards it, not away from it. I would absolutely say I could interview Bryan Kohberger for hours and it wouldn't bother me. I can compartmentalize. I'm not looking at it at that angle. I'm not walking in there with my feelings. You're a mass murderer. I'm going to figure you out if I can. And what can I figure out about guys like you going forward? The BAU is going to do it with Rex Heuermann. Why? Because they want to understand the minds of these killers. And for us to say we don't want to, what are we doing in true crime if we don't want to? That we don't care. We just here for the gore. I'm here to unpack all of it. So I appreciate all y'all who are always here for that part of it. Because a lot of y'all are, and we have some good conversations about that stuff in here sometimes. So I appreciate all of y'all for coming in and being here for that. Yeah, she'll have her book out when she gets around to finishing up her evaluation of Kohberger. It's coming. I called that a long time ago. Dolphin and I have always talked about that. But yeah, I've always said that book will come at some point. I'll be shocked if it doesn't. Super shocked. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in tonight. We know it was a long one. I appreciate y'all coming in, listening to us mostly read that document. We decided we might as well go hear him talk instead of reading it because it was getting late. We might get to finish his document when I go to read more of that document. If I even do it again, I may not do any more shows on Bryan Kohberger whatsoever ever again at this point. Honest to God, I may not. I think Ken Maines has a chance to. Oh Lord, no. All right. I don't know. Of course, I'll read these documents as they become unredacted, but I honestly don't know which ones are going to be worth even going live and talking about until we get something real on Bryan Kohberger, because I'm a little sick of seeing all this shit on the whole town of Moscow there. Um, yeah, I know what Ken Maines said, but Ken got that from documents. BK watched Bundy videos. BK downloaded from the serial killer website. He downloaded the PDF twice on what's his name from the Florida killer, Danny Rollins. There's a lot. I watched those old Ken Maines videos. In fact, Man X, I remember them. I did watch those, and it came out in the documents that Bryan Kohberger was watching him. Right? I remember. All right, guys. Thank you. Y'all all have a good night. I appreciate it. Dolphin, thanks for coming up and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
guys, y'all have a good night. And if I don't know if anybody else is going to do any more interviews with these custody queen people. I don't know. I think Turby I thought he might have been the last one, and then they popped off with this Syray. Don't know if there's anybody else willing to give them an interview or if they would even want to talk to, because they're, basing all that, trying to out of that book and stuff. So, all right, y'all have a good night. There it was, the big Syray interview and everything he had to say, and maybe not had to say. I'm sure that they'll eat that alive for quite a while over in Pro Burger Land. It'll give them content for days. We're done with it and we're moving on. Um, I do want to bring y'all some of that Sebastian Rogers more into the investigation of the case. If you're not here for that case, you don't need to be here. That's fine. If y'all don't want to unpack any of that, I understand it. But please don't expect me to go live with the drama of that case, because I will get extremely frustrated and people will not be happy with me in the end. So I'm trying to stay away from all that drama and get back to Sebastian Rogers. And we get our hands on these lawsuit documents, we're going to bring those forward and talk about them. And I've also got the lead into the Lindsay Clancy case. And again, this is true crime, guys. There's going to be cases that aren't for everybody, and I can't go across and pick and choose what we cover and don't. Just whatever's there and whatever interests us. And I want y'all's input on things as well. But there may be times we cover cases that is not for everybody, and I understand, because that case is heavy. So, but I will be unpacking it. Like I said, I got the documents for that. All right. Y'all go have a great night. I'm going to go chill out, and I'll see y'all back here when I see you. Can't guarantee when it's going to be. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and